out in the hall. Players have been able to come up and have a look, and oh, this could be yours if you're the winner today. And in that beautiful Lorcana binder, what a prize to take away. So much up for grabs today, Joe.
Absolutely, and to give some context to those at home that haven't been able to travel to one of these challenge events and are wondering, what are prize tickets? What do these actually do? For some context, the top prize available costs 90 prize tickets, and that is going to be a foil Cinderella stout-hearted playmat. So that 100 prize tickets, you're going to be able to get your hands on that Cinderella playmat if you so desire. But of course, there's an abundance of other prizes available as well, including the Rapunzel and Cinderella cards in the non-foil versions. There's also some promo cards available from previous sets as well. So these prize tickets give you the freedom of choice over exactly what you want. Baker, I'm going to be honest, if I had 100, I'm spending 90 on the Cinderella playmat. It's absolutely beautiful.
It really, really is. I think I'm right there with you, Joe. I'm not going to lie. I would also be slightly tempted by the T-shirt and the cap, the official Lorcana merchandise. They look really, really cool. But if you've got those 100 tickets and you're eyeing up that full playmat, it's a little bit too tempting to pass up, in my opinion. But of course, we'll see what our top 4 players decide to use those tickets on. But so much to play for. And yeah, I want to harken back to just the qualification for the European Championship. Of course, players will be thrilled to get such fantastic prizes. But like I say, everyone here is super competitive. They want to prove that they are the best Lorcana players in the world, and what better place to start making that reputation for yourself than the European Championships.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we have just been speaking with one of our team members here behind the scenes who's kind of been filling us in the metagame of the decks which have made it to the top 64. I'm sure a lot of the audience are very interested in that. Worth mentioning as well, and our players are very much sat down, starting to communicate and kind of have a little chat with each other. So you're not missing anything, but we're not far away from starting. We've got probably the most 2 popular decks by a distance are going to be Emerald Steel, which I think is no surprise. But I think not so much of a surprise now, but a month ago I would have been very surprised to have heard the second, or maybe they're equally as popular. I'm not certain on the exact numbers, but Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, definitely the 2 most popular decks. I believe it's Sapphire Steel, which is the 3rd most. And again, this is an approximation. Like, we will get the exact data, of course, after the tournament, but just to give you guys kind of the rough ballpark, I think in 4th place is Ruby Sapphire with a little bit of representation. I think less than 10 players with that one. And then there's a couple of other decks in there as well. There's 2 or 3 Amber Steel Songs players, and there is a lone standing Amethyst Steel player. And Baker, we're going to be watching them in the first round.
So I didn't get the pleasure of watching that particular game yesterday, but I remember when I was walking by, you and Ross seemed very, very excited by what was going on in this game. Can you tell us anything about that Amethyst Steel deck? Anything that really stood out to you?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough as well to bump into the player in the hall yesterday and have a little chat with them about their deck. And they're like, oh, you like that, didn't you? I bet. And I certainly did. My prediction before the tournament was that Amethyst Steel could cause a bit of an upset. It's certainly a bit of an underdog, but it is just a really interesting deck because it's got good matchups across the board. No particularly extraordinarily favored matchups, but equally there's not a single matchup that you go into thinking, I'm really up against it, I'm going to really, really struggle. And we are going to be watching in this one Amethyst Steel try and take down the titan of the metagame, which is Emerald Steel. And they've certainly got some of the tools to do it, Baker. Tinkerbell Giant Fairy as a way of removing Bucky. We saw some very spicy cards, such as the Chain Poe Bodyguard as well.
Wow. That sounds fantastic. I can't wait to get in and see what these players have got in store for us. And yeah, I'm going to stop talking about the top 4 decks because I want to see this game, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. I do as well. Really excited to see these players sat down. We're going to be joining them any moment now. They're just having a look through, I think, each other's deck lists.
Yes, a very important point to hearken on to, of course, for this final day is open deck list. Both players will know not only the ink colours that their opponents are playing, but the exact count of every single card. And that makes a huge, huge difference in the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Yeah, we have Julian Otlet here, who's going to be your Emerald Steel player. And on the other side, someone that we've seen on the stream on Friday, the final game of the day, Kevin DeLima, who is playing Amethyst Steel. And I do believe Baker as well, because when I saw them on the Friday, I certainly recognized their face. I'm pretty convinced we saw them on the stream in Lille as well. So already, Kevin, a bit of a fan favorite. I know people were really enjoying seeing their deck in action, and I think it's great that we get to see if they can continue to keep Amethyst Steel in contention for the championship here, the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum.
Yeah, going to keep your dream alive. I know you're a big fan of the Amethyst Steel deck, taking that to a champion victory at the latest set championship. So I know that you'll have your eye closely on this one. And yeah, just while our players are doing a little bit of shuffling, yeah, we talk about the most popular decks across the weekend going into Disney Lorcana Challenge. Everyone was talking about what has been donned as the big four, obviously Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, Sapphire Steel, and Emerald Steel. Those were the big four decks that every player, well, most players seem to have on their radar coming into the event. Of course, as you say, there's a little bit of spice. We saw Steel Song performing very well over the course of the weekend. I kept saying to Ross, perhaps this was the most underrated deck coming into the event. We also saw some very, very fun Mufasa games yesterday with some Amber Ruby. Unfortunately, no Mufasas have made it into top 64 car. It was great to watch them play yesterday, maybe in the future, but yeah, I think we're all nearly set to get going into this game. Will it be the Emerald Steel deck utilizing the likes of Bucky to force discard along with powerful Floodborn cards, or will it be this super low to the ground Amethyst Steel deck, which I feel like just always gets to play the game? You shouldn't really brick. You should always have nice low drops, and as you say, this Tinkerbell is going to be a really important piece against this Bucky.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look here as the players are as well at the deck list. I think we're going to be seeing quite a lot from Kevin and discovering the sort of cards that they're seeing. But of course, Emerald Steel, a deck which we don't tend to see too many differences within the list. It's quite a tight deck, of course, with Bucky, Floodborn characters. There's a couple copies of Flynn Rider in there. We don't talk about Bruno, has 2 copies. There is a giant Tinkerbell fairy. In fact, there's 2 of them. Sudden Chill is an option, as well as a couple of Babooms. They are the main ones that are jumping out at me, pretty much as you'd expect, with the Jafar Dreadnought as the 4-cost Floodborn of choice. We do see a couple of players prefer to go for that Donald Duck instead.
Yeah, a bit of a difference between the two. The Donald Duck obviously being a 2/5 static character, quest for 2, and at the beginning of the turn, you can draw a card, and so can your opponent. So some players opting to use that. But of course, the Jafar Dreadnought, 4-cost inkable, 3/4, quest for 1, and that very good ability. When it banishes a character in a challenge, you get to draw a card. Drawing a card is one of the most powerful abilities in Lorcana. And as you take a look through this Amethyst Steel deck, Joe, I'm curious, do we see any Tiny Tactician Tinkerbells in there?
There is no copies of the Tinkerbell Tiny Tactician. However, there is instead a couple copies of Grab Your Sword. And of course, there's also the Robin Hood package as well. So that's going to be something Kevin looks to do, shift in with Robin Hood on turn 3 to sing Grab Your Swords. It's really a very interesting deck, Baker. One of the things that jumps out to me is just 3 copies of Friends on the other side, which is certainly not something that you see all the time. Usually Friends on the other side, a card you're going to see 4 copies of. There's 2 copies of Lawrence as well, which we saw.
I was going to say, let's talk about Lawrence for a moment, shall we? Yeah, super interesting card. He's a 3-cost inkable. Quest for 2, 0 strength, 4 willpower, but when he doesn't have any damage counters on him, he becomes a 4/4 character, which is such a big body. Obviously, it's going to help to deal with a lot of challenges, but also helps up very much in that Ruby Amethyst matchup against Flynn Rider, who obviously gains additional lore if you have the character in play with the highest strength. So that Lawrence coming in on turn 3 or 4 strength is definitely a nice counter to that. But even against any other deck, a 3-cost character with 4/4 questing for 2 is pretty good. We talk about Mr. Smee all the time.
We certainly do.
Obviously a 2-cost character, quest for 2, 3/3 stat line, and at the end of the turn, if you don't have a captain in play, takes 1 damage, and no one cares really about that secondary effect. It's just so incredibly strong. And yeah, this Lawrence, I imagine, is going to put in a lot of work. But going back to your prior point, that Grab Your Swords, I think is going to be a really important piece against this Bucky. Like you say, that shift line, Robin Hood into the Champion of Sherwood on turn 3, to immediately play Grab Your Swords onto a field of maybe a couple of Buckies or whatever has been established, maybe the Pegasus. That could really shut down the game plan of that Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's also a bunch of Bengers. It was 3 or 4. I'll double check that in just a moment. But one thing I really am fascinated to see in Kevin's deck is 4 copies of Smash, which is a card which is not going to be particularly good in a lot of matchups. You're going to be using Smash maybe on Aerial against Steel Songs. Doesn't sound great. But in this matchup, it's going to be great to be able to use Smash on many different cards. For example, like you could use the Smash on the Flynn Rider, on the Ursula, Deceiver of all as well. It is just such an important card in this matchup. I know a lot of people have seen the list of Amethyst Steel, which I played, and I had 3 copies of Maleficent 1-drop, which quests for 2. Now, that was really aimed at a metagame where I didn't expect much Diablo. However, having access to 4 smashes for this matchup when the field is dominated by Emerald Steel seems like a really good idea from Kevin. But 4 smashes is a lot, isn't it?
It is a lot, but as you say, that Diablo can be such an important piece of the puzzle. Not only is it a Floodborn that will make our opponent discard if we've got Bucky on the board, but if it's exerted to draw every time your opponent draws, so it's definitely a character that needs to be answered very, very quickly. So I understand the Force Smash. If you really don't like this Diablo, then it's going to be nice to have answers to it, and of course other characters like Ursa, Deceiver of all, stopping your opponent from being able to double sing songs like Sudden Chill and Let the Storm Rage on. So I think those smashes are going to be really important in this matchup, and we take a look at the Bucky deck here. Emerald Steel, we've got Emerald Steel discard tools. Again, the Bucky is the main source there. Also things like Sudden Chill quite often prop up in these sort of decks. We want to keep our opponent's hand as empty as possible, and if we've got that Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan, then he can quest for an awful lot. So yeah, Bucky has been public enemy number 1 to a lot of the community, but not to the people playing it. If it takes them all the way to the champion, I think they're going to be quite proud of the squirrel.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, even I spoke with Frank Carsten last night. I bumped into him when he was out and about enjoying some food with some friends. And he even said, yeah, I didn't enjoy playing this Bucky deck as much. It's so strong. But I think if you're the player playing against it and you manage to beat it, there is no more satisfying feeling right now, I think, in Disney Lorcana than being able to take down this Diablo deck, because it is incredibly strong. Of course, as well, this Amethyst Steel deck was included within the bad matchups for this Emerald Steel deck, but it's certainly not a clear-cut matchup. This Emerald Steel deck is so strong that even in some of its weakest matchups, it still has a really very good chance. So I think it's just an absolutely amazing matchup we've got here to see if Kevin can do it with Amethyst Steel, the last player standing in the tournament with this ink color combination. It's a bit of a classic combination, isn't it, really, Baker? It's always been on the fringes ever since the first set, where the deck has never been the best deck in the game, but it's just always been quite a good option.
Yeah. But quite a consistent option. It's changed a lot over time as well. You used to see it sometimes utilizing cards like the Blue Fairy, who lets you draw a card whenever you play a Floodborn. But as you say, with each new set, these decks are evolving.
So as the players are now coming in and just having a look through at each other's decks as well. Of course, a wonderful little thing as well about the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bochum is we've got so many players from different backgrounds. So, of course, it's been really interesting to see some table judges sat at the table outside just helping with translations if there's any issues at all. There's also players from all different sorts of ages and that sort of thing. Just everyone coming together, enjoying Disney Lorcana. Again, out in Bochum in the city last night, people at the restaurants eating their food, talking about Disney Lorcana at the hotel lobbies. They get back and there's just all kinds of people sitting around playing Disney Lorcana and having a bunch of fun and celebrating this wonderful game. Here we go, Baker. Kevin De Lima on Amethyst Steel up against the Emerald Steel, which feels like the final boss of Disney Lorcana right now.
I think that's a great way to put it. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this game. And yes, this is our top 64. Whoever wins this will move on to top 32. They will secure that Rapunzel gifted with healing foil promo card. And then if they have it their way, they'll be going even further.
Okay, so Kevin also does have a couple copies of this Bell 5 cost character, the Accomplished Mystic. It is a Floodborn, but the shift is not the main line. It can move damage counters up to 3 from one character to another character. So the absolute dream with this Bell card, Baker, is to play Mr. Smee on turn 2.
Yep.
Quest with it a couple of times. Then by the time turn 5 comes round, Mr. Smee will have 2 damage counters on it, and Bell can move those 2 damage counters from Mr. Smee onto something like a Diablo. Wouldn't that just be an absolute dream combination for Kevin?
It absolutely would. I know you'd be very proud if you got to see that happening. I know you were a big enforcer of this Bell card, and yeah, it's made top 64 here, and it's just another way to deal with that Diablo. As you mentioned, we've got multiple copies of Smash, and with that Bell, I wonder if this Diablo is ever going to get a chance to stick around the board. If Julian has his way, it certainly will. I can see... Oh, I thought that was a Diablo in the opening hand, but it's we don't talk about Bruno. There might be a Diablo there. We do see a Sudden Chill, which is going to be the ink of choice for turn 1. Down comes that Diablo 1-drop, which is going to force Kevin to reveal his entire hand, scouting for information. But beyond that, this does enable that dream opening from Emerald Steel, Joe, which is the turn 2 Bucky, and then immediately discard an action to shift your 3-cost Diablo onto the 1-drop. Make your opponent start discarding straight away, and then you can start questing or singing songs and drawing cards.
Yeah, Kevin draws for turn, and already you can see the value of this Smash potentially being able to remove that Diablo down the line. I'm also just taking a look, Baker, and much to my surprise, it seems like there's no copies of Baboom in the deck at all here for Kevin. So going for those 4 copies of Smash and 0 copies of Baboom is a really interesting choice. Of course, that extra damage can be very important, but equally that Smash costing 3 means that it's going to come down a turn later at the earliest compared with a Baboom.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Was that a Tinkerbell we just saw hitting the Inkwell? I'm not quite certain, but down comes the Ursa Deceiver. Once again, Kevin's going to be revealing his hand, and we do see 2 copies of a Long Came Zeus. One of them is obviously going to be chosen and put straight into the discard pile from Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, I think, not going to be too happy to have had that, and then along came Zeus in their opening hand, because it does just give their opponent this really good opportunity to play the Ursula Deceiver on turn 2.
Yeah, for
of
sure.
course, the Ursula, and we do see the Diablo shifting in.
Okay, so we didn't see a squirrel. There is no turn 2 Bucky, so no immediate discard. So I'm sure Kevin's feeling kind of okay about that, but as you just said, he did just lose a Zeus to this Ursa Deceiver. But yeah, because this Diablo is able to shift in, it can immediately quest, and as soon as Kevin draws a card, Julian will be doing the exact same thing. You got to think Kevin's going to look to be removing that Diablo as soon as he can.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well that Julian was the player going first in this game, and that is a result of them being the higher seed from the Swiss tournament. Kevin, I think, finished around 30th in the tournament, and therefore Julian's going to be, if Kevin did finish 30th, if it was that ballpark, Julian would be the 3rd seed in that case. So that's the way it's going to work. Julian, having the higher seeding, has the right to go first in game number 1.
Yep, and we're going to ink, and down comes the Mr. Smee Bumbling Mate, as you mentioned. Such a powerful card. Just a 2-cost inkable, 3/3 quest for 2, and at the end of the turn, if he is exerted, he will take 1 damage counter. But as you made the point earlier, Joe, that's pretty good if we can combine it along with Bell to move those damage counters. But Julian is going to ink, and we're going to be playing a Ursula Deceiver of All on turn 3, which is going to be threatening double singing.
Julian questing for 2. I also love the way that they're playing this Ursula Deceiver of All slightly behind the other cards, just as a way of showing that that is drying. It's just come in this turn. The ink is still drying. It's not ready. Smash onto Diablo. Diablo has been smashed and removed from the board. And then Mr. Smee challenging the Ursula Deceiver is a really interesting play. I think Baker, perhaps a little bit fearful of Ursula Deceiver of All singing a damage card like Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire, and therefore just wanting to get some board control while they have the stats on the board to do so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That Ursa Deceiver may not seem like it's offering much of a threat. Its effect has been used, but again, even though it's only questing for 1, we can't just let it sit there and keep questing. Kevin needs to keep Julian as in check as possible, and here comes another Ursa Deceiver to remove that 2nd copy of Along Came Zeus that Julian knew that Kevin was holding from that first one. So, yep, a lot of discard happening already, and we haven't even seen the squirrel.
Yeah, and this is a big downside of And Then Along Came Zeus. As powerful as the card is, it is an uninkable action. So Julian knew that it couldn't have been inked, and therefore, just before turn 4, when Kevin might be able to play it from hand, Julian comes through right on time with that Ursula Deceiver. The rabbit is played by Kevin, and it's back on over to Julian. A couple of Let the Storm Rage On available. Of course, this can be sung by Ursula Deceiver of all twice. That is exactly what's going to happen. 4 damage available, and they're going both onto the rabbit. It seems like Julian going to draw a couple of cards. Okay, they're resolving it really, really properly, it seems like here.
Yep, I respect it, yeah, because obviously Let the Storm Rage On will also let you draw an additional card, and because Ursula Deceiver has sung it, it will then go to the bottom of the deck. Nice to see these players going through the motions in the proper format.
Absolutely. So the rabbit being removed from the board, that's going to be a good target for Julian, because they're a bit worried about Kevin being able to bounce that back into their hand and continue to draw. But Ursula Deceiver of all is now exerted, which means she could be challenged by the Mr. Smee, and Julian as a result then pays 3 for the Let the Storm Rage On to remove the Smee. Ursula Deceiver quest, but Kevin has a trick up their sleeve, the rush character of the Madam Mim Fox. The problem is, Baker, they don't have the 1-cost character that they need, or the 2-cost character that they need to bounce it back, because Madam Mim played on an open board would banish themselves.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a shame because Kevin inked a Chernobog's followers on the previous turn to play that Merlin Rabbit, so that could have absolutely put that play online that you were just referring to, but unable to in this instance. We move back over to Julian. He's going to find a Beast Tragic Hero, another really powerful Floodborn card when he's on the board. If he has no strength at the beginning, if he has no damage counters on him at the beginning of your turn, you just draw an additional card. So Beast Tragic Hero has been one of the best cards in the game since its release in Rise of the Floodborn, and obviously just having that Floodborn text makes him support the Squirrel even more. But worth saying, we haven't even seen the Bucky. We go over to Kevin, who's going to draw a Merlin Goat. That's going to go straight into the Inkwell, and we're going to exert 6 of our ink to play the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. That's going to put 1 damage on everything. So already that ability that I just mentioned for the Beast is no longer going to be online, because he has a damage counter on him. Instead of drawing an additional card, he will gain 4 strength, becoming a 7/5 character, which is still pretty nice. It's nice to have a big beat stick, but I think you want the draw more often than not, right?
Yeah, and the Tinkerbell is just so important in this matchup. Of course, it's a way of being able to remove the Bucky, but even this just 1 damage onto Beast, denying the card draw is absolutely the objective for Kevin. We saw them shutting down that Diablo nice and early on, and now Julian's other main card draw engine is going to be this Beast Tragic Hero. Really interesting hand, because there's a couple of song cards. There's the Grab Your Swords, which could of course be sung by the Beast. There's Let the Storm Rage On, which could be sung by Ursula, and then there's also a 3rd Ursula Deceiver, as well as 1 other card in there. It is going to be Let the Storm Rage On, sinking 2 damage into Tinkerbell as Julian draws, and of course 2 damage more available,
as well as an additional card draw. And I think I also noticed the Lawrence in Julian's hand there that we were just referring to. 3-cost Inkable. If no damage on him, he's a 4/4 and questing for 2. That additional 2 damage is going to be put onto the Tinkerbell and drawing an additional card. And also worth mentioning this Chen Pao that came down previous turn. We were talking about something different, but yeah, he's a big boy, Joe.
He certainly is.
He's a very big boy. He's a 5-cost Inkable with a 4/7 stat line. But down comes that Baboom that you were talking about not too long ago that Kevin is not running, choosing to play the Smash instead, but Julian using that Baboon, finishing off the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. But yeah, this Chen Pao, as well as having a 4/7 stat line, has Bodyguard, so he's hopefully going to protect the other characters.
Doesn't hit. Thank goodness. I think Kevin's going to be really relieved. They do play 3 copies of And Then Along Came Zeus, which is that uninkable song, but the Beast is going to challenge with its 7 strength into Chen Pao. Kevin's going to be so relieved this 3rd Ursula Deceiver did not discard a 3rd song card, as Kevin draws off the top. There's the Zeus just in time.
The God of Thunder himself coming along just at the right time. Any sooner and he too would have been removed. So yeah, that's got to feel pretty good.
Quite fitting. And then along came Zeus, right off the top.
I like your style, Joe. Very nice. Yeah, and obviously this Chen Pao with its full strength was able to take out the Beast in return. So yeah, a super good card that more and more Steel players are choosing to utilize, especially because it's a 5-cost song. But yeah, Kevin is running lower on options, but it's certainly not over yet. We're only at 5 lore. 4 on Julian's side of the field, so plenty could change. As you said, there's lots of card draw in this Amethyst deck. We're going to see the Along Came Zeus, remove that Ursa Deceiver of all, doesn't want to see a sudden chill or anything like that to completely take away Kevin's hand, and we pass back over to Julian.
Yeah, and I do think a real key moment in this game, Baker, was that decision to get rid. I think it might have been discarded, the Chernobog's followers. I'm not certain. It got inked or it got discarded. It didn't hit the board. And Kevin not then being able to rush in with this Madam Mim Fox to remove the Ursa the Deceiver of all. It sang a couple of songs, it drew some cards, and then it also did a really good job as well of forcing the and then Along Came Zeus.
And we're going to move back over to Julian's turn. He's going to find a We Don't Talk About Bruno from off the top. A really powerful song card. 5 cost. You choose one character to be returned to your opponent's hand, and then your opponent randomly discards a card. And it can be really interesting, Joe, because if they have no cards in their hand, We Don't Talk About Bruno is just removal.
Absolutely. Here we go. It's going to be We Don't Talk About Bruno. 5 ink spent for it. Tink back into the hand. Kevin's going to give them a big old shuffle and then going to lay them down on the table. There's a few different ways that the players can do this. They can just pick. They could roll die. It's just a pick and it's the Tink.
Oh, we hit the giant fairy. She was too big to be missed. That's going to feel really good for Julian. And what else are we seeing in the hand? There's a Madam Mim Fox. And was it a snake as well?
I think you might be right.
Yep. That's not a great hand, is it, Joe? Because both of these characters, when you play them, you need to be able to bounce another character to your hand, otherwise they're immediately banished. So maybe we're going to... Oh, no. That is about the worst draw it could have possibly been, and you got to think Julian's feeling really good to see that just draw an immediate pass. The pressure is certainly on. Julian going to want to take advantage of this moment. We're going to be playing down the champion of Sherwood, Robin Hood, by paying 5 ink, and then we're going to quest for 3 with our available characters. Up to 12 lore now, Joe.
Yeah, a 12 lore for Julian and a 12 lore lead with Kevin on 0 lore. But in comes the Chen Po. That is going to help contest the board a little bit as the Madam Mim Snake goes into the inkwell. The 4 strength on Chen Po can certainly sink some damage into these Robin Hood champion of Sherwood. However, they do have 6 willpower, so even a Chen Po challenge will not be enough to remove a single Robin Hood.
No, not on this instance. And obviously, this Robin Hood got a great couple of abilities when it banishes a character in a challenge, gain 2 lore, and if it's banished in a challenge, you get to draw a card. We're going to see that Diablo come down next to the Dreadnought, revealing that hand of Double Fox. So now Julian's thinking, oh, well, it makes sense why you didn't play anything on the previous turn.
No, absolutely, and here comes the quest, and it's now a 17 lore lead. Kevin needs to start removing a lot of characters, while the Tinkerbell is a pretty good find, but it's not enough. Kevin decides that is game. Julian, who was the player going first, remember, in game number 1, does take that one down, Baker. And I really want to talk about some of the things that went a little bit wrong for Amethyst Steel in this game. They mulliganed pretty aggressively. They drew into and then Along Came Zeus, which is not necessarily what you want in your hand as an uninkable song against Emerald Steel. And then on the turn 2 draw, they drew another and then Along Came Zeus. Of course, that just then meant Ursa the Deceiver could discard both of them. And I think a big moment in this game was not being able to go Chernobog's followers plus Madam Mim Fox to bounce it back, rush in with the Fox, remove the Ursa the Deceiver of all, and it ended up drawing an abundance of cards and providing an abundance of removal options as well.
Yeah, for sure. This Ursa Deceiver of all is so powerful. And when you notice, we didn't even see the Bucky Squirrel Squeak Tutor hit the board in that particular game. It's the card that everyone's been worried about and scared of coming up against. But in that game, it didn't even need to hit the board. Literally just these Ursa Deceivers getting a couple of really nice hits on the Along Came Zeus's, and then the Ursa Deceiver of all being able to remove multiple characters by double singing Let the Storm Rage On. And as we said, each time you sing Let the Storm Rage On, you're drawing additional cards. And yeah, it just did not go the way for the Amethyst Steel player. But I believe, do you think they are a bit more favoured going first?
Yeah, I think so. I think, of course, being able to go first, you're provided with an extra opportunity to develop the board to begin with. Also, you're able to provide that threat of the shift Robin Hood a little bit sooner, potentially. And I think also, even though Kevin was able to remove that Diablo, just the opening hand with that double Zeus was just not what you want to see if your name is Kevin, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But we're going to be moving into game 2, of course. This is 2 out of 3. So we may be able to take it to a third and final game. We'll see. But yeah, just goes to show the Bucky not always necessary. Now, as an experienced Amethyst Steel player, Joe, what sort of cards are you looking for in your opening hand here? What's your priority in this mulligan?
Yeah, really good question. I mean, first and foremost, you're looking for a way to deal with Diablo. You're looking for the smash.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of players might be looking for Baboom, but Kevin has no copies of Baboom and those 4 copies of Smash instead. So that's going to be the main thing that you're looking for, I do believe. Let's have a look. Of course, the Tinkerbell could be a nice option as well. I think you're not going to be too interested in holding on to... It's going to be an interesting decision on if they hold on to the Friends on the other side. Friends on the other side, a great card if you want to have a bit of a slower game, Baker, and just on turn 3, pay 3 for the Friends. But it could also be a little bit weaker potentially if the opponent is developing the board. If they have Diablo down and you play Friends on the other side, your opponent's going to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, no, that's one instance where you definitely wouldn't want to be drawing because you're giving your opponent more resources as well. But we do see in Julian's hand, the Bucky is here. So much more likely it's going to be hitting the field. Obviously, the Ursa Deceiver of all is also there. We see the Aladdin, which is a fantastic 3-drop Floodborn to get Bucky online. So we'll see what happens in the second game. I'm excited.
Yeah, here we go, everybody. As we see both players taking the mulligan, it is going to be Kevin going first here in game number 2. And then, of course, if they win, Kevin will be going second again in the final game. We've got that Rapunzel gifted with healing behind the players.
So beautiful.
And that is rather fitting as well, isn't it? Because that is the card that these players are playing for right now. With a win in this best of 3, they secure not only their place in the top 32, but also guarantee themselves to win a foil version of Rapunzel gifted with healing, alternative artwork, which you can see in the backdrop behind them.
Yeah, just a nice visual reminder of one of the things up for grabs in this tournament and the main prize up for grabs in this particular game that they're playing. But we move into game 2. Kevin starting, going to be inking a Robin Hood and not playing a 1-drop. How do you feel about that, Joe?
Yeah, so it's a very interesting moment from Kevin. Of course, a 1-drop on the board is 1 less card in hand.
For sure.
And Kevin could be adopting that strategy we see a lot of Ruby Amethyst players take, which is to try and not play many cards down early on, really focus on getting as much into the inkwell, and then trying to stabilize on around turn 6 with a giant Tinkerbell to try and control the board.
Yeah, that's a very common line for Ruby Amethyst. You don't play anything unless it's drawing you a card or actually removing something like a Diablo, or obviously that Smash might be interested in removing the Ursa Deceiver of all. We see a lot of songs in Kevin's hand, 2 copies again of Along Came Zeus, which he can't be happy to see. But will this, I was just about to say, will this be the turn that we see the Bucky as opposed to the Ursa Deceiver? And that is what happens, and Robin Hood is going to be questing for 1.
It's a huge moment, Baker, because if Julian goes for the Ursula here instead of Bucky, there's a couple of Zeuses in Kevin's hand again, but there's also the Friends on the other side, and it was going to be a really awkward turn 3 for Kevin because Friends could have been discarded. Goat and Grab Your Swords drawn. We also saw the Magic Broom go into the Inkwell, which is a 2/3 card. It costs 2 and gains evasive during Kevin's turn, and I think that is in the deck as another way of dealing with that Diablo.
Yeah, 100%. We can see a Strength for a Raging Fire in hand here, but yeah, harking back to Kevin's hand, he cannot be happy with that double Along Came Zeus again.
No, I think you're right, but the good news for them this time is that Julian went for the Bucky. You're not often happy to see Bucky on turn 2, but I think with Kevin's hand, they're pretty happy to have seen the squirrel in this instance. But 3 ink spent to shift in the 5-cost Robin Hood, which is of course a Floodborn character with that shift ability. So Bucky is now going to have its ability triggered, which is whenever a Floodborn character is played, Kevin is forced to discard a card of their choice. The Goat leaves the hand. Goat not gaining 1 lore because it's when it leaves the battlefield it gains a lore, not when it leaves the hand. So right now we do have Julian still on 0. So we have Julian on 3, whereas Kevin is still on 0 lore.
Yeah, 100%. We just saw a draw into that Merlin Crab, who can provide Challenger 3 to any character when he enters and leaves play. It is compulsory. It does have to happen if there's a target. Even if you have no characters on the board yourself, you must choose one of your opponent's characters to gain Challenger 3. Nice for making some of these smaller beat sticks just hit that a little bit harder. But yeah, we're weighing up our options here. I'm sure it might be interesting in getting a rabbit down to get some more card draw, but he's also holding that Chen Po, so we'll see what he's got in mind. We're going to be inking that Merlin Crab, and yes, down comes this Merlin Rabbit. Just going to be drawing some more cards, and in the previous game, as soon as Kevin got down a rabbit, Julian just immediately removed it with a double, let the Storm rage on, which, yes, did let Kevin draw a card, but Julian is well aware that Kevin really wants to bounce this rabbit back to his hand as many times as he can and then replay it and just keep building these cards up to counter the discard from Bucky.
Julian draws a 1-cost Robin Hood off the top of their deck. And Kevin here with a couple copies of And Then Along Came Zeus. We saw it be a bit of a problem for them in the first game, but here with the rabbit down on the board, a 4-cost character, of course, is going to be a great target to be exerted with, to sing And Then Along Came Zeus and try and perhaps remove this Robin Hood. In comes the Ursula Deceiver. It is going to hit, but the good news for Kevin is that they're still going to have, well, 2 copies of Zeus, because it's the Grab Your Swords which Julian decides to discard. Are you surprised they go for the Grab Your Swords over a Zeus there?
Not particularly. Well, I suppose there's an argument to have gone for the Zeus, but at the same time, Grab Your Swords would be an immediate answer to this Bucky to get it out of the way, but would only do 2 damage to both the Champion of Sherwood and the Ursa Deceiver. I'm intrigued on your opinion on that. Would you have preferred the Along Came Zeus?
We do see actually just before that the Robin Hood singing, or the Robin Hood going with the Strength of Raging Fire. I do think it was sung there, but it was possible that the Robin Hood quested. We'll update you on that in just a moment. But I think maybe if Kevin only had 1 Zeus available, Zeus might have been a more interesting option, but I think especially with Julian therefore getting rid of that rabbit, denying the ability to sing Zeus this turn, Julian's play made a lot of sense. Julian still at just 3 lore, Kevin still without a lore on the board. But of course, Kevin's getting to that 6 ink mark, which is where they can get Tink through and try to stabilize the board a little bit more. Yeah,
actually, I think you make a really good point. Maybe because we're so close to the Tinkerbell turn, Julian sort of saying, oh, well, you know, I could get rid of the Grab Your Swords, but then if you just play Tinkerbell, then that's going to get rid of my Bucky anyway. So, yeah, I think you make a really good point, Joe. The Zeus might making a good pick, but there were 2 in the hand.
Yes. And I think that's it, right? If there's 2 Zeuses, you discard 1, they can still play Zeus, whereas you discard the single Grab Your Swords and there's no longer that threat. Zeus does get discarded. This was because of the Aladdin being played, which is also a Floodborn. We see Robin Hood questing for 2. We see Ursa the Deceiver questing for 1. Julian now 6 lore ahead. Kevin, off the top, it's another Tinkerbell. It's a really decent hand here for Kevin.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good top, and you got to imagine that's going to hit the board straight away. Yes.
There we go. The Bucky gets taken out.
He'd be squeaking no more, Joe. Yes, the Tinkerbell taken out.
And the Zeus.
Oh, very nice. Sung by the Chen Po to take out that Robin Hood. Won't get to draw a card because it was not banished in a challenge.
What a turn by Kevin. The turn 6 Tinkerbell. This is what Kevin's been building up to the entire game. But now Julian with a threat of their own with that Diablo. Bucky being removed from the board, though, means if they play a Floodborn, Kevin no longer having to discard. This is the power of Amethyst Steel. This is Kevin's game plan. Get to 6 ink, get the Tink, and stabilize the board state.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've mentioned before, these Emerald Steel decks, as powerful as they are, they don't have a lot of questing pressure. Majority of the characters only with 1 lore. So even if you discard your opponent's hand, it can still take you a little longer to get to that 20 lore mark. Wow. We're going to see the Queen's Castle, one of the most powerful cards. We've seen this put in a lot of work over the weekend, Joe. It's a 4-cost inkable location, 1 to move there, 7 willpower, 2 passive lore gain. And at the start of your turn, you draw a card for each character there. And Chen Po is going to to move right on into that Queen's Castle and hopefully stick around to let Kevin draw some additional cards.
So, as much as I loved Kevin just drawing that Queen's Castle off the top and slamming it straight down onto the board, I would like to see Kevin trying to just add that Queen's Castle into their hand, maybe shuffle their hand a bit and then play it, just to conceal that tiny bit of information.
Yeah,
because now you could argue that Julian could make a read that there isn't a second Queen's Castle in Kevin's hand. The way they've just drawn that off the top and thrown it down onto the board is giving Julian a tiny bit of information, but it's also quite nice to just see them draw it off the top and slam it down onto the table.
Yeah, I agree. For the drama, it's very cool, but I think you make an absolutely fantastic point. It may seem like such a small thing to a lot of players, but it could make all the difference, because if Julian is sitting there saying, oh, I don't want to make this play because you might have a second castle, that has just given a bit more information that would make him feel better at his move. So I actually think you make a really good point, Joe. Again, it may seem small, but it could matter. But we do see a new Bucky hitting the board. He never stays gone for long, does he?
No, and the Queen's Castle is now gaining that passive law, but not only that, the Chen Po is in the Queen's Castle, which means an extra card draw for Kevin. The rabbit comes through, and suddenly the Amethyst Steel player is in the ascendancy here, but there is still that Bucky on the board.
This is pretty good. We're going to Inkabenja, play down that Madam Infox to return that rabbit to the hand. We're starting to build our hand back up now, Joe.
Absolutely. Chen Po questing for 2. Bucky is still down on the board. Julian with a Beast and Diablo in hand and draws into a Baboom. So a couple of Floodborns available, but Julian does not have 8 ink available, so is not going to be able to play both. Baboom into the Inkwell. 5 ink spent for the Beast Tragic Hero, which is a Floodborn, and Bucky is going to force Kevin to discard. But the good news is, Kevin's got a lot of cards to work with now.
Yeah, you know, it definitely could be a lot worse. I think there was a little moment there where Kevin may have forgot that the squirrel was back, and just a little moment from Julian tapping it. Nope, he's here, please discard a card. So he does so. But we go back into another turn where that Queen's Castle is going to gain another 2 law.
Oh my goodness. Tinkerbell off the top. There we go. Bye-bye Bucky yet again. And also that Beast is now no longer drawing the extra card, but that 7 strength it's going to have in Julian's turn is going to be very useful to challenge the Queen's Castle. The Chen Po is a bodyguard, but bodyguard does not protect the Queen's Castle. It's only other characters.
Yeah, you would need something like the steel location, the wall, which is basically bodyguard for locations. Maybe one day that will find its way into format, but yeah, what an incredible move, that Tinkerbell, getting rid of the Bucky, turning off the Beast's extra draw. And this Queen's Castle, you see how much work it's put in already. Just those extra couple of cards have really helped Kevin start to alleviate the pressure a little bit and get back into this game.
3 exerted. Is it going to be Ursula? Is it going to be Diablo? Julian only at 5 ink, so has to pick between the cards. Can't play them both down. And Kevin, with the smash, is waiting and ready for whatever is played by Julian. The Beast goes into the castle, removing that from the board because of its 7 strength due to the 1 damage counter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the castle's gone, but it's absolutely done its job. An extra 4 law gained over the course of its time on the board, and the extra couple of cards has helped so much, helped dig to that rabbit that we saw and that Tinkerbell, which has put in so much work. I think Kevin's got a good chance of getting back in this game now, Joe. What do you think?
Yep, Julian is definitely doing a good job to stay in it, but I think this turn with the Tinkerbell, getting all that card draw off the castle, they just really managed to find what they were looking to do in game 1. We saw Julian, of course, get off to that really quick start. Kevin kind of whimpered out of the last one, but here the Tinkerbells have been the difference maker, as well as that card draw off of the Queen's Castle.
So we just found another Queen's Castle as well, which you got to think Kevin's going to be interested
the smash.
Getting onto the board at some point. Yes, that smash removing the Ursa to Sea revolves are going to turn off that double singing. Tinkerbell is going to challenge into the Beast Tragic Hero, finishing it off and then putting 2 damage on the extra characters. That's a complete board wipe in 1 turn from Kevin. That's got to feel pretty good.
Julian's board has suddenly disappeared, and it's Kevin with all the cards. But here comes Bucky, here comes Diablo. 5 ink spent, and that's going to mean that Kevin has to discard a card.
And just in case anyone at home is wondering, because we mentioned that Beast became a 7 strength character, that is only during your turn, and it happens at the beginning of the turn. So didn't have 7 strength when the Tinkerbell challenged into it, which is why it's still on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be the Chernobog's followers that Kevin decides to discard. I don't think they have a clean answer for this Diablo in hand, and therefore Julian could start to draw cards pretty quickly. So Kevin's going to be wanting to wrap this one up. Quests with everything. That's a quest for 5 in total, I do believe, bringing them up. Oh, no, Chempo just questing for 1, so they quested for 4. The fox comes through, the rabbit bounced back, and the card drawn by Kevin.
You got a little song going there. The rabbit bounced back and the card draw by Kevin. I love it. Down comes that Queen's Castle, which is a little bit safer now that that Beast Tragic Hero is off the board. Of course, important to remember that if this Diablo is able to exert, then even when Kevin's drawing additional cards, Julian will as well. But Kevin is just wanting to race the game at this point. He's got a lot of lore on the board and just wants to win this race.
The Queen's Castle has returned, and that is not going to be easy for Julian to deal with, but the Storm Rage on off the top is a very nice option. It cleans up the Tinkerbell, and it allows Julian to draw another card, and in comes another Bucky Boy.
Not sure if that's what he wanted at this particular moment in time. I think he wants a bit more board pressure here.
Kevin's going to draw, and Julian is ready and waiting for it with the Diablo, not wanting to forget. Of course, when Diablo's exerted and Kevin draws a card on their turn, so does Julian. And it was 2 cards drawn by Kevin because of this fox being inside the Queen's Castle. So Julian also drew 2. 17 lore,
Yep.
the goat to 18.
There's a snake as well, Joe. There's a snake. Bouncing the Merlin goat back, that's going to boost up another lore, and it's looking really good now for Kevin. Julian's got a lot of catching up to do. I'm not sure if he's going to get all the way there. Of course, this Diablo is helping him draw some resources, but we are so close to game on Kevin's side of the board, moving all of our characters to the Queen's Castle. I think the writing may be on the wall for this game. We'll see what Julian draws, see if he agrees. Is there an out? A Tinkerbell, a Diablo, and was that a Robin Hood? Yes, a Robin Hood. Yep, and he is just going to scoop it up.
Okay.
Just going to concede defeat there. Yep, you got me, Kevin. Let's move into game 3.
Yes, both players getting the win when they went first. So game 3, we're going to see a repeat with Kevin going second, Emerald Steel going first again. And we go back, Baker, to that first game where we saw those couple copies of Zeus in hand.
Yep.
We saw the Ursula, Deceiver of All, put in the serious work. I think in the Mulligans, we're going to be really looking for Kevin to avoid those Zeuses because they're uninkable songs, but find some copies of Smash. You want to be able to deal with the Diablo, deal with the Ursula, Deceiver of All, remove all the threats, get to 6, play the Tink, and then stabilize from there.
Yeah, he got quite unlucky, really, for both games, getting those long game Zeuses in the early hand. So that definitely can't have felt good. But yeah, it must feel nice that on the game where the Bucky actually came down, he was able to answer it. There was a huge Tinkerbell play, and I think that Queen's Castle is what really made all the difference, not only helping him just catch up in lore a little bit, but just the accelerated card draw. They were able to find an extra Merlin Rabbit, all sorts of an extra Tinkerbell as well. So yeah, he's got to be feeling pretty good, and we're going to be moving into game 3. Which of these 2 players is going to secure themselves the Rapunzel Gifted with Healing foil alternate artwork that you can see again on display in the background? Who is going to be moving on to the top 32 to try and become the DLC Bochum champion?
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, to check out Disney Lorcana on all of those socials. It's / Disney Lorcana on Facebook, Instagram, and X.
Absolutely. Keep up with the action and be the first to find out about all Disney Lorcana releases. They're really good at being very transparent with the community about upcoming releases, teasing some cards and advertising future events such as DLCs. And of course, worth a quick mention, Joe, across all of July, we have the Set Championships. Ursula's return. We were very lucky the other week to get to go to an early version for media, which was a lot of fun. Again, congratulations for you for taking that home and getting that champion mat. I was very happy to get second place. I'll absolutely take that. But yeah, these events are so much fun. Last season it was for the Rockstar Stitch, and the community really loved these events, coming out in their masses to try and win themselves some fantastic cards. And yes, they are taking place all across July, every weekend. Highly recommend checking out the store locator on the official Lorcana website to find out which stores are running a set championship near you.
There's at least one Smash in the hand here. which is a really big deal. I can't imagine. It's one of the cards being kept, 2 being kept, 5 being mulliganed away. On the other side for Emerald Steel, can see the Diablo is there ready and waiting, as is the Bucky. Do we see, Baker, that 1 cost Diablo for that ultimate line? Diablo on 1, Bucky on 2, Diablo shift on 2 as well. That is the dream if you're playing Emerald Steel and your name is Julian.
Yeah, that's such an incredible opening, but it does require that 1-drop Diablo to get online, which I'm not seeing in the hand. I've seen Aladdin, a Bucky, a Beast Tragic Hero, Let the Storm Rage on. I think maybe another Let the Storm Rage on. I'm not sure. A couple of those back. I think maybe a Sudden Chill towards the back as well there. But yeah, the Bucky is here and the Aladdin is here. So even if we don't have that Diablo play, then we can certainly make our opponents start discarding pretty soon.
Yeah, okay, I've got my eyes here, Baker, on the other hand. There is 1 smash. There is a Magic Broom on 2 as well, which has evasive during your own turn. Going to be a great way of dealing with that Diablo. Both players have now done their mulligans. And of course, they're going to be giving their decks a nice shuffle as well as them presenting the deck to their opponent to give them a little shuffle of it. If they want, maybe give it a cut as well.
And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum stream. This is our first top 64 match. We've had a long weekend of Lorcana. We had over 1,000 players on Friday and over 1,000 on Saturday. All the same tournament, just splitting them up so that we could get everyone into the building, get as many people playing as possible. And yeah, it's been a great weekend. This is our top 64 match. These guys are playing for the Rapunzel gifted with healing and to try and continue the tournament. Nice fist bump there from our players, showing a bit of sportsmanship. And to be honest, they've been, it seems that they've had a very good relationship across these matches. They've been smiling, laughing, talking a lot, which is really nice to see both these players in positive vibes.
Yeah, we see a card going into the Inkwell, and it's Robin Hood that enters the board. Kevin draws the rabbit off the top. Benja into the Inkwell. No turn 1, but that is not necessarily a bad thing for Kevin. They're wanting to just keep as many cards in hand as possible to stop that Bucky, and it is Bucky, from doing too much work. Robin Hood quest for 1 from Julian. It all comes down to this for Julian and Kevin. 1 game, and the winner goes into the top 32. A foil Rapunzel gifted with healing. Alternative art is on the line, as well as staying in contention for that golden serialized Mickey, as Mr. Smee is Kevin's turn to play.
Yep, he's bumbling away on Kevin's side of the field, and I wonder if Julian, does he have access to that Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood? That was his play in a previous turn, to just shift on this turn 3 to make our opponent start discarding immediately. We're going to be inking another copy of Aladdin, and instead it is going to be that Diablo, the Devoted Herald. We're going to force a discard from Kevin, which is going to be that Mr. Smee bumbling mate, but we know that Kevin is holding that smash, so...
We certainly do, Baker, and there it is!
Yep.
The smash onto Diablo coming through. No hesitation at all.
Yep, just removing it immediately. Kevin just wanting to draw cards and remove birds. So, yeah, pretty good play. We move back over to Julian. Does he have any more Floodborns in his hand? I know he's inked a couple of those Aladdins. We do see an Ursula Deceiver, and Kevin is holding a Friends on the other side, so that could potentially be a target.
It certainly could. 4 cards in hand right now for Julian, and it's 4 cards in hand as well for Kevin. It is the Ursula Deceiver, and it is going to be the Friends on the other side as a song, which is the only card which can be discarded, but also that information for Julian, seeing the rabbit, seeing the goat, and the Cheen Po as well.
Yeah, information is great. It gives Julian an idea of about what might be coming. But yeah, it's got to feel really good to get that hit with Friends on the other side. I imagine Kevin really wanted to get a chance to play that and build cards. Couldn't do it on the turn 3 because he was more interested in playing a smash on the Diablo, which I absolutely agree with. We're going to see the goat hitting the Inkwell, and down comes that Merlin rabbit, drawing more cards. I think it was a Chernobog's followers off the top, and we pass back over to Julian.
Kevin with the rabbit down and the Mr. Smee. Julian with Ursula Deceiver, Bucky, and Robin Hood. Right now, Julian's on 1 law as a second Bucky enters the board.
Now, this is where it gets really dangerous, Joe, because now with every Floodborn, Kevin is going to be discarding 2 cards. Doesn't have a whole bunch in his hand at the moment. There is a rabbit on the field, so we can bounce that with that Madam Mim Fox if that's of interest to Kevin. Probably going to be questing first to just gain a little bit of lore, and then, yeah, I imagine this Fox is going to come down, bounce the rabbit back, and then probably take out this Ursa Deceiver to relieve a little bit of the pressure. But, yeah, with this double Bucky, Julian is going to be making Kevin discard 2 cards every time he plays a Floodborn. So Kevin needs to be really careful with his resources here. He does take that line that I suggested. Going to draw an additional card because he bounced the rabbit to the hand. We find a Queen's Castle. And will this Fox go into the Ursa Deceiver? I imagine it might. Also got to be careful, though, of respecting the Champion of Sherwood. Could come down next turn and then go into the Madam Mim Fox. So maybe Kevin's being aware of that.
Yeah, Julian's still on just 2 lore. Kevin on 1. Of course, Mr. Smee could quest for 2, but instead the Mr. Smee going to go into the Ursula, which is a really surprising decision. Very interesting that they want to keep that Madam Mim Fox with no damage counters on it, perhaps as just being a little bit worried about cards like Let the Storm Rage On. But of course, Strength of a Raging Fire is going to be able to remove that Fox in a single swoop, and there is a Floodborn available, and their name is Flynn Rider. 4 ink spent, but because of the Floodborn tag, 2 cards discarded by Kevin.
Yeah, we're going to be discarding that Chenpo and the Queen's Castle. And yeah, this Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan. Not only is he a Floodborn, but he starts off with 4 lore. He's an invasive character as well, which is great. But yeah, starts off with 4 lore, and for each card in your opponent's hand, he loses a lore.
Huge moment, Baker. Off the top, we're looking for the Tinkerbell. It's not, but it's Bell. That is absolutely fascinating. The Mr. Smee did have damage counters on, but it got taken down. No damage counters currently available. The rabbit is entering the play. What a hand. A Zeus, a Smash, and a Bell. This game is in the balance right now, Baker. I feel like the next couple turns are going to be decisive.
Yeah, we're going to see which player takes the momentum here. But yeah, that Bell would have been a really nice play to move some damage counters, potentially onto the Flynn Rider, his own biggest fan, who is evasive. Of course, wouldn't be able to do so to the Buckies because they have that ever so frustrating ward keyword. But yeah, the Mr. Smee would have been a great provider for the Bell, but maybe we'll still see it come through. We're going to be questing for 1 with Madam Mim Fox.
Julian's top deck also crucial, Baker. Currently, no Floodborns in hand. It's a Storm Rage On and a Strength of a Raging Fire. Of course, the Storm Rage On can draw, but they're looking for a Floodborn off the top here. Let's see if they find it. They do!
Oh, the Diablo showing up at the absolute perfect time. Can come down now and force a 2-card discard from Kevin. How many cards is Kevin holding?
I think Kevin's still on 3 cards in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Gotcha. And then you got to imagine there's going to be less answers for this Diablo. So, yeah, that was a really great top deck from Julian.
No doubt about it. Kevin actually only playing 3 copies of Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. Of course, if they had a 4th, it would increase the odds of them finding that Tink off the top in the previous turn. Going to be interesting to see in the future if they would ever go to a 4th Tinkerbell. For this matchup, that Tinkerbell on turn 6 just seems so crucial to their game plan.
Yeah, 100%. And there's a really aggressive questing line here. If we do play this Diablo, force a 2-card discard, that would bring Kevin down to 1 card in hand. And then this Flynn Rider will be questing for 3, which is a whole lot of lore.
Yeah, Kevin just considering their options. Of course, with the Flynn Rider on the board, they do have the option of singing. But there's the Diablo. Kevin with 3 good cards in hand. 2 of them have to be discarded. And of course, with the Diablo, it is going to be the Smash, which is kept. The Bell and Zeus being discarded, which are 2 cards really very strong in this matchup to deal with that Diablo.
Absolutely. Now, if you're holding this Smash here, there's 2 very viable targets on Julian's side of the board. Obviously, this Diablo, you definitely want to remove and stop Julian from drawing too many cards. But this Flynn Rider is going to be questing for a whole bunch and really puts a clock on this game. But I don't think it's over for Kevin. He's got a rabbit. Oh, well, I was about to say he's got a rabbit on the board.
Is it Tink? It's not. Still looking for that Tink, but Kevin's got another card draw. Is it Tink? It's not.
It's not this time. Yeah, I was about to say that rabbit could maybe be bounced and we could start to build back our resources, but no, the Strength of a Raging Fire is going to remove that rabbit. Yeah, Tinkerbell, definitely something that Kevin would love to find.
Kevin with the Smash. I think the Diablo's got to go. Can't allow Julian to be drawing a bunch of cards. The Fox into the Inkwell. The Madam Mim Fox questing for 1. And is that going to be everything for Kevin for now? It certainly is. Do we see another Floodborn off the top? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, goodness me.
You get rid of Diablo, and back the Diablo comes. And Baker, this Tinkerbell, if it had been found a couple turns sooner, that's 4 cards less that Kevin would have had to have discarded. They'd have 4 cards more in their hand.
Yeah. And that would have absolutely changed the dynamic of this game, but unfortunately was not able to find it. But yeah, this Diablo coming up at the perfect time. Yeah, Kevin's definitely on the back foot here, but it's by no means over. Could find something like a Friends on the other side into a Rabbit and start rebuilding those resources. And like I say, these Emerald Steel decks, as powerful as they are, they can struggle for questing pressure, except for that Flynn Rider. But he'll be singing in this instance to put 2 damage on the Madam Mim Fox and draw an additional card courtesy of Let the Storm Rage On.
Yeah, Julian finds another Diablo, but this is the 1-cost Diablo. But there it is, another Diablo. And Kevin, very, very, very heartbroken right now. Not looking too happy. The hand has been discarded. There's a Diablo and a Flynn Rider on the board. Flynn can quest for 4 next turn. Kevin still looking for that tink off the top. Finds the bell, and there's no damage counters on the board. Not what you want to be finding if you're Kevin.
No, I think this creates a 3-turn clock as well, because while Kevin's got an empty hand, Flynn Rider's questing for 4, Bucky for 5, Diablo bring us up to 6. So that puts us on a 3-turn clock if Kevin is unable to answer these characters. But yeah, plays down the bell, could certainly look to challenge into the Bucky next turn if it exerts again. But now that there's a character down, Julian may just keep it ready. And of course, this Diablo and the Flynn Rider both have evasive.
Yeah, Julian not finding the cards off the top right now, but the important draws were those couple turns ago where they found the Floodborns they were looking for, of course. Let's be clear, Julian had an abundance of Floodborns available. There's the Diablos, the Beast Tragic Heroes, the Robin Hoods, the Jafar Dreadnoughts, as well as a couple of Tinkerbells and even some Aladdins. There were so many Floodborns, the odds of them finding one were pretty high.
Oh, absolutely. When you're building this Bucky Emerald Steel deck, you play so many of them that you try and make it as consistent as you can. So it shouldn't be a huge surprise to be seeing Floodborns, but of course in those really tense top deck moments, it's important we find a friend on the other side, which is about as good as it probably could have been for Kevin. Is going to be singing it with the bell, and we find a Merlin Goat and a Lawrence off the top. How much ink do we have to play with? Is it 6 or 7?
The big problem here, Baker, is the friends on the other side with a Diablo exerted for Julian is also a friends on the other side for Julian. But it's almost better, right? Kevin's playing a card from hand to draw 2, whereas Julian just draws 2.
Yeah, no, Julian definitely probably getting the better end of that bargain, but Kevin was completely out of cards. If he's going to get back into this game, he needs to find them. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Can't have felt good to let Julian draw extra cards, but what else can he do? You're not going to, if you want to win the game, you've got to find more cards. And that Goat was a pretty nice find, applying a bit of board pressure. We see the Beast Tragic Hero come down from Julian, going to force the discard of that Lawrence, and of course, just Beast going to provide even more card draw. We're going to go up to 13 lore and passing back over. I think we are. No, he hasn't quite passed yet. Just
Flynn Rider is questing for 4 right now. It was a 4-cost character with evasive. It's a Floodborn, so it forced Kevin to discard, and it's now just questing for 4 a turn. Kevin needs a miracle from the top of the deck. Tinkerbell is what they're looking for. They could have done with it a little while longer.
Yeah.
But that is a very interesting moment, because that's also going to stop the Beast from drawing. Now, the Flynn's going to quest for 4 next turn. The Beast can quest for 2. The Diablo for 1.
And I think that's it, Joe, I'm afraid. I'm seeing 7 lore on the board, mate. There's no cards in Kevin's hand, right?
There's nothing in Kevin's hand right now. The cards on the board can quest for 7. Julian only needs 7 to win. And it does seem like Julian is the winner of this one, securing their foil Rapunzel, gifted with healing, and booking their place in the top 32.
Yeah, what a game. Came right down to the handle. It was we went to our game 3, both players able to win on the play. But yeah, in this instance, that Tinkerbell just coming far too late to be able to really make a difference in this game. And as you said, Joe, a couple of turns sooner, he'd have been able to keep so many of the cards in his hand. But unfortunately, the Giant Fairy was nowhere to be seen, and lots of Floodborns at the right times.
No, absolutely. And as much as I completely adore the deck from Kevin, I have to say the one thing I would love to ask them about is, having played through this tournament, would you have put that 4th Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in? It just seems like every time we were like, Tink off the top is needed. And of course, if you're only playing 3 compared with 4, it's only a small difference, but the odds of you drawing that Tinkerbell at the right moment increases significantly. Now, of course, 60 cards in a deck, there's so many other great cards you want to play. It's not great. It's not possible to fit everything you want. But that 4th Tinkerbell, I think, would have been a great addition. I really, really do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, have a chat with him afterwards. Be interested to see if it changes his perspective about his deck building at all. But claps, hats off to hats off to both these players. They've had an incredible, incredible weekend. Whether they played on Friday or Saturday, 9 long games of Lorcana, making it all the way to top 64. Absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. No. They've already got that Cinderella promo, so that's fantastic.
The Let It Go as well.
The Let It Go as well. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we haven't talked about the Let It Go enough as well. Yeah, the Let It Go for a top 128, I believe.
That's right.
That pristine Let It Go card. So lots of prizes, but congratulations to our winner taking through to top 32. Their next game, they will be playing for the Rapunzel foil mat and the qualification to the European Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game it was. We can take a quick look again at this Emerald Steel deck, which was, of course, victorious. Look at that. In the bad matchups, Amethyst Steel is listed, but it was able to come out on top, Baker.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, we can't say it enough. Just this Tinkerbell really making the difference, and wasn't able to find any grab your swords lines either, which we said might have been a factor in this game. But no, Bucky absolutely lives, and yeah, do you think Bucky can go all the way and win the Disney Lorcana Challenge?
Yeah, I certainly do. I mean, the majority of the top 64, it seemed like, was Emerald Steel and Ruby Amethyst. And of course, as you can see there, Ruby Amethyst, a pretty good matchup. Some of the more tricky matchups for this Emerald Steel deck, Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel, Sapphire Steel, they are all in the top cut still. Well, Amethyst Steel, we saw the one Amethyst Steel player just being taken down, but there was at least a couple of Amber Steel players in the top 64, as well as quite a few Sapphire Steel players as well. So listen, it's definitely in a very strong position, but it's far from over. We've got so much Lorcana still to play, Baker.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're at home and you're wondering why is Amber Steel or Sapphire Steel a bad matchup for Bucky, perhaps we've got some newer Lorcana players in the chat watching at home. And really it's because both of these decks utilize one of the most powerful cards in Lorcana, A Whole New World, which is a 5-cost uninkable song. Both players discard their hand and draw 7 fresh cards. So if you are playing that Whole New World, whether you're with Sapphire and you've got lots of ink in your inkwell because you've played one jump ahead of Fishbone Quill and you can play this nice and early, sure, make me discard some cards and then I'm just going to play a Whole New World and draw a fresh 7. Or, of course, in Amber Steel, where they have access to cards like Ariel, Spectacular Singer, who can come down on 3 and then play a really early Whole New World, or even just that Robin Hood shift line. So, yeah, definitely a good matchup into the Bucky decks. But we'll see. We're not sure who's going to be playing who yet. We're going to wait for information about which other decks and players made it through to the top 32. But I'm excited for the rest of the day, Joe. It's going to be an amazing day of Lorcana.
Yeah, I've even just noticed my tie's been a little bit all over the shop. I was getting so excited during the game there. I was stood up at one point.
So he actually was. He was like this, like, I'm seeing the hand, Baker. I'm seeing it. I totally respect it, mate. No, we're just passionate Lorcana fans at the end of the day.
No, without that. It's been so much fun. And also for me, Amethyst Steel deck, I really, really enjoy watching. I think it's no secret that I was a little bit biased wanting the Amethyst Steel player there to come out on top.
That's fair enough.
At the same time, really, really great to see both players showing that fantastic sportsmanship. That's what it's all about. We're here to have a bit of fun.
Of course
we're here to make friends and celebrate the wonderful game that is Disney Lorcana. I'm just looking over on my screen here, and I can see that we're going to be having very shortly an interview in both English and German with one of the players. And I think that's also a great time to mention, Baker, if you are a German or you speak German and you want to watch some different casters, and who could blame you, then you can go over to the Disney Lorcana EU channel and see this broadcast in the German language, which is great. Of course, we are here in Germany, and we've been enjoying Germany, haven't we?
It's been fantastic. It's my first time getting to come to visit. It's been amazing. Everyone I spoke to has been, every time I walk around the hall, everyone just wants to talk Lorcana, and everyone seems to be having a laugh. And yeah, as Joe just said, a huge shout out to our German broadcast team. They're actually absolutely amazing guys. We got to have a meal with them the other day and get to know them a bit better. And yeah, they're just doing an absolutely fantastic job. So pop, even if you don't speak German, pop into the German stream and just give them your compliments, because they're great guys.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We are very, very close to having our interviewers. We have got our winner sat down, ready and waiting. I'd be really, really interested in how they found that matchup. Being an Emerald Steel player, did they play Amethyst Steel in the Swiss rounds? Was that their first time? How did the open deck list how did the open deck list format change things? So we are going to be heading on over to the interview right now, and then we'll be back afterwards.
So, hallo und herzlich willkommen zurück. Wir sind hier in der Interview-Area und wir haben hier Julien sitzen. Ich werde Ihnen gleich mal ein paar Fragen stellen und ihn auf dieses spannende Match nochmal eingehen, um ihn zu befragen, wie es für ihn jetzt grundsätzlich war. Ich werde das Ganze dann auch gleich nochmal übersetzen. Aber wir starten erstmal. Julien, congratulations for the first win here.
Thanks.
And tell us more about your feeling after the game. What was your feeling in general?
After the game, I'm in stress just right now.
Yeah.
Because it was an intense match with a good player in front of me. So it's just like this. In general, I'm okay.
Ja. Also Julien sagt hier, dass er auf jeden Fall jetzt erstmal natürlich ein bisschen geschafft ist, sagen wir mal. Es war ein sehr anstrengendes Match. Er hat einen sehr guten Gegner gehabt und ist jetzt aber natürlich auch froh mit dem Ergebnis. Julien, when you saw the deck list of your opponent, what was your first thought? What was the game plan? Because you knew, okay, you're playing against Amethyst Steel, which is actually a little bit, I don't want to say off meta, but you don't see it that often. What was your thought about that?
I think the deck of my opponent probably a counter deck, bad matchup for me. So just play first. I try. My opponent can draw a lot with his deck, so I need Bucky and discard all the cards all the time.
Ja, Julien sagt hier gerade auch nochmal, dass er quasi, als er die Deckliste gesehen hat, dass er natürlich im ersten Moment dachte, okay, das ist vielleicht eine Art Konterdeck. Das heißt, ihm war bewusst, er muss Bucky haben, um dieses Spiel für sich zu entscheiden und dem Gegner möglichst viele Handkarten abzuschmeißen. Und darauf hat er sich dann auch konzentriert, auch wenn es in der ersten Runde natürlich nicht ganz geklappt hat, die er dennoch für sich entscheiden konnte. Thank you for that. And for last question, what was your feeling about the whole event right now? I mean, we are in the Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. How do you like it so far?
About the challenge?
The challenge in general, exactly, yeah.
The challenge is the organization is very incroyable, amazing.
Yeah.
The match start all the time in the time,
yeah,
and everybody is kind. Yesterday I lose my deck box and a judge on a player take the box and don't steal.
Yeah.
So probably it's a German tournament. It's always a good tournament here in Germany.
Also Julien sagt, ihm gefällt es hier auf jeden Fall sehr gut. Die Stimmung ist gut, die Organisation ist auch gut. Und Julien hat auch gerade erzählt, dass er auch zwischendurch einmal kurz sein Deck verloren hatte und ein Spieler aus Deutschland ihm dabei geholfen hatte, das Deck gefunden hatte und er so wieder die Hand an sein Deck bekommen hat. Von daher, ja, vielen, vielen Dank auf jeden Fall dafür. Thank you for that. Wir gehen jetzt wieder raus aus dem Interview in eine kleine Pause und dann geht es ja auch schon bald munter weiter in diesem Lorcana-Stream. Bis gleich.
Welcome back, everybody. What an amazing interview that was. What a great story. I have to say as well, Baker, I too have lost my deck box at an event before, at a Disney Lorcana event. And again, mine was also handed in to the judges by a player. So it just really reflects the wonderful Disney Lorcana community that we have here. What a wonderful interview that was. I really enjoyed it. Well done. Shout out to Pascal on the German broadcast team for that wonderful translation as well.
He's a great guy. But yeah, it's great to see that just people just being nice people, just being good human beings. This isn't mine, just handing it in, so that's great that that was returned to the player. And yeah, obviously he was aware that that was a pretty bad matchup for him, so he was very relieved to have had the start that he had and progress through to top 32.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was a really exciting game, but of course we've got so much more Disney Lorcana action here today. That was the top 64. Of course, after this round, that's going to be cut in half and we're going to be going to 32 players, which means the next round is going to be a battle for qualification for the European Championships later on this year. The top 16 players also getting their hands on that Rapunzel playmat as well.
Yeah, it's all to play for, and then if they can go even further than that, they will receive that serialized Brave Little Tailor Mickey Mouse right behind us here. Obviously, this is a color version, but it's such beautiful art. Only 500 of them, so a fantastic prize. And then if you can go all the way, maybe get an enchanted playset of all the cards from Ursa's Return. And speaking of Ursa's Return,
pack time.
It is pack time, you guys at home. If you're only just joining us, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be an incredible day of Lorcana. The best players, the best decks. It's going to be a great day. Right, let's see who can get it. Are you going to get your Diablo finally?
I've still never packed one. So we get a Tuk-Tuk, we get a record player, we get a Benja. This is a Louisa Madrigal, and that was also a Fortisphere. Well, that was a foil Fortisphere somehow. Nice. I got the foil already.
Okay.
Not very good at this.
I have opened a pack once that was all foils.
Really?
Yeah, just all foils.
Yao, Olaf. This is Ling.
Ling, extra strength for heroes.
Li Shang.
Li Shang.
And the Prince Philip as the rare. And the Fortisphere was the foil, which I'm pretty happy with.
That's pretty good. I got also a Tuk-Tuk. I don't think the good one, though. The one that's, well, I prefer that one. Let's put it that way. Definitely nice utility with location cards. We got the record player. I think this is Benja, good old Benja. We got Dolores Madrigal. This is actually a pretty good card, to be honest. Like, I was going to say budget card, but I think it's just a good card, to be honest. So very nice. This is Thor.
The Florist.
Thor.
This card.
Thor was the
look who you got as well.
Oh, right. Okay. I can run the Amethyst Steel deck. Perfect. We'll keep that. This is Sign the Scroll. Madrigal. You'll know this one.
Camillo, I think.
Camillo. I always forget his name. We've got Sisu, the Daring Visitor. When on play, you can remove a character with 1 strength. The Magic Broom. Oh!
What did you get? Okay, the Yen Sid.
And I'm not even done. Come on. And a full Magic Broom.
Okay.
That's fair enough.
I mean, Yen Sid and the Broom together. Look at that. It's meant to be.
You good point.
I got the Transformed Chef. I got the Stitch, the Mulan. I got the Dolores as well. Don't mind if I do. Make the Potion. Thebes. This card is one to keep an eye on moving forwards. I think it is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
hasn't really found a place in the metagame right now. 7 willpower location. Only costs 1 to move characters there. And during your turn, whenever a character banishes another character in a challenge while here, gain 2 lore. That can be a very powerful card indeed. Is it Pain or Panic? It's Pain. It was Pain.
You got it.
Lost in the Woods.
Proud of you.
Sisu. I get the Ursula's Garden. 2 cards left. Do we get a legendary? Philatites, no legendary.
Cool card, though.
The foil is a Casa Madrigal.
That Philatites is certainly interesting, though. We saw a couple of Steel Song decks yesterday that were utilising this Philatites. When he's on board, whenever you play a hero, you just gain 1 lore, which is pretty cool. And nice to see that it was at the top tables the other day as well. So if you've got Philatites, keep them safe. They may get better and better as the game goes on. We got Ursula Vanessa, my man's reveal card from Ursa's Return. Great addition to the game. Vitalosphere we've got the Rose Lantern, the Hidden Cove, the Beast, Antonio Madrigal. Yes, get in there.
We're getting better.
It was the Madrigals I was really struggling with. There's a lot of Madrigals, Joe. I don't know if you know. There's an awful lot of them. We got Ursa's Trickery. Yes, get in there, son. I find them. I flatten them. This is Mrs. Potts. There you go, the Enchanted Mrs. Potts.
The Enchanted Teapot is the card name.
And the Bad Guy, and a foil Vitalosphere. That's pretty common.
I've got a Sell Them All They Seem. I've got a First Aid. I've got a Farzo, Luisa Madrigal, Pegasus, oh, Chempo, hello.
Hello.
Hey as well. Daisy Duck. I got a Hades. I'm going to read the
Please do.
flavor text.
Please do.
I did it about 17 times in Lille, and I've not done it once yet. Okay. Card text on Hades, meticulous plotter. Of course, bear in mind, there's also a nice option as well. But I get the Flynn Rider friendly man. I needed that. This neat little scheme has Ursula's tentacles all over it. That sneaky sea witch. Wait, I can use this. She'll keep those obnoxious Illumineers busy while I roll out my own plan. The bell as well. And finally, a Mulan. I'm very happy with that. We're going to a short break. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana.
And welcome back to Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. I'm going to move straight to business. As soon as we just finished that bit of casting with Joe, who's gone on a little break now. I think he's scouting around the table, seeing what decks are progressing through to top 32. But we've got Ross here, who's got a bit of surprise for us. So come on, Ross, what have you got in store?
Well, I was having a chat with Tim from Ravensburger while you were having your game. And Tim said, I've got an idea, what do you need? I said, Tim, we need an English booster box. We need some sleeves. Well, we've got a lovely chap over here with some sleeves, and we have an English booster box.
I'm going to go over to the German. Show it to your camera.
Show it to your camera. Oh, that is a lovely enchanted super
Look
goof.
at that super goof.
That is
I
enchanted.
am jealous.
Yeah.
Wait, are you about to tell me that that's... I've got to fight that?
I want to know if they want to trade it for the Queen. We'll have that conversation with them in a minute. Now, Tim had an idea. It's a wonderful idea. We're going to be doing it. We have a box. This box is for me, it's for you, and it is for Spessy. What we are going to do is we're going to each pick 2 colours.
All right.
We are going to, or two inks, I should say.
Yep.
2 colours of ink. There we go.
There you go.
And we are going to rip all of the packs.
Yep.
And we are going to make a 40-card deck based on the 2 inks that we've chosen.
Okay.
The German casters have a German box. They are each going to pick 2 inks. You see where we're going with this?
I can see it.
They're going to rip all the packs. They're going to each make a deck based on their 2 inks, and we're going to have some games.
Okay.
Now, you guys at home, this really depends on how much time we have between games. If we have a long time between games and we have a bit of a break, we are going to have some caster battles with a 40-card sealed format. Otherwise, we'll just have the games in the hotel later. So, we need to figure out who's having which ink. And since we all like Amethyst, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to roll a dice, and I'm going to decide who gets first pick. We're going to draft the inks between us. Becky's just off camera there. So, Baker, this one's for you. 1 or 2, you get third choice. 3 or 4, you get second choice. 5 or 6, you get the first pick.
Okay.
We cool?
All right, let's see it. Hey!
It is 5. He has got the first pick. So 1 to 3, I get the last pick. 4 to 6, I get the second pick. I, of course, get the last pick. Obviously, I get the last pick, but at least you guys know it wasn't fixed. We don't have much time for this, so I should have brought a pen over here, really, shouldn't I? Baker, you've got first pick of ink. What are you picking?
I'm trying to run my head through all the cards in Arsenal's return.
Stop being boring.
Because
Just
obviously
pick an ink.
Amethyst is so good, but like this isn't the set with the bounce package in it. So, the pressure. I'm feeling the pressure. Ursa's return. I am going to I'll pick Amethyst. Let's just take it.
So Baker's got Amethyst, which would definitely have been my first choice.
I'll take
Specky, pick your first ink.
Joe.
Obviously going for Emerald. This is, of course, the set where
nice
you might
choice.
get your Diablo.
Now you'll get your Diablo. He's just off screen. He's very happy about this thing that we're going to be doing.
I'm obviously going to go Ruby because I've got Super Goof and some other big things in. Oh. I don't. The problem is I get last choice and I know what other ink I want.
We might want to like think what colours combine well together. Though. Do we need a better strategy?
Right. So Specky's asking, what do you think, Baker? Do we have a strategy, or do we just want to pick the inks?
I mean, can I pick my second colour now? Can I pick my second ink, Ross?
Which ink do you want?
Can I pick my second ink?
What's your second ink?
I'm taking steel.
Oh! You've literally picked the ones I wanted. Okay, we are apparently not going for the. We're not going for strategy here. So
I've completely put a wrench in his plans there by doing that.
you know I wanted Argis, don't you? You know I wanted Argis. Right, Specky, you have got. Oh, which one have we got? We've got Amber and Sapphire. What do you want?
I think I'll give you Ruby Sapphire.
Okay.
And I'll take Emerald Amber. I'll try go aggressive. You have control.
Okay.
I have become the Amethyst Steel player.
I accidentally, instead of writing Emerald on my little list here, I wrote Diablo.
Mate, I'm bringing brooms. Brooms,
Right.
brother.
Now,
Brooms.
Here we do, what's going to happen is we're going to open a couple of packs here.
Right.
And then if Specky wants to go and have a bit of a break, he can. But when this next round starts, Specky is going to need to open the rest of the packs and sort them into ink piles. We believe in Specky. He is wonderful.
We've left him homework.
Yeah, we've literally given him homework.
We're at work, but it's work at work. You know what I mean. Oh, come on. I have to open so many packs for Joe.
No. So, but here's the deal. Let's say we get an enchanted and it's a ruby, that's my enchanted mate. But if we get an enchanted and it's amethyst, that's your enchanted mate.
Yeah, we take all the colours that we've had.
The cards from our colours.
So if you're watching in chat right now, based off those colours, I'm going to be taking Amethyst Steel. Joe is going to be on Amber Emerald, and Ross is going to be on Ruby Sapphire. Obviously, it depends on what we pick, but who would you say has the best chances already based on the inks, the cards that you know are in this set? Right, come on, let's do it.
And like I say, we're going to be playing
You
against...
could just sort them into piles as you do it, you know.
Wouldn't that be a sensible
That makes a lot
idea?
more sense. I mean, as much as I like the idea of leaving Joe a lot of work, we could just make it a lot easier. Okay,
I've got my
there.
Sapphire Anna
I've
if I
got my
want.
Dolores.
Now, just a reminder, we are going to see that the German casters are going to be doing the exact same thing that we are. They are going to be picking 2 ink colours each, and then they are going to be playing against us. The game, there's a Sisu for whoever was smart enough to pick Ruby. That was me.
I think that was you. Oh, I got the bell. Yo, I'm Joe 2.0.
Just want to point out, 2 rares in my first pack, Ruby and Sapphire. Good job somebody was smart enough to pick Ruby and Sapphire in there.
Brooms, mate. Brooms. Chat. I want to see you going for Brooms. Chat, I can't see you now, but I will check. Love it. Oh, can I play with the puzzle pieces?
No.
Okay.
All the German casters, like I say, they're going to have their 2 inks as well. They are doing the exact same thing as us, but not necessarily in the same ink combinations. And then all of the games played are going to be an English caster against a German caster.
Okay, so we're a team.
Oh, we are a team, mate.
We're not in competition with each other. We are a team.
We are a team. That's why Joe's hey, shall we actually try and do strategy was a really good idea.
Yeah, love to see it. These are things we love to see. A pirate's life for me. That LeFou's pretty cool.
Oh, we got Prince Philip and Pete.
This is going to put in work for me today, lads.
What
This is going to put in work.
Oh.
You can have it after I finish
Thank you very
using
much.
it.
I need that for my deck.
He needs it.
You have it for your draft. I'll have it for my real deck tomorrow.
I'm absolutely good with that, 100%. So yeah, let us know, chat. Who do you think's got the best odds? You know what? I pulled the Yen Sid before. Can I use the Yen Sid for the proof? Oh, Oh.
It is only cards from this box. And it's literally, you know, when we were chatting about the idea, they were like, do you have a box? I said, we got some German boxes, but, you know, if we're making decks. And, yeah, they just ran and got us an English box quickly.
To be fair, you could get the Mulan line as well. That could be pretty cool. That could be pretty cool.
I want Super Goof. If we could pull like 3 Super Goof out of this box, I am loving my chances here.
Mate, Brooms. I'm gonna take Brooms all the way home.
Oh,
Lumiere's pretty good.
Nessus, maybe Nessus will actually finally start seeing a bunch of play. One last hope.
I mean, everything seems playing sealed. Oh, you got the legendary Triton.
The legendary Triton, which, oh look. I mean, this does seem like a box which is currently suiting my colors. So I get the legendary Triton. Opposing characters get -1 strength for each location.
Anything nice for me from my Amethyst Steel? Anything I'm going to enjoy?
Nothing amazing yet, although things like Thebes I think is a really, really good location.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So that's one I think you might be looking into. Flotsam and Jetsam, I do not mind.
I actually feel like Job actually got the best pick. I was umming about if I wanted Emerald to be my first pick because there's so many good Emerald cards in this.
But see, that's the thing about playing sealed like this.
Mate, I'm going to play second star to the right. I'm going to draw 5 cards.
Oh, my color blindness is thwarting me here. I keep putting them on the roll. It's the Emerald and Amber right now are causing the confusion to my poor colorblind self.
If you are just joining us, welcome to DLC in Bochum. It is the final day of the competition. We're in top 64, although we're technically now in top 32. We just saw a nail-biter of a game between Amethyst Steel, which was not able to take down the Emerald Steel Bucky discard deck. And yeah, it's all to play for. Lots of fantastic prizes. Qualification for the European Championship. Do not go anywhere because there's going to be action all the way through. Under the sea. Oh, mate.
Oh,
you're in luck, buddy. You're in luck.
And just to be clear, both of... Oh, yes! I'll tell you what, just from pure pool standpoint, I'm currently walking out of here with your legendary Sisu, legendary Triton, foil legendary Sisu.
You are.
And Mulan, this is going to the side so we can get it in the sleeve as soon as humanly possible.
Fair.
3 legendary so far in my colors. I am winning this draft.
So is that the rules that we get to keep our deck?
Oh, of course it is.
We get to keep our deck. Okay, cool.
We said that at the beginning when I was talking about the...
Just to confirm.
Absolutely.
Just to confirm, I'm down. Mate, that was a pretty good pull.
That was a pretty good pull. And of course, but here's the thing. Joe's gone and got the Emerald. In the unlikely event, we put...
This one, mate. This one. Sorry, carry on.
In the unlikely event, a Diablo Enchanted comes out. That's Joe's.
It's Joe's.
That's Joe's.
That's absolutely Joe's. To be fair, I pulled 2 Diablos and then I pulled 1 in Lille. 3 of my 4 Diablos that I own have come from this job.
Okay. I'm starting to hit a bunch of Mulan. I've got at least a 1/1 Mulan line here.
Yep.
Oh, B-King Undisputed.
Yeah,
we know that's a good card. Oh, Enchanted Snuggly Duckling.
Oh,
can you remind me what color that is, Baker?
This man had both of the Enchanteds.
Right.
Both of them.
I just want to point out, right, I've ended up with foil legendary and enchanted. I had 3rd choice. I had the last pick. Either of my co-casters could have gone Ruby. They had the chance. They turned it down.
This is going to be good. I know it is. It's going to be good. I can't believe me and Joe were doing this in Lille. Not a single enchanted. He crops up. Yeah, I'll have the enchanted queen, mate. I'll have the enchanted snuggly duckling. For what it's worth, I'm happy for you.
Hey, fun fact, before this weekend, I'd never pulled an enchanted.
Well, then I'm especially happy for you then. Well done, you. Mate, Chen Po is going to put in some what? You got another enchanted. Sorry, people are saying, did you get another one?
Snuggly Duckling.
Another one. Okay.
I'm just saying, Emerald, for this box especially, Emerald was the pick.
Yeah.
Not Ruby, sorry, Ruby was the pick.
Ruby.
See, I feel like I need to leave the singing to you because I like to pretend when no one's around I'm not a bad singer, but you're like legitimately actually a good singer.
I mean...
Ooh, we've got the lovely Pegasus Cloud Racer. Gives evasive, or has a... No, gives evasive, yeah. And that is going to be very nice for Joe if he chooses.
Oh, mate, this is going to be a good one for you as well, I
Oh, that
reckon.
rush reckless hug. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I am loving my color choice right now.
I got it! I got it! Yes! 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 Yes!
Oh, that is amazing. We've got a super rare Raya, which I think may well be going into my deck. Free cost inkable, and when it challenges another character, you gain 1 lore for each damaged character you have in play. We are doing 40 card decks, 2 colors like normal. The difference is we are only allowed to build with cards that came out of this one single box. 40 card decks and only the 2 colors. And you saw, now you didn't actually see the die, I'm afraid we did not have a camera on it. Oh, Brawl is going to work nicely for me.
Brawl's nice.
But we did, and Baker can confirm here, we randomly assigned who was going to get the inks. We drafted the inks, and look, I got 3rd choice, and I picked the best one. So
You did.
I broke the meta, frankly.
Or, to be fair as well.
Oh, Aerial Treasure Collector.
Could be cool.
That is a cool card. It depends if I'm going to have enough items.
Yes! And I got the Mickey as well! Mate, Broom Supreme! Broom Superiority, yes!
Oh, I think mine's mostly just going to be a...
Brooms! Mate, I'm a sweep the competition.
Oh.
Yes, mate. I'm buzzing.
That is very nice. You're going to have some brooms. I tell you what, I know we're going to be playing against the German casters, having a bit of a team competition here. All friendly, of course. But I think we might need to have a little couple games between ourselves.
Oh, of course, of course.
I think today might be the most Lorcana I've played.
It's pretty good.
You chose a good box.
He's had both of the Enchanteds. Typical, but I got Yen Sid and Mickey and Brooms, so I'm happy.
I feel like these decks are starting to come together here.
That could be pretty cool. It's a good item.
Imperial Proclamation, and it is an item which is going to help nicely if I do go for the aerial.
Exactly. You're picking up what I'm putting down.
And to be fair, even if I don't have a huge amount of items to use with the...
foil.
Even if I don't have a huge amount of items to use with the aerial, I only need more than my opponent. It's not Tamatoa.
Just showing this off to Pascal, our German broadcaster. He was talking to me last night and this morning. He's a big fan of this Prince Philip. It's fun. I'm gonna give it to him later.
I find them, I flatten them, get rid of all items. Let's hope nobody plays that.
Pressure like a drip, 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 that'll never stop.
And we've got Isabella, and we've got Triton, Discerning King.
Poor
Banish one of your items to gain free lore. Oh, and a lovely little foil
and to go with the Elite Archer. But, mate, you're going to have a foiled out deck.
I do feel a lot like my deck is coming together quite nicely. But do you want to know a secret, Baker?
I'd love to know a secret.
Every time I play sealed or draft formats, I always feel like I've got an amazing deck. Right up until about 5 minutes before we start playing, and then I realise my deck is terrible.
Chat, should I run this? RLS Legacy Cannons. I will check chat in a minute. When I go for my break, I'll be able to see chat. Should I run this?
Yeah, if you've got any deck building tips, you can see what we're getting out of our box here. If you've got any deck building tips for us to see what we should put into our decks, please do chuck them down in the chat. We will try and go and have a gander.
Yeah, well, I'm on break next, so I will absolutely do that.
Yeah, well, the goal on break is very nicely to build your deck.
I'm down. I'm absolutely down.
And like we say, we've got top cut games here. There might be some differences in... Oh, we got Super Goof, my boy.
Nice.
And Diablo.
I got one.
Joe finally gets the Diablo.
He's disappeared, but he will have a Diablo. Good for him. Is Joe out there? All right, never mind. We'll tell him later.
So we got the Diablo for Joe. That is going to be big. We've got at least a couple of the smaller Diablo there.
This is going to be pretty cool for me.
Yes,
I'm down.
Aerial Sonic Warrior. Okay, so we got the Super Goof. That's awesome.
If you get another Enchanted,
I think that is extremely unlikely. But I think if that does happen, I might lose all my caster friends.
You have a Diablo. You have a Diablo.
Good news, Joe.
And he's off.
Look, it's for your deck, mate.
It's for your deck. You got to play it. The prizes. Can we win some prizes?
I mean, we are just being given a booster box to make a deck with.
I don't care. I want prizes.
I think the prize is pride. But I don't know. We'll have a chat with people from Ravensburger after this. See if there are any prizes.
50p, mate. 50. It's more about pride than anything. Or Bruddy, Flynn Rider. This will be good for you as well.
Oh, I tell you what I do like. So this is foil Snuggly Duckling.
Foil Prince Philip.
I can't talk about that card. Now, here's a combo I like, okay? Gives us a chance to talk about some weirder cards. Now, this rare Rapunzel. Now, I don't think we've... Have you hit one of those yet?
Which one? Yeah.
Have you got one of those?
Not in this. I just mean in general.
So, last pack, I believe, we've actually gone through the whole box.
I can double check for you.
So, you quest for free as a 5-cost Inkable. But while you got a character called Pascal in play, you gain Ward. And I've hit a couple of Pascal.
There's a Pascal in here as well.
So I think we got at least 3 Pascal. Now, here's a question we need answered.
Go on.
Are we limited to the usual 4 copies in the deck?
I would say so. It's normal Lorcana deck building rules, right?
Well, sometimes with draft, we break the rules because it's not likely, but it's kind of like a bonus. I'm fine sticking to the 4. Okay, so last pack, last chance to get something amazing for the deck. We've got ourselves a Hercules. That one's for you. I've done such a bad job of putting these in the right pile. We've got ourselves an Elsa. That one's for you. And a foil Yao.
I feel like Joe actually made the right choice. There's a lot of good Emerald cards in this set.
No, I feel like I've won. I'm going to be honest with you.
You as well, yeah. A lot of good rubies, especially with those brawls. But yeah, the elite archer.
But we've got things like Triton that is very nice if I play a bunch of locations like Snuggly Duckling, quest for a bunch. We got Rapunzel that quests for free but gets Ward if you've got Pascal, who is a very good low-cost character. We've got the little 1-cost Olaf there with support, which is always a nice little bonus. And honestly, and of course, I've got 1 Scuttle. Hopefully you pulled a couple as well.
I think there was at least one. There was at least 1 Scuttle.
So we've got a decent item package with Triton and
I've got a couple
Ariel.
of ice blocks as well. Great Stone Dragon.
Okay, so you've pulled all the good items there.
Ariel. You've got 3 ice blocks in this set.
Yeah, so I can go heavy on the items of that, but then, you know, we've got stuff like Brawl in Ruby, which we know is great. We did hit at least 1 Super Goof, which is great. We've got things like the Mulan coming out, which is a great card. So I'm genuinely excited to make this deck. It's going to be a Sapphire deck, really trying to revolve around items and, you know, your Triton and your Ariel, and then the beef provided by Ruby.
Very nice. I got the Fortispheres as well that I can play. Oh, mate, I'm so happy that I got the Mickey and the Yen Sid to go with me brooms.
Right, I'm going to put that on
Big
there.
fan of that.
Yeah, Emerald.
Big fan of that. This will be fun.
There's your Sapphire.
Thank you very much.
And I will be taking... That wasn't Sapphire, that was Steel.
That was Steel, mate.
I will, if you don't mind, be taking your Sapphire.
Please do,
Oh, we got a Flynn Rider.
Yeah. I tried to point it out to you.
Oh, I was too excited, Baker.
I understand, buddy. I understand.
Okay.
1 Last Hope. I think that's pretty cool. That's could have some utility.
So we're going to be making, so one quick reminder, we're going to be making 40-card decks. We're only using cards that were pulled from the box. I ended up with Ruby and Sapphire, which I'm legitimately excited about. Shout out to Joe, who gave me Sapphire and could have taken it. Shout out to me for picking Ruby. Because, all the Hercules as well with Rush and Reckless, kind of like a slightly more powerful, slightly less willpower Maui. Uninkable, though, which is relevant. And, 2-cost evasive Pegasus. Oh, I'm going to be loving this.
Yeah, there's definitely some Lumiere as well. I think is worth the shout. Lumiere's pretty cool.
Where are we going with Lumiere? I can't find him anymore. I've lost him.
He was there. He is there. I promise you. You'll find him later. But yeah, he's pretty cool. Extra strength to all of your characters.
Sisu is just an absolutely busted card.
I was about to say you got the best. I think we got the Diablo for Joe, so that's pretty cool.
We did get it out, and Super Goof. One of my Super Goof may be my favorite card, at least in set 4. 4-cost Inkable, right? And the stats are fine, 2 strength, 4 willpower, it's okay. But it's got Rush, and when you challenge a character, you gain 2 lore. What that means is, if there is any character available to be challenged on the board, you are guaranteed 2 lore. And here's the thing. When you play a regular deck, a deck which isn't drafted, you will come up against a lot more evasive. Decks that are really built with evasive, it's much easier to play around Super Goof. But with drafting, I don't think that's the case. And I do feel quite confident. And then, you know, we got items. Oh, my goodness. 2 Great Stone Dragon. We got Ice Block. So, speaking of Ruby.
Yeah, let's step away from our fun little sealed game for a moment. We will come back to that because we need to get our heads back into the Lorcana metagame as it stands. We're about to be going into our top 32 games. So we're going to take a moment to highlight one of the top decks of the format, Ruby Amethyst. Now, Ross, this is a deck that has been one of the main event players, the main character, you could say, since the very beginning of the game. In Chapter 1, it was very much a Ruby Amethyst, Steel Amber meta. Those were the top performing decks.
Yep.
Rise of the Floodborn, I think it was pretty much all about Ruby Amethyst. Nothing was really able to compete. It brought in that bounce package, the Madam Mims, the Merlins, which is just so incredibly powerful and to this day is still a core part of the Ruby Amethyst deck. Into the Inklands, a few other decks started to be able to compete a little bit more. Emerald started to come out of its shell to a degree, but Ruby Amethyst was still doing well. And me and Joe said at the end of Lille that we were expecting Ruby Amethyst to get a lot worse going into set 4, and that even coming from me, I am a Ruby Amethyst enthusiast. We were wrong. It is keeping up perfectly well. It has adapted. It's got a new toy, Flynn Rider Frenemy. 2-cost Ingable 2/2, quest for 1. And at the start of your turn, if you have Flynn Rider on the board, if you also control the character with the highest strength, you gain 3 lore immediately. And this is such incredible pressure, especially against those really slower decks, such as Ruby Sapphire, which is one of our main players, really takes its time to set up. Emerald Steel can quite often only have quite smaller characters for the first couple of the games, smaller strength. So this Flynn Rider can absolutely put in a lot of work. And of course, we've still got fantastic tools such as the Queen's Castle, which put in so much work in that previous game for Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, the Queen's Castle is another one of those cards that is making the most impact around at the moment. It is a phenomenal card because it gains you 2 passive lore at the start of your turn. That's one of the things I like about it.
Yep.
It's got 7 willpower, which is very difficult to get rid of. There's not that many characters that hit for 7, so you usually have to double up into it, which is a huge bonus if you're playing the Queen's Castle.
Yep.
And thirdly, it costs 1 to move there, and every character that's there, you draw a card. When I'm playing this card, most of the time, there are turns where you're just like, oh, well, I've got 1 lore left over. I'll just move a character over. I've got 2 lore left over, but no 2 cost in my hand. I'll just move 2 characters over, but now I've got that extra draw power at the beginning of my turn. The worst thing I can say about the Queen's Castle,
Go on.
your opponent just makes an absolute beeline for it.
Yep.
They know it's such a good card that they are coming after it every time.
100%, you're right, Ross. And that's the thing about locations, because they don't have a strength value. When they're challenged into, they're not doing any damage in return to the challenging character. So it's an instance where, like, if you're challenging into characters, at least you're putting damage onto them or potentially even removing them. But this Queen's Castle, if you have enough characters to just be able to remove it, then you just lose the Queen's Castle. So yeah, it is often a very big target of players utilizing things like Maui, Madam Mim Fox, and we see Steel decks utilizing cards like Rise of the Titans or Avalanche, which helps to remove these locations. But if you can make it stick, as you say, Ross, the lore gain is absolutely fantastic. And again, getting to draw additional cards, this Queen's Castle so very powerful. And of course, Ruby gaining other new toys such as Brawl, being able to remove a character with 2 strength or less, which is a lot of the field. Diablo quite often being a big target for that, or opposing Flynn Riders. And the other big card that Ruby gained is Be King Undisputed.
Yeah, that's the card we called out a minute ago as I was going through. Let's see if I can find it in here quickly. Doesn't matter if I can't. Now, Be King Undisputed is a weird one because it's one of those ones where your opponent, you get to banish one of your opponent's characters. They get the choice as to what is banished. Now, there's an argument that giving your opponent the choice of what is banished is a bit annoying, and it is. That is true. But that's not how you play Be King Undisputed. The way you play Be King Undisputed is you get rid of everything else. You leave your opponent with just a single card on the board, a single character, and when you do, Be King Undisputed says, choose any one of your characters. Any one of that one character you've got on the board, choose that and banish it. So use all your other tricks to take out everything else, and then that one character which is just eluding you, the one that you're really struggling to get around, that'll get it down. Tamatoa, huge willpower, gone.
Gone. And especially characters with that have that ward keyword, which of course means that we can't choose them for abilities. But if we're making our opponent choose them, then that's fine, right?
That is fine.
Worth mentioning as well, Being Undisputed is of course a song, so we can use one of our 4 or higher cost characters to sing it. A prime target for things like Merlin Rabbit and Merlin Goat.
Yeah, they are cards that come down and they quest for 1. They're all right at challenging, but really, Merlin Goat gets the lore when you play it and when it leaves. Merlin Rabbit gets a card when you play it and when it leaves. When they're on the board, they're fine, but it's coming in and leaving. That's where they really excel. So using them to sing a 4-cost song, yeah, why not?
Why not indeed? You see my eyes have just gone down a bit because we have been handed the deck lists for the players that we're taking a look at now. So this is open format. I'm not going to talk too much about it yet because our players don't quite have their headsets on.
We need to wait for headsets.
So of course I don't want to start saying anything that's going to give anything away. But once they do have their headsets on, that will of course give you a little bit more information.
I hate to break it to you, they have literally
They've got the deck list now. I wasn't sure if they had them yet.
It is open deck list.
Yeah, no, of course. I just wanted to just to be on the safe side. Okay, so on that case, we will start to talk to you about this. So we are about to watch a Ruby Amethyst mirror match. Now, for my sins, I quite enjoy the Ruby Amethyst mirror match. I've always enjoyed it since day one. I think it's really fascinating to watch, and obviously knowing that your opponent has the exact same plays as you, which of course is always the case in a mirror match, but these decks taking advantage of so much draw and so much removal, I think it's a really interesting match to watch. I know not everyone feels that way, but I have a feeling this is going to be really interesting, especially with these players both being of the highest skill tier to make it through to the top 32 of this event. And yeah, we're going to take you through some of this list. Do you want to start off with this list, Ross, and maybe talk us through some of the particular counts?
So there's a lot of what we're expecting here. You know, 4 Be Prepared, that is something we're seeing more and more nowadays. 3 Being Undisputed. We've got Brawl, but it looks like we're going to have a quick chat about the bracket first. We're going to get that up, and then we can talk about deck lists afterwards. So here is the bracket where we are at the moment. Now, we've got Robin Schultz, who, some of you are going to know that, a world champion trading card game player. Not in Lorcana, but in another card game, Robin Schultz has literally won a world championship, which is not easy to do. So if you look at that thinking, that name looks familiar, yes. Yes, it does. You'll also notice this side of the bracket, lots of Emerald Steel, lots of Amethyst Ruby.
Yeah, absolutely. This is our Maleficent bracket. That game right at the top there, the Ruby Amethyst mirror match between Robin and Ruben. There's going to be a Sapphire Steel deck courtesy of Kai, taking on some Emerald Steel courtesy of Miroslav. We have an Emerald Steel mirror match courtesy of Rob and Dazen, and another Ruby Amethyst mirror match at the end. You are absolutely right, Ross. That is a lot of Ruby, that's a lot of Amethyst, a lot of Emerald, and a lot of Steel.
Yeah, we've got Sapphire Steel played by Kai there. We've got 8, wait, no. Yes, we've got 8 decks on the screen. Apparently, I forgot to count to 8 for a second there.
It happens, man.
We've got 8 decks on the screen there. Now, this is not obviously the full top yet, okay?
No.
This is a part of the bracket. But we have got, in this part of the bracket, 8 Ruby Amethyst deck. Sorry, 4 Ruby Amethyst, 3 Emerald Steel, and just that 1 Sapphire Steel. Now, this is important because it means that when we get to the octafinals, there is a very, well, on the bottom half, we are guaranteed a Ruby Amethyst against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, for sure.
In the top half, we're guaranteed a Ruby Amethyst against a Steel something. We could have similar things in the octafinals. Then the quarterfinals, we could jump into another mirror match there as well. So we've got a lot of what we expected in this bracket. It's going to be individual count and play that is going to make the difference.
Yeah, 100%. I just saw our players shaking hands. They've not started quite yet, but they are shaking hands, getting themselves prepared. But yeah, let's go through a couple more of these counts.
One thing I want to talk about here.
Please, Ross, finish your point, mate.
There's 1 copy of Super Goof in the deck. We don't usually see that. That makes me happy.
And here we are, Disney Lorcana trading card game challenge. A beautiful logo for these events as well. And of course, you see the Rapunzel gifted with healing. And there is Ruben on the right-hand side, one of our Ruby Amethyst players.
Yeah, we've got Ruben there on one side, and they are going to be facing off against Robin Schultz, a player who, like you say, is a trading card game world champion of the past.
That's awesome.
Now has taken up Lorcana, which, of course, a newer game. We've had it for about a year at this point.
Yeah, we're still so young, Ross.
We're so young in this game, and yet Robin's gone, well, I'm good at card games. And this new card game, Lorcana, looks good. Great choice, incidentally. And apparently, if you're good at card games, you're good at card games.
You're absolutely right. You just notice a really aggressive mulligan from the right-hand player, choosing to just keep one card and throw back the other 6. So that's quite aggressive. In this Ruby, obviously, these players know that they're in a Ruby Amethyst mirror match. If they were against something like an Emerald deck, they may look to try and throw some songs away from their opening hands. You would usually mulligan away the Be Prepared because you don't need that until slightly into the game. But things like Friends on the other side and Be King Undisputed normally aren't great draws against the Emerald decks, but against a Ruby Amethyst deck, they're pretty safe. But we'll see what they're able to find. We see a 1-drop in Ruben's hand, that Chernobog's Followers, a Queen's Castle, Brawl, another Chernobog's Followers, that Maleficent that more and more Ruby Amethyst players are choosing to play. And we are going to be inking that Queen's Castle, and down comes the Chernobog's Followers.
And we've got Super Goof in the opening hand. It's not going to be there yet, but it could be coming out soon. So we see an ink and a Chernobog's Followers. So far, so mirror match. And of course, at some point, we're going to have to make some kind of joke about the mirror match happening in the mirror chamber.
That is a very good point. I'm just looking at one of these lists. I think
that is Ruben's deck list.
That's Ruben's deck list. So it seems like Ruben is only playing the 4 Chernobog's Followers as 1-drops. I'm not seeing any Magic Brooms.
But we do see a second one coming down here as well. Now, we don't have names on the deck list, but we've already seen that Robin is playing the Super Goof, and there's only one deck list that has a Super Goof. So we see a Sisu there in hand, top decking that Queen's Castle mirror chamber, which has never been more appropriate. What is going to be inked? Looks like Robin is looking for the... Looks like we're going to be inking the Brawl. At least that's what is being eyed up at the moment.
Yeah, Brawl is usually played more for the Emerald matchup, taking out something like a Diablo, but it can also be really useful against the, I was just about to say, that Flynn Rider that's going to come down from Robin. Of course, Ruben has that Chernobog's Followers. That has 2 strength, so going into Robin's turn, he won't yet be able to gain 3 lore. However, this may just be a bit of board presence to maybe open up the potential to play a Madam Mim Fox on turn 3. That could be super interesting. I've just noticed on your list, Ross, 1 copy of the Merlin Crab, which fell out of a lot of Ruby Amethyst decks at the beginning of format, but I think it's on its way back in because it is pretty good in the mirror match. So because Ruby Amethyst has performed so well, I do wonder if more Merlin Crabs will start to make their way back into format on play and leaving play, providing Challenger 3 to a character.
Yeah, they're the lesser of the Merlins, at least in terms of how much they're being played, but it's a great card scuttling back into the metagame. So Ruben is going to be questing with the Chernobog, choosing to banish to draw a card. So Ruben is going to need to play at least a 2-strength character here in order to avoid that Flynn Rider activating at the start of Robin's turn.
And that's
which he doesn't. Oh, he does. He's got Sisu.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, no, that's a great way to do it, putting down this Sisu Emboldened Warrior, who gains an extra strength for each card in the opponent's hand. And Robin is just going to play, we're just playing Snap at this point. I get to keep both of yours. No, that's great. That's going to certainly make these players think about how many cards they're playing from their hand, because they don't want to, Ruben does not want that Flynn Rider online. Of course, he could also find a Brawl of his own to do so. Just a quick note, Robin is also playing 1 copy of the Magic Broom to go with those 4 Chernobog's Followers. But yeah, both these players playing significantly less 1-drops than we've seen in the past.
So this is interesting. So if one player's got Flynn and both of them have got Sisu, what that means is if Ruben ever has more cards in hand, then Robin gets free lore at the start of his turn. So we do see Maleficent coming down. It's a card I'm not a fan of, but I know you are a much bigger fan. Draws a card on play and has a decent stat line, as well as questing for 1.
Yeah, Maleficent isn't a card that you always see in these Ruby Amethyst lists. I'm a big fan. It can feel slow on turn 3, but it also can be fine, especially if you can follow up with Singing Friends on the other side on turn 3. But I just like Maleficent. It's a consistency card. You're just drawing a card from the deck. You're thinning out. You're getting closer to the key pieces that you need. I like Maleficent on 3 is fine, but I also just think later on in the game, 5, 6, or 7, you play Maleficent, just get a bit more board presence, draw some more cards. So yeah, I'm a fan of the card, and we are going to see those.
Oh, Super Goof getting ink. That makes me sad.
I'm sorry, Ross. In this particular game, you will not be seeing. Is there just 1 copy?
Just one copy. It's gone.
A couple of 1-offs in that list as well. We see 1 copy of Kuzco, Wanted Llama, on the deck list.
Now, this is interesting. Robin actually used Sisu into Sisu, took out both the Sisus, traded them, as we might say, and then played another one. So now only Robin has Sisu out. And with Ruben's hand as it is at the moment, he's got two choices. Lower the amount of cards in hand or let Robin get free lore at the start of your turn. Speaking of using Maleficent Sing Friends on the other side.
There you go, straight away. And he's going to find a Flynn Rider of his own. And there is a Brawl there. So that could be a way of dealing with the opposing Flynn Rider. He's going to be inking his own one. This is also another way of subverting the Flynn Rider effect. We're going to be playing Maui for 5. The hero of all has that rush ability, which is normally why you would play Maui, but absolutely a good call right here with that 6 strength, going to keep him above and stop Frenemy from gaining 3 lore.
As long as Ruben never has 6 cards in hand, which is honestly fairly unlikely. You sometimes see it, but...
It could still happen, but at least this prevents it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a very good check. It's often seen as a check to that Flynn Rider if both players are playing Ruby. Now, we do have the Queen's Castle in hand. Robin is down 4 lore to 0. Looks like we are going to be using Sisu to take out that Maleficent. So takes a couple of damage, but does remain on the board. Of course, Maui doesn't just have Rush, it has Reckless. So if Maui can challenge at the end of the turn, you have to. Here comes a Brawl, it looks like. But of course, into the ink. So we can play that Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber, which is going to get 2 passive lore at the start of your turn. And it looks like Flynn Rider's moving in.
He's going to move on in and hope to draw some more cards. Yeah, this is a nice play. Obviously, Maui has 6 strength, which isn't enough to take out this Queen's Castle. But if Ruben can find a Fox, that would certainly help. But he isn't able to do it. We see a couple of ladies in red, or ladies in chairs, as some of the community have started to call them. Just on that note, I'm sure players at home would be intrigued to know, on Ruben's side of the field, well, in their deck, should I say, there are 3 copies of Madame Medusa the Boss and 2 copies of Lady Tremaine, whereas on Robin's deck there are 3 copies of the Boss but no Lady Tremaine. But of course they are playing that Be King Undisputed, which offers a very similar effect. But just for people at home, if you were wondering, those are the counts for the ladies in chairs.
Wow, Ruben has, while you were talking about that, Ruben has used Maui to run into that castle.
Yep.
Not quite knocked it down, but done 6 damage to it. There's only 1 willpower remaining.
Yep, and that Madame Medusa coming down to remove the Flynn Rider. Obviously, it has 2 strength, which is absolutely within range for Madame Medusa, and is going to prevent Robin from drawing a card.
Oh, that is a bad hand from Robin there. To be prepared, but they are uninkable, and it is too early to play them. We then see Sisu there as well, which is a playable card, but it's also the only inkable, and Robin's on 5 ink, I believe. If you don't ink Sisu, you can't play Be Prepared next turn, but if you do ink Sisu, that is essentially all you can do this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. But if he plays Sisu, then he could move that and the Sisu into the castle, but that wouldn't help very much because there is a Maui and a Medusa rating right there to take it out. And it's interesting, you just highlight the not particularly great hand for Robin. I imagine that's why Robin decided to opt for that Queen's Castle play on the previous turn, because it wasn't necessarily the safest play. He knew that Ruben had Maui and had to respect that there could have been a Madame Mim Fox, but with his hand as, I would say, poor as it was, or unpreferable, shall we say, kind of just needed to take that risk, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. If Ruben, Ruben's got a decent board setup, all Ruben needs to do is play Be Prepared next turn. We'll need an inkable card to do so. And then all of a sudden, both players have got nothing down. Ruben's not that far ahead.
This is not
and
good.
Then Robin has gotten rid of more than Ruben. Now, we see that, that is a big play from Ruben, getting that castle down, moving both in. We have to ink the Madame Mim Fox, which means we are going to see Be Prepared,
It's
and
fine.
that is going to take out both of those bigger characters for Ruben. But getting that castle down to at least give some value afterwards was huge.
Oh, that was absolutely huge. Even though Robin's just played Be Prepared to clear the board, he now has a castle that's going to be completely unchecked. Robin is, I think he's holding a Be Prepared and a Merlin Goat we've just drawn into. So this castle is going to sit there for at least a couple of turns. You can see the look on Robin's face, a little bit of frustration. Clearly knows that his draws haven't been particularly kind to him. So yeah, he's definitely going to have to claw his way back to try and answer this castle. Does the Goat come down now? I feel like it has to. You've got to get something down, because at least then that opens up on the following turn. Maybe you draw a Maui, maybe you draw a Madame Mim Fox, and then you can answer this castle. Because if it just sits there, it's going to run away with lore, and it's going to run away with card draw.
I absolutely agree, and of course you're not able to get that goat out of the castle. The goat is still running around, and that means an extra card will be drawn. 2 extra lore will be gotten by Ruben here, and Robin's castle went down very quickly. Ruben's didn't. That is a big difference as we see another Maleficent Sorceress hitting the board.
Yep, absolutely. Going to draw an additional card. We're going to ink a Flynn Rider Frenemy, and that goat just going to quest for 1. He's still chilling at the Queen's Castle. They're having a proper party at the Queen's Castle. That's where all the cool Lorcana characters go, apparently.
Yeah, it is a popular spot. Now we see Madam Mim coming down, bouncing that Maleficent back. And actually, Maleficent at this point is kind of turning into a kind of a budget version of Merlin Goat.
She a baby rabbit.
Yeah, you don't get a card when you bounce it back to hand, but you only have to pay free ink to play it, so you are still able to bounce it back, replay it, draw some cards. It's not as good as Merlin Rabbit. No. At drawing cards, but it's cheaper and it still does a decent job.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be able to bounce that rabbit and constantly play it. And yeah, I mean, there are, how many copies? There are 4 copies of Maleficent Sorceress in Ruben's deck. So just think of it as, I don't want to say 8 rabbits, because obviously there is a big difference, but just an extra option to be able to give you some card drawing, like you say, bouncing them sure is good. We are going to see that Be Prepared come down, clearing the board. Robin left with not a lot of choice. It does remove his own goat after taking 4 damage into the Queen's Castle, but yeah, he's got to prevent some of this draw from Ruben, but I don't know how much he can. Down comes the Maleficent, going to draw another card, and I feel like Ruben is really starting to run away. This Queen's Castle just providing so much advantage. He moves Maleficent in.
I mean, you're up by 9 lore at this point. You're gaining 2 every turn. Here comes down Maui, which is at least going to get rid of the castle. And here's the thing, from board presence, nominally Robin is ahead because Maui is, you know, a bigger threat than Maleficent. But it's rather even at this point, except Ruben's got more cards in hand and 9 extra lore.
Yep.
That is the difference. We do see that Lady Tremaine coming down, and like we said, if there's only 1 card that can be chosen, that just banishes it. That was the Maui. Robin's still building up the ink, but there's a Kuzco in hand and a Madam Mim Snake.
Probably follows this up by playing the snake to bounce the Kuzco, to then put the Kuzco back down on the board, I would imagine. But yeah, that Lady Tremaine putting a lot of work, removing that Maui from the board. Maui was a very good top deck from Robin, but Ruben just has so many cards in his hand. There's a Medusa in his hand. He's got another Maui that he drew into a moment ago. That's a Brawl he's just found. A Bee King Undisputed. I feel like Ruben is just going to have all the answers all the time. We see that Madame Medusa coming down, removing that Madame Mim Snake. Ruben knows that Robin has gone through 2 Be Prepared, but even if he finds another one, Ruben's got more cards to be able to rebuild a board.
And this looks pretty good. Now Maui is going to come down. He's going to take out Lady Tremaine, which at least means Ruben no longer has game on board, but I don't think it is going to be very long here. No. Because Ruben's got 2 lore on board. I mean, a goat would win the game next turn. Quest with both your characters, play the goat. So, yeah, we're looking pretty good at this stage. Kuzco is going to go into Maleficent.
Just for the card draw, it doesn't take it out, but just needs to search for something. It finds that Merlin Crab, which unfortunately isn't going to be doing a whole lot for him now. He's going to pass over. I do think the writing's on the wall at this point. Ruben finding another Bee King Undisputed and can quest up to 19. Doesn't need to extend too much here. He might put something on the board. He does opt for the Bee King Undisputed. Going to remove that Maui so that both his characters are going to be safe next turn to quest. A big top there. We find the Be Prepared off of the top, able to buy himself another turn. Wow, well, those couple of Mauis came at the right time. And then, of course, the big Be Prepared. Yeah, really great top, but I don't think it changes too much. Ruben just developing another Madame Medusa. He only needs to quest for 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, the writing does seem to be on the wall here. That Be Prepared was nice, but when you're sitting at 4 lore, it doesn't really do very much when your opponent's got 19. Ruben, and we do see the pass over to here. We see the questing with Madame Medusa up to 20, and Ruben will be taking game 1, I think. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, confirmation.
Sure. It might have been that one or the other player just hadn't updated their lore count. Who knows? But either way, yes. wow, just absolutely ran away with that game. We had quite a poor start from Robin on the left, a couple of be prepareds in the early hand, which really weren't doing a lot for him, and Ruben able to get that Queen's Castle down really early and just absolutely generate a lot of lore and a lot of card draws. So yeah, a really strong opening start from Ruben.
I mean, for my money, there were two things that Ruben was doing in that game that really ended up winning the game. Firstly, getting the Queen's Castle stick. But secondly, and this really goes to my wider point here, Ruben had a better start while Robin had a bunch of high-cost uninkables in hand. And what that meant was Ruben was doing what Ruby does so well, just sitting there, chilling out, and going, I've got a decent hand of cards, I've got a decent inkwell, and you saw, Robin plays a card, Ruben answers. Robin plays a card, Ruben answers. Ruben got a tiny bit into the lead in terms of board position, but then use that board position to answer every single thing Robin did. Robin ended on, I think it's 4 lore in the end.
Yep, something like that.
Everything was countered, and then Ruben was getting a bit of passive lore with the Queen's Castle, and then just questing when he had chance to do so, but not worrying about questing. And this is what Ruby Amethyst does a lot. I'm going to control your board, and I'm going to pick up lore when I get a chance to do so. Yeah,
just in small bits here and there, but it's the Queen's Castle that really puts in a lot of that work. Ruby Amethyst doesn't tend to have a lot of high-questing characters. There's the Lady Tremaine that we saw that, of course, has 2 lore. The Queen's Castle's a big one, and, of course, Merlin Goat can generate a lot of lore. But exactly as you say, you just want to take your time, draw cards, make sure that you've always got answers to your opponent's plays, like Queen's Castle, which we saw putting in so much work there. But, yeah, we are moving already into our second game. We see that Super Goof in the opening hand. Maybe you will get to see it this time, Ross.
I really like it. If your opponent's got a fairly weak character on the board rested, which does happen, then you gain 2 lore, take out the character, and get a body on the board. It is a really good card, but it is a case, you know, you do get the most value out of it when there is kind of like a weak 1 or 2 drop on the board that you can go and take out. So you kind of need it turn 4. That is where it's really going to be the most use. After that, there's not always going to be a good enough target, and you can just play it, get a bit of damage, Super Goof goes down, you still get your 2 lore for challenging, but playing it to get 2 lore and a bit of damage is not so good as taking out a character and leaving a body on the board.
Yeah, I agree, and I think throughout the Swiss rounds, this Super Goof would have absolutely offered the surprise factor in a lot of games, because a card that a lot of people really enjoyed when it was first revealed, but hasn't really seen as much play as you might think. So I imagine that probably caught some people off guard. Robin not able to play a 1-drop. Ruben is able to find that Chernobog's followers to come down on turn 1. But yeah, in this instance, because it is open deck list, Ruben will be aware of the 1 copy of Super Goof. So it could still be to work, though. Just because you can see it coming doesn't mean you can stop it.
Yeah, you see it. It's there. It's not always winning straight away. So we see Kuzco coming down there as a 2-drop. Ruben top decks a Merlin Rabbit to go with the Chernobog followers, which was established on turn 1. But of course, it's too early for that Rabbit. We got some Inkables. Are there any 2 drops in the hand to go with it is the question.
And yeah, you see Robin putting down that 1 copy of Kuzco Wanted Llama that I'm a big fan of. Obviously, sometimes on turn 2, these players want to go Flynn Rider Frenemy or even Madam Mim Snake. But I like Kuzco if you want to build a bit of a wider board and make sure that you've got an option to draw more cards, especially because Robin is playing the Merlin Crab, which synergizes really nicely with the Kuzco, makes it a 4-2, can challenge in, take something out, probably gets banished itself, but then you're drawing a card. But we move back over to Ruben, who's going to ink that goat. After, of course, questing with the Chernobog's followers to draw a card.
Yeah, no 2-drop coming down there, though. You got an ink, but you didn't get another card down. And this is where Robin can start to reverse what happened in game 1.
Sure.
You've got a Kuzco on the board. Your opponent doesn't. You have a Sisu down. So you've got a little bit of a board. Your opponent doesn't. Can you now get into that point where you're starting to take out all the characters your opponent plays down, control their board, and then pick up lore as you go?
We'll certainly see there is a Maleficent Sorceress in the hand and a Sisu. So a couple of options for a turn 3 drop here from Ruben. It is going to be the Sisu.
Is that the second go in a row that got inked?
It may have been.
I think that's 2 goat in a row that have got inked now.
Yeah, actually, yes, it absolutely
and
was.
that is going to be relevant, because
It
how
will.
often do we get to the late game going, oh, he's 1 law away, he needs a goat?
You're absolutely right, Ross. So, yeah, that could make a difference in Ruben's game plan, but you've got to play the hand you've got, mate. And if at this point in the game the goat's got to go, then the goat's got to go. But yeah, this Sisu, a nice play, going to help keep a bit of board presence and have a nice high strength to be able to potentially counter the opposing Sisu, especially if Robin wants to try and develop a Flynn Rider now. Hopefully Ruben would be able to subvert that ability just a tad.
Yeah, that would be fun. We see a brawl coming down here, which is going into the Inkwell. So there's 4 ink available for Robin. We've got a Sisu on each side of the board. We've got a Kuzco from Robin. And there we go. Queen's Castle, Mirror Chamber, coming down very, very early. And that passive law is going to come. Does Ruben have an answer? What's Robin's hand looking like right now? I think we've got 3 cards in hand.
It's a bit interesting because this castle could potentially be a bit of a risky play because of this. Of course, there's a Sisu on there on the board already that can do at least 3 damage. It's more than that. But the Madam Fox could come down quite easily and remove this castle. So I do think perhaps a little bit of a risky play playing the castle there, but he's not going to be punished because Ruben was not able to find the Madam Fox.
And he does actually have another in hand if he wants to. We see Sisu into Sisu. Robin did it last game. Ruben does it this game. Either way, both the Sisu go down. And now the question is, okay, Robin seems to have got that 1 castle. Do we see a second? I want to, but I'm not quite as good at this game as Robin is. Robin might have a better plan. We've got Goat, we've got Crab. They are the other 2 options, both Merlin. We could see B-King Undisputed to get the Rabbit, but I'm not sure that's the best use of it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. But yeah, the fact that Robin's castle survives there will have given him the read that Ruben didn't have access to the Madam Mim Fox. But of course, now that Ruben is sitting at 4 ink, he's got to respect that the Maui could come down and in combination with the Rabbit could remove this castle. So yeah, developing a second one would allow one of them to stick. Personally, I don't want to play castles until I know that they're not only sticking, but they're going to be drawing me a couple of cards. Otherwise, you could just be losing card count. But as you say, Robin, a really fantastic TCG player, absolutely knows what he's doing to have made it this far in the tournament. So I'm sure he's got a trick up his sleeve.
It's a big decision being made here. Of course, there is ink available still. There's only 4 ink down. Robin would be able to ink a card if he wishes. It's 4 ink. It is for the Merlin Goat, getting a cheeky law there. And that means that if Robin inks a card, could move one of those characters into the castle for potential card draw. Yeah, and you've got to think that's going to be the play. You always want to ink during your turn if you can. Get that resource pool up as high as you can so that you turn on those cards like Be Prepared and, of course, the Lady Tremaine. Well, Lady Tremaine isn't in Robin's deck, but he's running them out of Medusa. And I don't think we saw an ink there. I think...
Did he not?
No, I think Robin is still stuck at 4 ink, unfortunately. And Maui does come down with the Rabbit, as predicted, takes out the Mirror Chamber. So Robin's got 2 characters down. Ruben's got 2 characters down, but I kind of like having a Maui down, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, super unfortunate that he wasn't able to ink, and that Queen's Castle just didn't really get as much, didn't generate as much advantage as you would probably like. It gained 2 lore, but that's it. You didn't get any additional card draw, and you've now -1'd yourself in card count, because as I said, these locations do not have any strength. The Kuzco going to go into that Rabbit, courtesy of the Crab, boosting up to a higher strength, as I mentioned earlier, and allowing additional card draw from the Kuzco, and of course, Ruben will draw for the Rabbit. And down comes the B-King Undisputed to remove that Maui, which is pretty good. Would potentially feel a little bit safer playing a Queen's Castle on a future turn now, but it's going to have to find it first.
Yeah, we do get an ink of the Sisu down, so we're back to inking, but it does mean that something like Be Prepared can come down next turn, and I know it's not the turn for it, I understand that. But what I'm saying is you always kind of want to get to 6 ink as fast as possible so that it is on the board. We do see Madame Medusa taking out the Crab. What do you see, Baker?
All I was going to point, it's so minuscule, but you see Robin pointing at the Goat saying, I am giving the Goat Challenger 3. Now, it doesn't matter. It's not relevant for this particular game state, but it's worth noting the Crab has to give something Challenger 3. If Robin didn't have any characters on the board, he would have been forced to choose Madame Medusa, which in this instance doesn't matter. But if Robin had a castle on board, then it might matter very, very much. So just a really small interaction that I think is worth mentioning to the audience. And of course, Robin knowing perfectly well that that is compulsory, even though it did nothing to change this particular game state.
But it's still something we do very much need to be aware of.
100%. The Merlin's going to quest for 1. Bringing us up to 8 lore. We are nearly halfway there. And we're going to pass back over to Ruben, who's going to ready up. Drawing into that Chernobog's Followers, a really popular 1-drop throughout set 4. 2-1 on a 1-cost character. Quest for 1. And when he quests, you may banish him to draw a card, which can be really nice. You get a lore. You get to thin your deck out a little bit more. And again, sometimes you might just keep him on the board. And that 2 strength can check certain characters, such as the Flynn Rider.
Yeah, it is nice to be able to be, providing that little bit of a check. And you don't get many 1-cost which are, useful drawing cards and having 2 strength.
For sure.
It really is. There's a reason it's played as a 4 of in almost every Amethyst deck at the moment.
Very diverse, right?
Yeah, it's kind of your presumptive. It's like you put 4 of them in, and then you see if there's another 1-drop you want to play.
Yeah, for sure. Some players opting for the Magic Broom to be their extra 1-drop of choice, but we're going to see Madame Medusa giving her best rendition of "I've Got Friends on the Other Side," which is going to let Ruben draw a couple more cards. Just Amethyst things, really.
Amethyst things. Looks like we're deciding what to ink from Ruben. I'd up the Flynn Rider Frenemy initially, but we're deciding. And the Flynn Rider, if you're going to be getting that cheeky lore at the start of your turn, it's a phenomenal card. If you're not, it is underwhelming and best used as ink. And Ruben deciding the way the game's going, it's probably not going to work. So let's just get down a Goat and a Sisu.
Yeah, applying a little more pressure to the board for sure. And Robin is sitting. Is he still at 5 ink?
No, he is at 5. He went up to 5 last turn, so he should have been at 5, but he missed a turn of inking. So he went up to 5 last turn. That is why Be Prepared isn't an option this turn.
Gotcha. So do you see a Maui in Robin's hand? Could come down and remove that Madame Medusa and survive the hit. Of course, if Goat went in, it would be removed, which is fine. It would do its job and gain a lore, but I'm sure Robin would rather keep it around a little bit. It helps to check the Sisu, so yeah, it is absolutely going to be that hero for all coming down, removing the Madame Medusa, taking 4 damage, and living to see another day.
Yeah, I like that. We've got Goat, we've got Maui, we've got Maleficent. We're starting to build up our board, and you'll notice this game is going very much like game 1, but on the other side. Robin here is doing a good job controlling Ruben's board, getting rid of those annoying characters as they come into play, and then just ticking that lore up. We're not seeing big swings. We're seeing 1 or 2 lore here or there, but Robin has snuck up to 9 while Ruben is stuck on 2. And the problem is, if Ruben starts just questing here, then Robin is going to take out those characters, still have the better board, and then get back to questing and playing more cards. And that's the problem here. Ruben needs to find a way to really turn this around. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. And we're reaching that point of the game, which is quite common in a Ruby Amethyst mirror match, where both players know that each other are, if not at the Be Prepared turn, but very close to it. So they're thinking about how much they want to overextend here. A really nice play from Ruben there. Gonna bounce that Goat back to his hand, gain a lore in the process, and play the Madam Mim Snake, and then the Goat comes back down. But yeah, both players are going to be aware of the Be Prepared. They don't want to overcommit too much. They want to be able to rebuild if they need to. Another Madam Mim Snake is going to come down, bouncing the Goat one more time, and bring him up an additional lore. Really nice bounce play there.
Yeah, we saw the Goat be bounced and then come back and then be bounced with 2 Madam Mim Snake. That is the bounce engine, a great example of it. That is why Merlin Goat is so good. You can do it with a rabbit and draw cards, or you can do it with the Goat and get lore. Both are very good options. And Ruben just closing the gap a little bit there. That was the kind of sequence we needed to just get a little bit closer. Now, what has Robin got in response? We've got Maui, but there is nothing there that is actually challengeable right now.
We're going to be inking that Queen's Castle, it seems. Wants to get up to that 7 lore, or it's going to be 6 for now to be able to play this Madame Medusa, but just wants to get closer to that 7, because you got to think at some point this Be Prepared is going to be a necessary evil, shall we say. But yeah, there's Medusa taking out one of the snakes. But as you see, Robin's starting to apply a bit more pressure to his board and doesn't have that many cards left in his hand. So there you go. This is what I'm talking about. There's that extra bit of pressure committed to the board, courtesy of the Madame Medusa, and Ruben only left with 1 snake in his hand. Makes that a pretty good value. Be Prepared at this point in time. Passing back over to Robin, who I think only has 3 cards in his hand and he's get a closer look. Yet it is 3. Going to play down a rabbit and turn it back into 3.
Yeah, rabbit goes down, immediately replaces itself by drawing a card. Now we see the snake coming down, bouncing the rabbit back. This is very much what Ruben did last time with the goat, but now we're doing it with the rabbit. And that Be Prepared was such a good play for Ruben. It hurt Robin a lot more, and now we're going back over to Ruben. It's a lot closer than it was a minute ago, and Robin's board is not like it was.
No, not at all.
Now we do eyeing up. Is that another free ink being eyed up here? Ruben is certainly thinking about something. It's 2 ink, and it is a snake to bounce a rabbit back. We are getting all kinds of bouncing going on as another Flynn Rider hits the ink, and a friend on the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty much a tale as old as time, Ross. The Merlin Rabbit just being bounced back and forth, courtesy of these snakes and foxes, just accumulating resources so that they have more answers to problems than their opponent. But Robin has started to build up a little bit more. That rabbit into a snake certainly helped into another rabbit. Well, the same rabbit, but replayed. So Robin has begun to build his card pool back up. So this is by no means over. Not a huge difference in the lore. We've got Robin sitting at 10 and Ruben at 7. Robin's going to take that to 11, courtesy of the snake. So we are reaching that point because in the Ruby Amethyst matchup, you've got to be aware that when they get to that sort of 14, 15 mark, all it's going to take is a goat bounce castle, something on those lines, and then suddenly you could be on a 1 or 2 turn clock.
And that is not where you want to be. We do see, I believe the snake sung friends on the other side there to go and grab a couple of extra cards.
I would expect
Oh, no, because the snake quested, so it must have just been played normally.
Yes, I would say I'd hope not, because it's not a 3-cost character.
It is not. Okay, so several reasons that didn't happen. We just saw it being played normally. And the hand there, we've got a couple of Queen's Castle. We've got Be Prepared. We've got Brawl. There's not much to establish a board presence there of characters. Maybe those castles could get you over the line, but that's something I've got my eye on. Ruben's got all the characters right now.
He wants to be careful with it, though. I do feel like in the previous game, the early castle was a bit premature, potentially. I don't know. I'm sure Robin had something in mind, but I do feel like it was very exposed, that first Queen's Castle. So in this game, Robin may be looking for the perfect time to play it, where it's a little bit more opportune, after a Be Prepared from Ruben's side of the field or something like that. But yeah, these Queen's Castles are really important to help get over the line. And we see Robin back with a 6-card hand, just the power of these Amethyst bounce package, just replenishing those resources.
We are eyeing up a big chunk of ink. I think that's 5 ink being eyed up there. Oh, they're being exerted, and that means it's Maui time, and we're taking out the snake.
But you being a Tamatoa fan, though, does that not make you dislike Maui a little bit?
No, because the song I've listened to the second most in my life at this point is You're Welcome.
Understood.
We will often just go shiny into You're Welcome on a loop in the car at my house, so I've got a lot of love for Maui as well. I know they're enemies, but in my household, we love Maui and we love Tamatoa, and just for what it's worth, we like Moana as well, and Hey Hey. Who doesn't love Hey Hey?
Absolutely. To be fair, Maui and Tamatoa to me always seemed a bit like a friendly rivalry more than anything. But
Hey, has a rabbit just been played?
There has been a rabbit just been played. You're absolutely right. I was going to say, back into the game itself, that rabbit drawing us an additional card.
And then we also see that followed up with a Maleficent drawing an additional card.
Yep. Just Ruby Amethyst things. We're going to see the Sisu hit the inkwell. And was that just a Friends on the other side there? I missed.
Friends on the other side
so.
and a B King Undisputed are drawn. I do believe, well, there must have been Friends on the other side, unless...
We just drew 2 cards, so I'm guessing so. We'll have a better idea.
No, we can see it at the top of the discard pile there.
Perfect.
It definitely was Friends on the other side.
Excellent.
So now we are seeing questing. No, we're not. We're seeing singing with Madame Medusa, and this is annoying because either you get rid of the Flynn Rider or you get rid of the Maui and Flynn Rider doesn't activate. So
Yep.
you have to get rid of Flynn Rider, I think, here.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah.
still really annoying.
Yeah, of course, that takes away that 3-lore gain that Robin would have got at the beginning of his turn. But yeah, I think that's absolutely the right decision. The Flynn Rider without a big character next to it isn't really doing a whole lot, whereas that Maui can at least help to keep some board presence, to challenge into the Madame Medusa this turn, which I imagine will be something that Robin is interested in.
Might be one of the ways he's thinking of going here. Maui, great at challenging, 6 strength, 5 willpower. It is, I mean, put it this way. Any card that came out in the first chapter and has seen significant play from the beginning till now is a top-tier card. We've had lots of new cards, lots of new options. Maui is still seeing a redonkulous amount of play because the stat line is great and it is inkable as well, which is such a huge bonus.
Yeah.
So we see some ink. I think that's 4 ink for the GOAT.
Yeah, very nice. No, you're not wrong at all, Ross. In fact, I would take it a bit further, and I would say that Maui is one of the best cards in the game, probably in the top 5. It is so incredibly useful. It keeps so many characters and locations in particular in check. But yeah, this GOAT coming down, gaining a lore, and we're going to develop a Sisu as well for a bit more board pressure.
I like that, Sisu. It basically says to your opponent, if you've got a decent amount of cards in hand, I am an amazing challenger, and if not, I'm questing for 2. So we are trading the Maui into the Madame Medusa. They both go down. But I do like what Robin's been able to do here, getting the GOAT and the Sisu down. Still up by 4 lore.
Yep.
So a sizable lead, but not an insurmountable one.
No, it absolutely matters. Ruben's got to know that, like, just a couple of turns, he could just be a GOAT and bounce away from game, or just a big castle play. We're going to see Lady Tremaine come down, force Ruben to choose one of his characters, and then the Bee King Undisputed also going to come down to remove the other one. And I'm pretty sure Robin is holding a Be Prepared. So if that is the case, I imagine that comes down now to answer this board, because otherwise Ruben is just far too close to game. Would be able to quest next turn for 5, taking him up to 15.
And and Robin has put that Be Prepared straight to the front of the hand.
Yeah.
This is the perfect time for Be Prepared. Your opponent has been able to get rid of all your characters while playing a bunch of their own, and you go, no! And then you Be Prepared. Your opponent loses all their characters, you keep all of yours, and job's a good un.
So I'd love to see a castle here. Doesn't have it, unfortunately. Could maybe dig for it. A Queen's Castle would be super good here. There it is, the Queen's Castle. I think that's probably going to come down this turn, depending on how much ink he's got left to play with. We did just sing Friends, so that took out 3. Yeah, this Queen's Castle I think would be very tempting. Could also opt to go for the Sisu play. I think that's also very respectable.
Yeah,
we have got enough.
Castle. We've got just enough to play them both, and that gives you a big body on the board while also giving you a location, which is just going to tick that counter up of your lore turn after turn.
I think that was a Maui off the top of the deck. He's just put it into the middle, but I think
I see a Maui, yeah.
Yeah, I think it just came off the top of the deck, so that's a nice card to have, but again, it isn't enough to answer this Queen's Castle. We're sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink. So technically, we could go Maui into Fox. That would be a way of getting around this Queen's Castle, but I'm not sure if he's holding a Fox as well, but Maui's good to have.
If we could ink, we could go Maui Castle here to try and kind of counter Ruben's Castle of his own. We would need to ink something, though, to get up to 9 ink to pull that off. Here we go with Bee King Undisputed and then a castle. So a different way around here. You're leaving your opponent's castle, and this is going to leave Ruben just 1 lore behind Robin with no board presence other than the castle for either of them.
Yeah, no, super interesting play there. Removing the character with the Bee King Undisputed and then saying, well, I'm ahead of you on lore. Even if I play castle now and you go up to 12, I'm still ahead of you, so maybe I can win the race that way. But Ruben is going to throw down that Merlin Goat, which is going to bring both of our players neck and neck. This is getting really tense. If Ruben takes this game, he will proceed through to the top 16, and this is a great way to go about it. We're going to play the Madam Mim Fox, return that Merlin Goat to the hand, going to gain an additional lore, and of course, because it's in the hand, it can come straight back down to bring us up to 15 lore. This could be the final bit of reach that Ruben needed to get him through to the top 16 of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum.
Yeah, Ruben went up to 15 there, but Robin went back up to 15 with that mirror chamber at the start of the turn.
Yep.
We've got mirror chamber, we got Maui, we got Madam Mim Snake. That is a hand for Robin. And one of the big interactions we keep talking about, Maui doesn't take out the castle. It is one strength too little, and neither of the characters are exerted. We've got double castle for Robin here, but is it going to... Now, as it stands at the moment, Ruben is only actually getting 4 lore on his turn.
Yep.
But stop me if you've heard this one before. 1 goat would get him over the line, and there's a goat on the board,
yep.
so you could bounce it, or even just get rid of it
100%. This is a big turn, Ross. Sorry. There's a big turn. He is going to go into that castle. We're going to gain 2 to take us up to 17, 18, and then he has the Merlin goat to go on to the top 16 of DLC. A fantastic performance from these Ruby Amethyst players.
Yeah, we saw Ruben there getting that over the line with the goat. You didn't need to bounce the goat back to hand, because there was another goat already there, ready to come down. You get the lore from the castle, you quest with the 2 characters on the board, and then you play a goat to get you over the line. Worth noting, 2 goat did actually get inked very early on in that game, and yet the final 2 goats were there at the end to take Ruben over the line. Commiserations to Robin, but that was a great performance from Ruben. 1 going first, 1 going second, won the game where he got out to a big lead, won the game where he was behind for the majority of the game, just jumped it at the end, really navigated that mirror match in the mirror chamber with style.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match. Ruben going to be absolutely happy as they come to progress through to the top 16, which means that not only does he get the Rapunzel full playmat, but Ruben is now qualified for the European Championships. What an accomplishment. Hats off to both of these incredible players. As you said, our left-hand player, a former world champion in other card games, nothing to be ashamed of, has played incredibly over this weekend, made it all the way to top 32. They got themselves that Rapunzel foil artwork, which I'm sure they're going to be absolutely thrilled with. And if I know world champions, it's probably just going to motivate him more to come back next time and go even harder.
Yeah, I think that is probably a fair point to make. You win, you do well, you fall a little bit short, but that's okay. We can come back another time and get another step further. And we see this time and time again. The good players tend to keep coming back. You're learning those skills, whether it's a skill of what to mulligan, it's what to ink, it's when to play cards, it's when to go aggressive, it's when to hold back a bit. There are a lot of different things to take advantage of in every game. And it is a game where there's so many decisions to be made that the good players who put the work in, learn the matchups, will keep rising to the top.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, I love this list, courtesy of Ruben. As I mentioned earlier, he's playing the 3 copies of Madame Medusa the Boss. Really important for taking out things like the Beast Tragic Hero, Diablos, obviously a bit later in the game. And yeah, just so many targets. So even the opposing Lady Tremaines, lots of characters that fit this 3 strength. So I really like that count. And Lady Tremaine, I think, is also very important. Of course, we're running Be King Undisputed, which offers a very similar effect. But having that Lady Tremaine, which quests for 2, something that can sing your songs, I think is really good. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this deck list.
It certainly seems like a very good deck. I was a little bit sad we didn't see Super Goof doing better than we did. But look, we saw Super Goof in the top 32 deck at the Lorcana Challenge.
It made it.
I mean, yeah, it's clearly a good card. It's clearly viable. And I'm sure it did a lot of work in a bunch of games. I mean, you're a Ruby Amethyst apologist. You love this deck. Is it going to go all the way this weekend?
It was my prediction, Ross. They said to us before the event, they said, guys, we would like your predictions for what you think is going to go all the way. We'll put it up on the screen, let them know what the casters think is going to be the hot deck over the weekend. And yeah, I've always been a Ruby Amethyst apologist, as my co-host put so nicely. And yeah, I really do. I think it could go absolutely all the way. I thought it was going to get a lot worse this set. That was completely wrong. It is still really on top, and yeah, I think it could absolutely go all the way, especially since there are so many. Well, there were. I need to see how many progressed in that round, so that would be certainly interesting. But yeah, I am all in. Ruby Amethyst is going to be the one.
For what it's worth, it's my favorite ink pairing at the moment. It's what I wanted to get for our little sealed tournament we're going to be doing. I got Ruby, and you know what? Like we said, that was the best play. Is Ruby Amethyst the best play? I'm not sure, but unfortunately, as good as a play as it is casting with you, I think we have to say goodbye to you for a minute. We have to bring Joe back.
Oh, I'm good with that. I'm going to enjoy walking around the hall and seeing what's going on. But we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, it will be Ross joined with Joe for some more Lorcana.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. I'm Ross. This is Joe. I'm in the middle of making that deck that I told you about, Joe.
Yes.
I'm genuinely liking my deck, but we are going to guess some flavor text first. So we have got, oh yeah, it's, oh my, that is exactly how I feel right now, Joe. I'm looking at my deck, all laid out in front of me, and oh yeah, it's all coming together.
I was a bit worried because
flavor text.
your excitement, I thought you knew exactly what the card was. You're like, oh yeah, I know this one, but
No, I got a
oh
clue.
yeah, it's all coming together.
Could
is
not have
the
less of a
flavor
clue
text.
right now.
I am also stumped. Let us know in the chat what you think it is. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. It doesn't sound like something a villain would say, Ross, does it?
I think it probably does, actually.
Oh, do you know what? You could be right.
I think I am. Oh, this is.
It
I'm
may be.
gonna go out on a limb here, Joe. Right, I'm gonna say this is this is probably the hardest one we've had so far. Now, I know Baker is the resident kind of expert at doing this.
Yeah.
Baker is the person who is best at this game on our side.
I
I
would
don't
agree.
think that is a controversial statement.
No.
So, I don't know. As we were told, it could be from set 1 or from set 2.
Okay.
Annoyingly, I've only got set 4 cards in front of me, so I can't do any
Yeah.
cheating right now.
I think I'm going to go that it's a hero. You're thinking villain, maybe.
I
I think it's something that maybe someone would say positive, like they're trying to bring down a villain, and yeah, this plan's all coming together. I'm going to go ahead and say that I think it is Wreck-It Ralph.
well,
Maybe pick a fight. I don't know. It's a complete.
no. The only Wreck-It Ralph card is pick a fight, at least until we get to Shimmering Skies.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree vehemently there. So it's all coming together. I'm thinking it's going to be a villainous plan. I'm thinking maybe Maleficent. I'm thinking maybe Hades.
Okay.
I'm thinking particularly sneaky evil characters.
Ross, I'm a bit concerned that you're very broad here. I want you to lock in an answer, specific answer.
Oh.
What are you going for?
I don't know. Don't ask me
you've
that.
got to go for one. I think Maleficent sounded like a pretty good idea. But then if you say that, I'm going to ask you to narrow it down even more to the specific card.
I think this is more of a Hades quote than a Maleficent quote. If I had to guess, I'm getting a head shake from Baker here. It's not Hades. Oh,
I'm stumped. What I will say, Ross, is I've just been watching the last game of the top 32, which is still ongoing. There was a deck check, so they've got like a little bit of extra time. But it was a Ruby Amethyst Mirror, 1-1, and I really want to find out the result because I was watching it very closely. It was just an absolute slog of a game. So many rabbits on either side of the board. It was just so interesting to see both these incredibly high-level players battling it out. It was France versus Ireland, players that have travelled from overseas to make it here to Bochum. And I'm stumped with the flavour text, Ross. I really just do not have a clue. I'm sure the chat knows what it is, though. That you can be absolutely certain of.
I need more than this. And this is the most difficult one we've had so far. Now, Baker is mobilised.
Yes, clue, please.
Have you got it? Okay, Baker knows it, apparently. Baker is the best at this game by a mile. Give us a clue.
Oh, it's Kronk.
Is it?
Yeah, apparently. He's friends with Bucky was the clue.
Ah.
Kronk's friends with Bucky, I think, right? I watched the film the other day, so I would hope I've got that right.
Oh. And
But
we've seen a
there are-
lot of Bucky this weekend.
There's a couple of Kronk cards. There's one in, I think they're both in steel. One has an ability when it enters the board, and one is a vanilla card with no ability. They're both 2 6-cost cards, I believe. But also there is a Kronk card coming out that's been revealed for Shimmering Skies as well, which looks like a really interesting, uninkable character. I think it's something along the lines of if you can play a card for free, like a 5-cost card for free, if you challenge something. It's something along those lines, and that is a really exciting Kronk card coming out in Shimmering Skies. But Baker thinks it's Kronk. I'm still not convinced. I'm still sticking with my original answer, but Ross doesn't think I was right. Now, tell me about these packs you've been opening, Ross. I haven't seen, apart from the Diablo, which I could hear Baker's excitement about the Diablo from across the hall when I came running. So, is there any other good Emerald cards I got?
Oh, we'll tell you in a second. It's all coming together. It is Kronk.
There we go.
Oh, Yeah, miles away.
Yeah.
I apologize. I was not even close on that one. But, you know, look, yesterday when we had the Tamatoa quote, I could not have got there faster. So that's the one I would have been embarrassed about missing. That is the one that I would have regretted. At least I got my Tamatoa quote.
Yeah, so obviously you guys have been opening all these packs. I've been watching the games. I can tell you there's been some really, really tense games going on over on the top tables. I didn't actually get to see the game at all, which you were casting as a result, Ross. What matchup did you have there?
We had a Ruby Amethyst mirror match.
Okay.
And we had a former world champion from another card game against Ruben. And we had a really interesting series. I'll tell you more in a minute after we've seen this next clue. 2, 1. Here it comes. Nothing says hello better than a fresh baked pie.
I'm not very good at these flavor text ones. If you gave me the stats on the card, the ability, I'd get there in no time at all. But I think you're finding my area of weakness here with the flavor text. Nothing says hello better than a fresh baked pie. I have not got a clue.
Well, I'm thinking kind of your traditional Disney princess, your Snow White, something along those lines. I'm thinking about the kind of movie where a character would be a fan of baking, would bake a pie, would leave it on the side. I'm not sure it's Snow White, but I'm getting kind of Snow White vibes from this. I feel like Snow White is the kind of person who would bake a pie for her woodland friends.
Yeah.
Or like the Seven Dwarfs.
The one I would be tempted to go for is Julieta Madrigal, but it is a card in Ursula's Return. She is a great chef with her magical powers. Like, I think her food makes everyone feel better and happy and great. But
it heals wounds. It heals all
wounds.
ailments.
There we go.
Broken legs, broken arms,
but
anything.
I think that's even better than just saying hello with a fresh baked pie. I don't think it's Julieta.
It's not Julieta. The Madrigals did not come in until Ursula's Return, until set 4. So that means I'm thinking Snow White. It could even be, no, because it doesn't feel evil. It doesn't feel like, oh, nothing says hello more than a fresh baked pie.
No, I think you're right.
It feels innocent.
It does sound like, judging by the collapse in the room, that Ruby Amethyst game that I was watching has concluded. As I mentioned, it was France, essentially a player from France against a player from Ireland. I'm going to be really curious to see which player came out on top. And that, if that cheer was in fact from that game, which I'm sure it was, all eyes in the room were on that game, that does mean that all of the games from the top 32 have concluded, which means we shouldn't be too far away, Ross, from the start of the top 16 players. And that's the big one, the biggest of all, really, because it's the game for that serialized Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, we all want the serial. And top 16, I said it yesterday, top 16 for me is kind of a real pressure point of the tournament.
Seems like we're going to be locking in.
Okay.
Snow White is Ross's guess. I'm going to stick with Julieta Madrigal.
Boom!
Hello,
Snow
Ross.
White.
Wow.
Nailed it. Okay, I feel good about this. That is the most excited I've been about winning a... Because generally I have no idea, or it's like Tamatoa and I get it in 42 milliseconds. That one, I worked that one out, and I'm very proud of myself. It was Snow White, because you had Snow White yesterday on a Guess the Flavor text. That was the other Snow White. Don't see a huge amount of play, but a couple of those Snow White cards, they do come around a little bit. Although not particularly this one.
No.
This one lets you lower the cost of 7 dwarf characters. But this card, it's a perfect kind of card that I like to... This is the kind of card that I would keep 4 copies in my binder.
Yes.
And it's not because I think the card is great now. It is because if we ever get new dwarves, which are very playable, that card's going to be awesome. Here comes a new clue. You've got to be the best to train the best, and I train the best.
Okay. They seem pretty confident. Ross is looking at me expectantly.
I am.
I got bad news for you, Ross. I'm struggling. You gotta be the best to train the best, and I train the best.
Can you think of a good training montage in a Disney film?
Oh, this is so much pressure.
Inspirational music.
No.
See, what I'm thinking here, and it's been a long time since I watched the film.
Okay.
But does Hercules not have like a trainer of some kind? Is Philoctetes the trainer? Is that it?
Okay.
I'm getting some raised eyebrows. I'm thinking Philoctetes here.
Now, there is a Philoctetes that we had, I believe it was in the first chapter in Sapphire. Doesn't see much competitive play as it stands, but it certainly did when it was first released. It's a Sapphire card.
2, 1. Show me Felicities.
There it
I am
is.
so good at this game,
Yeah,
and I am very proud of myself.
You're pretty good, and then on the flip side, I am pretty abysmal.
To be fair, that first one, even after Baker's Clue, I had no idea. I'll take 2 out of 3. I'll take 2 out of 3, Joe. That seems fine to me. Because, well, I think we're going to have a little break in a minute. I'm going to finish up this deck, and we're going to be having top 16 action. And top 16 is a pressure point in this tournament.
Yes, it certainly is.
And I'm just saying it, except for maybe the invitation to Continentals, of course. The best prize available here is that.
Yes.
Your serialized Mickey. It is a beautiful card. It is, and I say this with no hint of exaggeration or hyperbole, the most sought-after Lorcana card that exists.
Yep.
They've got 8 of them in the building. Well, maybe 9 because one's on display. And we've got 16 players. Oh.
We're going to go for a
here
quick
comes
break.
the bracket. Not a break,
Oh,
a bracket.
Even better.
And we're going to see the Cinderella bracket here. And once again, I'm telling you, we are seeing Ruby all over. We've got 8 decks here, and we're seeing 2 Ruby Amethyst, but then we've got a Ruby Sapphire there as well. And we've also got 3 Ruby Emerald Steel.
Yes.
And 2 of them have gone through. So we got Theo with Sapphire Ruby against Konstantin with your more traditional Amethyst Ruby. And then we got Federico and Fiatime, who are going to be facing off in an Emerald Steel mirror match.
Yeah, they're facing off in an Emerald Steel mirror match. And does look like Federico's just come off a victory in an Emerald Steel mirror match of their own already as well. So, of course, these octofinals is the top 16 players. They're then going to be getting their hands on that Mickey Mouse. But then, of course, there's still so much still to play for. This is the Cinderella bracket, but, of course, there's still 3 other parts of the bracket to make up the full picture.
The Elsa bracket, where, oh my word, the Elsa bracket loves Emerald Steel. We have got 6 of the 8 decks being Emerald Steel. The other 2 are Amethyst Ruby. And as we go into the octofinals, the top 16, 3 Emerald Steel and 1 Amethyst Ruby. They are the 2 decks to beat this weekend. It really does seem.
Yeah, they certainly are. Gabor there came through an Emerald Steel mirror, taking down Josh. But then Luca causing a little bit of an upset, pulling off the win with Ruby Amethyst against Emerald Steel. Well, I've got good news for you, Luca. If you can win that matchup a couple more times, you're going to be in the semi-finals. It is Luca basically trying to take down an entire bracket of Emerald Steel at this stage.
Yeah, it is. And it is going to be like you win this matchup and you are guaranteed to face Emerald Steel again. You've just beaten Quintin. Now you've got to face against Gabor, and you've got 1 more coming up in the quarterfinals, Hadrian or Tim.
Yep.
And we have got 1 more bracket. It's the Maleficent bracket, and this is the one we were just looking at. We saw Ruben taking down Robin Schultz in that Amethyst Ruby matchup. We did see Sapphire Steel taking down Emerald Steel, and then on the bottom there we had 2 mirror matches.
Yeah, 2 mirror matches, and I've finally seen the result of the game I was talking about. Keane against Clement is the game I was watching. Keane, the player from Ireland, Clement from France, and it was the French player Clement that took down that victory. So, it was such a great game. I was really, really gripped and enjoying that one. 2 players I know personally, and it was just a great game to watch. Also, I was watching Rob against Juznan, which was also a fantastic mirror matchup. 2 really strong players, and it is going to be Juznan on the Emerald Steel up against Clement on the Ruby Amethyst. But great to see Sapphire Steel making it through to the top 16. I have to say, though, pretty tricky matchup for Sapphire Steel up against Ruby Amethyst. Kai's going to be looking to take down that Queen's Castle with things like Rise of the Titans and try to stop that Flynn Rider frenemy in the early game with things like Baboom and Fire the Cannons.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but they've just gotten through a game against Emerald Steel, so you never know. Could keep going, and like we say, they're already in the Continentals. They've got their European Championship invite. That is a big step. They've got their foil Rapunzel playmat. Lovely bonus. There are not many of those playmats around, but now this game is for the serialized Mickey. We've shown you 3 brackets. What we're going to do, not show you the 4th? No, that would be rude. So let's go and have a look in just a second at the 4th bracket. And here we go with the Rapunzel bracket. and still a fair bit of Amethyst Ruby, still a fair bit of Emerald Steel.
Okay, this is big news, Ross, though, because Justin here on Sapphire Steel does not have that same matchup the previous Sapphire Steel player had. They have already taken down an Emerald Steel player in Julian. They've got another one in Jerome, and it's quite possible they could even play Manuel in the quarterfinals as well. So Justin here with the Sapphire Steel deck, queuing in to quite a lot of Emerald Steel, which is exactly what you're looking for if you're Sapphire Steel, wanting to try and dodge those Ruby Amethyst players and instead find those Emerald Steel players. So Justin in a really strong position potentially to be taking this one down.
Yeah, and it does look like we're going to have an Emerald Steel up. Oh, and it does actually look like it is going to be Justin against Jerome.
That's amazing.
We are going to have Emerald Steel against Sapphire Steel. I believe that is a matchup that we have got coming up for you in our top 16. So that Rapunzel bracket, Justin trying to take down the second Emerald Steel in a row, maybe queuing into a third. And look, I've done top cuts in tournaments, and I'll tell you, if you get a decent matchup and you can play the same matchup, you know, several rounds in a row, that's a good feeling, Joe.
No, it absolutely is. And I think as well, we've just been handed the deck list. I'm instantly interested in Justin's list, which is this Sapphire Steel deck. Just to list off a few of the cards, of course, it is going to be open deck list at this point. There are 2 copies of Baboom. There is a whole new world. We have seen some players preferring to get rid of the whole new world, so that's going to be really exciting to see this one. And there's some Let It Goes, there's Rise of the Titans, there's even a Scuttle, which is not a card I've been a huge fan of in the past.
I love Scuttle. Now we do have some information for you. We've got the metagame. We have a total of 1,959 players. Of course, all tickets sold, but there are always a few players who are unfortunately unable to make it. And there we have the archetype and the number of Lumineers and the percentage of the field that it represents. No surprise there that Amethyst Ruby is 25% and Emerald Steel is 22%. Almost half of all the players in the field played one of those 2 decks. And if you look at the top cut bracket, that is not surprising. Ruby Sapphire, though, 300 players, 15%, not a good conversion rate into top 64.
No, not at all. And I don't think there's any Ruby Sapphire players left in the tournament. There was one in the top 32 just there, but they were taken out. And so Ruby Sapphire really struggling this weekend, which I think a lot of people, if you asked us a month ago, would have picked Ruby Sapphire as the best deck potentially in the format, but really struggling against the Amethyst Ruby decks with that more aggressive start. Sapphire Steel, not quite as popular, but still in the tournament with 2 players, I believe it was, in the top 16, one of which we're going to be watching. Amber Steel, it looked good yesterday, hasn't quite made it though.
It did not make it, and shout out to the 21 people, the 1% who played Amber Emerald. Brave choice there. Very fun deck. Not what we expect to see, and it's always fun when we see people coming and repping those less represented decks. But really here, Sapphire Steel is our last chance to break the duopoly. Amethyst Ruby and Emerald Steel, they are the 2 big decks this weekend. Do you think, Joe, I'm going to ask you a direct question. I would appreciate a direct answer.
I'll give you one.
Sapphire Steel, how much of a chance does it have?
I think that Justin right now might be the favorite, simply because there's a pretty good chance that they can just keep playing against Emerald Steel. It's a pretty good matchup. I think the main thing for Sapphire Steel is trying to avoid that Ruby Amethyst matchup as much as you can, and Justin is in a pretty good position to do that potentially. I'm going to go ahead and say Justin's going to take down the whole tournament from here.
Unlike you, Joe, I asked you a direct question, I got a direct answer. That makes me happy. Now, we've also got another bit of a metagame here for the top 64. This is the top 64 in Bochum, and again, no surprise, except for 70% of the top cut is Amethyst Ruby and Emerald Steel. And if you add up all of the other decks, you're not even close.
No.
It kind of makes it's the smallest part of the pie. The smallest part of the pie is the other 5 archetypes.
Yeah, and the other thing is there's obviously some 4 other decks here which are not quite as popular. Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel, Amethyst, Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire, but none of them have made it through to this stage. It's only Emerald Steel, Amethyst Ruby, and Sapphire Steel that remain in the competition.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And Amber's having a bit of a rough time at the moment. It didn't make it past top 32 in Chicago. I don't believe it made it past, no, it didn't make it past top 32 here. 2 tournaments in a row. No Amber being represented in the top cut here.
What I will say, though, as well, Ross, is Amber Steel didn't have many players bringing it. So the fact that we still saw 2 Amber Steel decks making the top 64, I think does show you that the deck still has some potential. Because I think it's a deck which, while it didn't get that much support for Ursa's return, it was such a powerhouse in previous metas. We saw Frank Carsten taking down the final in Lille with an Amber Steel deck, but that was, of course, set 3. And I spoke to Frank last night. He was a little bit tempted to bring Amber Steel to this tournament, but just didn't feel like the deck got enough new things in Ursa's return. Perhaps in Shimmering Skies, Amber Steel just needs a card or 2 to really be back at the top of the metagame.
Yeah, sometimes that literally is all it takes. 1 or 2 cards, and it does make a big difference in terms of how good the deck can be. So we've got the duopoly there of Emerald Steel and Amethyst Ruby, and then we've got the is it 1 Sapphire Steel or 2 remaining in top 16?
2 Sapphire Steel players,
but one with a better route.
One has a matchup next up against Ruby Amethyst, and then the one we're going to be watching is going to be Justin, who is playing up against Emerald Steel. And you would much rather, probably the only deck in the game, you would much rather as a Sapphire Steel player be playing against the discard deck rather than Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst can cause Sapphire Steel a lot of problems, as I mentioned, with the Queen's Castle, the Flynn Rider in the early game. It's certainly not a complete whitewash matchup, but you would rather play the Emerald Steel player. You've got a lot of opportunities to take down your opponent, and that is a really good thing. You can remove the Buckies with Grab Your Swords and Tinkerbells. You can ramp into them quickly and then sing a whole new world to replenish your hand if it gets discarded down.
Yeah, which is so much fun. And I did look. I've been banging the drum for Tamatoa. There's a little Moana reference there you might get if you watch film a lot. All the weekend since we got here, and this is the last chance for Tamatoa, right? If Tamatoa is going to take down this tournament, it is going to be one of these Sapphire Steel decks. And like you say, one of them seems to already have a hard matchup in top 16, but the other one, we've got potentially, you know, at least three Emerald Steel in a row, a matchup we don't mind. So I'm really interested in this next matchup because Justin has already taken one down. If Justin can come in top 16, book your spot to top 8, on stream, which is always a little bit more nerve-wracking than playing normally, come on stream, take down a second in a row, at that point, you kind of the gates open, and essentially, if you can avoid Amethyst Ruby, which I know you can't actually avoid because the bracket's already set. But if you can keep playing against Emerald Steel, that gives a real nice route, and we could see Tamatoa being a champion.
Yeah, and I've also just been taking a quick little look at the Emerald Steel deck as well to see. Most of the time is around 50 cards, which always remain the same. Bucky, the Floodborns, but very interestingly, 1 copy of Cricky, the Lucky Cricket, Ross. Not something you see every day. It's not a Floodborn.
Nope.
So very excited to see the impact that one might have, but also both players with copies of Fire the Cannons. 2 for Justin, 1 for... can't quite read the name on this sheet here, but we'll get it up. 1 for the Emerald Steel player as well. Oh, it's Jerome.
Justin and Jerome. We've got 2 J's coming up here. Now, I've got to ask you, while we got a second, Lorcana, minimum 60 cards.
Yep.
Maximum 1 billion cards.
Sure.
Sooner or later, somebody is going to bring something that takes 2 players to carry into the tournament. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. For the time being, Jerome's stuck on 60. Justin's gone up to 62. I have played a 61-card deck in the past.
Yep.
How do you feel about having more than 60 cards in a Lorcana deck?
That is a very good question. Very good question. I didn't notice that it's a 62-card deck. My biggest bit of advice when people are asking me questions about how to build a deck, I mean, a lot of the time when you first come and play a card game, you've got your 60 cards and you're like, oh, well, I really want to play these 2 extra cards, so I'll just go to 62. The usual advice is don't do that because you're decreasing the odds of you drawing the card you're looking for. For example, in this Sapphire Steel deck, you're really looking often for Fishbone Quill on turn 3. By going to 62, you're slightly reducing the consistency of your deck. However, you also get an abundance of more options. What's really interesting, Ross, is if those 2 extra cards, if you say, I want to play all of these uninkable cards, let's say 20, and those 2 extra cards you're adding are inkable cards, it's maybe helping you out and improving your options to find those inkable cards on. What do you think about it?
My theory is, as a general rule, 60-card decks. Stick to 60.
Agreed.
Now, the exception basically comes twofold, but it all comes down to consistency. If your 61st and 62nd cards are consistency cards, let's say you want to go up to a 4th copy of A Whole New World, I have no issue with that, but I still think you should try and cut another card first before going up to 61. The other time is, if you really, really cannot find a cut, if you have to go to 61, fine. However, test your deck. It has got to be super, super consistent. Going to 62 is honestly kind of wild. 61, I haven't gone above 61. I don't imagine ever going up to 60. And I know it seems like such a small difference, but seriously, the odds, a tiny change does make a little bit of a difference. But if you test your deck enough and you really know your deck works, it can actually be worth it. It's a little bit terrifying, but look, if Justin has tested enough and gone to 62 and thinks it's worth it, I will believe them.
Yeah, I mean, another interesting thing that could be working in Justin's favor is in matchups where there is a whole new world for both them and their opponent. Having those 2 extra cards in deck might help them deck out their opponent, but not really super popular to see Whole New World in the current metagame. Previously, we've seen it a lot more with Amber Steel Songs. But Jerome to the left is going to be your Emerald Steel player. Justin to the right is going to be your Sapphire Steel player. Ross, a line to look out for. Often if your opponent plays Diablo, you have to take a whole turn off to remove it.
Yes.
But what Justin has is this Fishbone Quill on turn 3, which you can then put a card into your Inkwell, and it is readied. So you could then spend that 1 ink and use a Fire the Cannons, removing Diablo while not slowing down your own game plan. That would be the dream play for Justin in this one.
Oh, we see a Bucky in the opening hand there for Jerome. That is one which you're probably going to keep. I imagine that is a card that does not get mulliganed away. But we've got a bunch of options. No 1 Costo, no Diablo. So we're going to see at least a couple of cards getting mulligans, you would imagine, because we want, ideally, you want turn 2 Diablo Bucky. That is the dream. Justin, I can see A Whole New World, but I cannot see much else there in the hand. Oh, we got Big Tink. We got Cogsworth in the hand to start. Oh, and we got Mickey Mouse Detective.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse is another great option to jump ahead in ink, similar to that Fishbone Quill I mentioned. And it was 3 cards mulligan there by Justin.
And did get a Porpsicle.
Okay, Ross, I have to say, Justin's shuffling is pretty impressive. Can you shuffle like that?
No.
Me neither.
I can do a good riffle shuffle.
Okay.
So people that, people who are really new to shuffling decks will be like, oh, you can riffle. And I'm like, it's not that impressive. That is impressive. There was also a real flourish when Justin put his opening hand out. Put it out in a little circle.
Yes, I noticed that too.
Quite nice.
I have to say, if I sat across the table from Justin and they start shuffling like that, I am feeling incredibly intimidated.
So we are off here in our top 16 game at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum, and it's turn 1 Porpsicle. They are cheap, they are refreshing, and I hear Lemmings are a big fan of them. Now go watch Zootropolis so you get that reference.
Justin actually inking the Fishbone Quill, wanting instead to play that Mickey Mouse on turn 3. Enchanted Bell, well, we're not going to see her anymore, but that was a great moment seeing Enchanted Bell into the Inkwell there, Ross.
Yeah, Enchanted Tinkerbell going down into the ink there, which is, well, yeah, happens.
It certainly does. As nice as the enchanted cards are, the legendary cards are, they're also great in the Inkwell sometimes if you need ink.
Oh, no turn 2 play from Justin, though.
Yeah, no turn 2 play. Might be a little bit worried about Bucky whittling their hand down with discards. I think that's also the reason Justin preferring this Mickey Mouse on turn 3 and inking the Fishbone Quill. Fishbone Quill can ramp you up more quickly, but it does help Jerome discard the hand. We do see an ink, which I didn't quite catch, but there is the Mickey Mouse.
Top card of your deck gets inked, and it is private information. You don't get to see it. No, I don't know what that card is.
Nobody
Jerome
does.
doesn't know what that card is. Justin, I don't think Justin even knows what that card is. No one knows what card was inked, which, as a little side note, does mean you can be searching for a card later on that isn't there, trying to plan a route which is no longer available. But of course, if you played Mickey enough, you know how to prepare for that. So we're back over to Jerome here, and we see an Aladdin. Of course, when you quest, you get to banish an item. Great against these Sapphire decks.
Especially as it's a Floodborn, Bucky then triggers its ability, and it was Aerial Treasure Collector discarded. Of course, an uninkable card not being able to be put into the Inkwell, so a great option to discard. Justin's got a really interesting hand. A Flaversham, a Cogsworth, another Mickey Mouse, and a Whole New World. Flaversham into the Inkwell. Are we going to see the Whole New World, but not its Cogsworth? Now, if Jerome was able to find Ursa the Deceiver this turn to discard Justin's Whole New World, that would be a monumental moment in this game. Justin looking to sing a Whole New World with Cogsworth on the next turn, I would strongly wager.
Yeah, that is a lot of the time what we want to see. Whole New World replenishes your hand, and if you're trying to get rid of your opponent's hand, it is not fun when you see your opponent getting a whole new hand of 7 cards, making your job a lot more difficult. So,
off
Jerome goes. What do we see? We see an Aladdin.
Okay, it's not the Ursa the Deceiver, which is a really big moment in this game. Jerome can try to discard Justin's entire hand. That's going to be their only way to discard Justin's Whole New World. They can't target it. Jerome starts off by inking an Aladdin and playing a Jafar Dreadnought, which is a Floodborn, and they could sing the Sudden Chill with either the Aladdin or the Bucky, but I do believe Justin has come prepared with 2 cards in hand. Aladdin going to quest and banish that Popsicle, as you mentioned might happen, Ross.
Yeah, annoyingly, what you really want to do is stack up those items. They draw with Hiram Flavisham. They boost up your Tamatoa, but also are vulnerable. You're not going to be stacking them too much, but we've got Grab Your Swords. Is that 2 Grab Your Swords?
It's a Grab Your Swords. It's a Whole New World, and we see 5 ink spent on the Grab Your Swords. Bye-bye, Bucky. That's a great way to deal with Bucky. That is a big reason this Sapphire Steel deck is so strong into these Emerald Steel decks. Robin Hood and Bucky being removed. Justin can also go for the Whole New World, singing it with Cogsworth. Each player discarding their hand and drawing 7 fresh cards.
It was a second Whole New World, not a second Grab Your Swords. But either way, we saw 2 good songs doing very, very well for Justin there. Now we've got a new hand. There is a Tamatoa there for later. We'd see an inking Rise of the Titans, but I do believe there's another one in hand, and a Porpskull goes down to draw a card.
Mickey Mouse as well going to damage Aladdin, and Aladdin has 3 strength, but this Mickey Mouse only took 2 damage, and that is because of the ability of Cogsworth giving resist 1 to all other characters, allowing this Mickey Mouse to remain on the board and be a very favorable challenge for Justin.
Yeah, it's always nice when you can go ahead and do stuff like that. So Jerome does have another Bucky in hand. So Bucky can be re-established here. No Diablo here, and that's the thing. When you play an Emerald Steel, you want Bucky and you want Diablo. They're your 2 main weapons. They lead into everything else. You wreck your opponent's hand while drawing a bunch of cards. Neither of those are available. We did just top deck a Robin Hood, which we know is a favorite, but the Emerald Steel is not generally doing what it generally does.
No, Justin's opening just so important here. I think the decision to go for the Mickey Mouse on 3 instead of Fishbone Quill, if Justin had just had 1 less card in hand, Jerome would have been able to sing that Sudden Chill, which would have forced Justin to discard the Whole New World. Look at the facial expression on Justin. They're feeling very content with their position right now.
Yeah, it's a matchup they've clearly played lots. They just beat it in top 32, and now they are feeling very good about how this game is going. So they're behind on lore, but that doesn't matter. We know these Sapphire decks want to get to the end game and do big swings with Ariel, with Tamatoa. Now we see Bell coming down, another Enchanted into the Inkwell for a second Cogsworth, and Cogsworth stacks.
They certainly do.
Every other character now gets, well, they each get resist 1 because each Cogsworth gives the other Cogsworth, but now all the others get resist 2.
Yeah, that is going to be incredibly strong for Justin. Lots of nice synergy with Cogsworth and Mr. Smee as well, of course. You don't necessarily need a captain on the board because, of course, Mr. Smee could try and damage itself at the end of the turn. Cogsworth would protect it, but the Porpsicle as well being used to heal the Cogsworth. Both Cogsworth still with 5 willpower as well as resist 1.
Yeah, that is helping very nicely. All your characters are getting buffed up with that resist, making it much, much harder to actually take down. So decision time here for Jerome. Eyeing up, but we don't talk about Bruno. That would be an option. Eyeing up, oh, and looking at the Ursula, looking up the Floodborn Robin Hood. So Ursula is getting inked here.
6 ink available. Of course, could also be tempted to sing. We don't talk about Bruno, but let's not forget about the Cogsworth. It's not just giving resist to other characters, it's also got ward, which means that Jerome cannot target it with actions. They can only target it by challenging.
Yeah, eyeing up that winner. Talk about Bruno, thinking if only.
Yes.
But unfortunately not today. Robin Hood comes down as a Floodborn, but there's no Bucky on the board. There's 2 Robin Hood, but there's no Bucky. So back over to Justin, a board of 2 Cogsworth, giving a nice amount of bulk to any other character that comes down. So are we at the point now? Could we start seeing Hiram Flavisham as a draw engine? Could we start seeing things like Ariel or Tamatoa?
I've got good news. Justin has Tamatoa in hand, and I believe there might also be enough ink. Rise of the Titans into the inkwell. Are we going to see the Tamatoa? Doesn't look like that's what Justin's going for. Triple Cogsworth. That is something I've never seen before. Every Cogsworth now with resist 2, and this Mickey Mouse has resist 3.
The cogs are turning for Justin. I don't think I've ever seen 3 Cogsworth out at once, but it is working very nicely. And now Jerome trying to take anything down here. Like Robin Hood is now challenging for 0 against anything that isn't Cogsworth and 1 against any of those individual Cogsworth. And bearing in mind it's got ward and 5 willpower, those characters from Justin are not going to be easy to get rid of. It'd be nice to be able to drop a Be Prepared right now, but that's a Ruby card. Jerome's deck is going to struggle to get rid of these clocks.
Jerome now at 7 ink. In does come a Bucky. That's going to cost 2. Beast Tragic Hero costs 5, of course, for a total of 7 ink. Justin is forced to discard a card, with the Beast being Floodborn. Justin discards Baboom. Jerome quests for 4 with Robin Hood. So Jerome is in the lead by quite a margin in terms of lore. Currently at 9. Justin on just 1. And Justin does need to start clearing these Robin Hoods as soon as they possibly can.
Yeah, those Robin Hoods are annoying, but they're not going to be taking out much in a challenge. And also, all those Cogsworth do quest for 2.
Yep.
So with the bulk that they've got now, with their willpower and the resist and the ward, Justin could start going up by 6 lore return just from the Cogsworth. And there's my boy. Tamatoa comes down with a Porpsicle to go and draw a card. Of course, Tamatoa not actually questing for much now. It would just be 2 next turn. But actually, with the Mickey Mouse as well, that is 9 lore. If all Justin does is quest and does nothing else, that is 9 lore sitting on the board, and I'm sure there's going to be more coming.
What an impressive board from both players. Justin now deciding what to do with their readied characters. Of course, the Tamatoa is still drying, so cannot be doing anything this turn. But the Mickey and the Cogsworths are all ready to go. They could challenge, they could quest, they could do nothing at all. And I've got great news for you, Ross. You like Tamatoa? Well, Justin has another one in their hand as well. So we could even see double Tamatoa in just a turn.
And Tamatoa's got 8 willpower and resist +3 right now.
Yep.
So Tamatoa is becoming a literal and figurative monster. Does, of course, live in realm of the monsters. I'm not being rude. And what that means is that even if you're not questing with Tamatoa, you can use Tamatoa to just start taking out all your opponent's characters, taking no damage back, and really start clearing the board. But it is worth noting, there is, we got both the Robin Hood and the Beast. They all quest for 2. Jerome's already on 9 lore. So we do need to see some pressure being put on here, or Justin needs to just go, I don't care, I'm faster than you.
Are we going to see challenging from Justin, or are we going to see questing? It was the Fishbone Quill inked.
We're challenging. We're seeing.
Popsicle played.
I'm pretty sure we're challenging into. Are we not?
It looks like Quest. It looks like Justin's decided to go for a bit of a race here, Ross. Justin's hand right now is one Tamatoa and one Mr. Smee. Jerome has access to a Beast Tragic Hero and a Bucky, as well as a few other options that we don't talk about, Bruno. It can't target Cogsworth, but it can be targeting Tamatoa.
Yeah, and that lore counter needs to be updated, I believe, here, because Justin, if that was questing, that was 7 from the Cogsworth and the Mickey Mouse. So we got 7 lore just last turn from Justin. It looked like he was pointing at the Robin Hood.
Yep.
There was at least a decision. I thought we were attacking into Robin Hood, but it looked like questing, so I'm sure Justin's got more than 5 right now. I think we gained 7 last turn. There we go. So it does look like we've got that update.
Goodness.
Double Bucky and a Floodborn. No cards in hand.
Wow, this is a huge moment. Jerome plays the Bucky and spends 3 to play a Beast Tragic Hero by shifting it on to a Beast which was already on the board. They didn't have enough ink to just play the Bucky and the Beast. And then the Bruno is sang as well. Tamatoa, the only card left in Justin's hand, and is then forced to be discarded. Jerome is not interested in that resist because they just bounce back that Tamatoa and discard it. What a game we have here, Ross.
And importantly, Jerome is up to 14 lore. There is 8 lore on the board. If all Jerome does is quest, you need to take 3 of that lore out or get up to 8 here.
To fire the cannons, Ross. Justin, with the Fortisphere off the top, draws in to fire the cannons, which is just 2 damage and cannot target the Bucky. That is not helping much.
A Lucky Dime would have won the game here.
Yep.
You've got 12 lore. There's 7 on the board. You don't have anything like Goat in this deck. You don't have anything like Super Goof that can come down and grab lore straight away. Justin is 1 lore away. I believe stop me if I'm missing something. The only way to get guaranteed lore from a card played this turn is from that Lucky Dime.
Yeah, I do believe you're right.
And there's no Lucky Dime in hand. Justin's going to get to 19. Now, the question is, what can Cogsworth do? If you take out 1 Robin Hood and 1 Bucky, Jerome doesn't win the game next turn.
Yeah, all of Justin's characters have been on the board for more than 1 turn, so they are able to challenge, they are able to quest. Justin, as you mentioned, could quest everything, get to 19.
Now, Tamatoa having come down, we saw he got discarded. Had Tamatoa come down last turn, then next turn, then next turn you got game on board easy. But yeah, now we see the calculation. Justin cannot just quest here. Now you really do want to try and get a couple of lore, but first you have got to take out the minimum is now Bucky's got ward, doesn't it?
Justin's just shown the fire the cannons to Jerome, and Jerome's reaction there was pretty amazing. Just like, wow, they can't believe it. Justin doesn't think they can stop Jerome. Quest with everything, and that means that Jerome should just be able to quest out with the entire board and get to 20. Justin 1 lore away.
Yeah, we're going to see the draw coming in here, but all you need to do, quest with everything, that gets you over the line. Justin smiling, but Jerome takes game number 1 in this best-of-3 series. We're in the top 16. We're playing for that serial Mickey, and it looked so good for Sapphire Steel for so much of that matchup, and just falling a single lore short. That we don't talk about. Bruno, we're going to have to talk about it for a second.
Yes.
That was the pivotal card there.
And also, Ross, there was this play with 7 ink available, and it was the turn that Bruno came through. There was a Bucky on the board. There was a Beast Tragic Hero on the board. 2 ink spent for a Bucky, which meant there was 2 Buckies on the board. And then 3 ink spent on the Beast. They couldn't play the 7 ink. They didn't have it. I think they only had 5 or 6. So they shifted on a Beast onto their own Beast to get that Floodborn double discard, which discarded the hand of Justin. Then the We Don't Talk About Bruno was sung by a Beast or a Robin Hood, and it was a guaranteed hit on a Tamatoa. An absolutely extraordinary use of the shift mechanic, reducing the cost of the Beast to come down.
And that's the thing. We talk a lot about shifting onto smaller characters, but the shift mechanic doesn't say you have to shift it onto a different subtitle of the card or a lower value of the card. You can shift a Beast Tragic Hero onto a Beast Tragic Hero. You don't see it very often, and there's a good reason for it. Beast Tragic Hero is a great card.
Yes.
It quests for 2. It draws your card at the beginning of your turn. It is a great card. You don't want 2 of them stacked on top so you can only use 1. You want 2 of them on the board ready to use. But I'll tell you something for nothing here. That worked quite well last game.
It certainly did. Finding that right moment to shift in, not something you see very often. I've seen some players do it with Tinkerbell, shifting onto their own Tinkerbell for that little bit of extra damage. But particularly with Bucky, really seeing the value of the Floodborn tag. And I have to say, Ross, before this weekend, I haven't really seen Beast shift ability be particularly relevant, but we did see someone shifting it onto Morph in the Swiss in day 1 and day 2. And then on the main event, final day here, shifting a Beast onto your own Tragic Beast already. You get no extra board presence, but you do get that Floodborn tag and Bucky's ability going through an extra time. Let's look at the mulligan for Justin. Lucky Dime, a whole new world, 2 dimes in hand. Can't imagine those are going to stay in Justin's opening hand here.
No, they're uninkable. They are 7 costs. They are not great. They're better in the discard, honestly, a lot of the time than the hand early game. You can recover them with Tamatoa, and they don't give you much for the first several turns of the game. Jerome here, an aggressive mulligan here. Was that a mulligan for 6?
I think 6 it was,
Literally was 6. So what was the one card he kept? Did you see?
I did not catch the one card he kept. Possibly a Bucky, maybe a Diablo would be the things that you might expect for Jerome to keep.
Yeah, I'm just having a little peek
Yeah,
here. I'm trying to see
absolutely.
if I can see it, because that's always interesting to me.
I'm just admiring Justin shuffling again. There is something that just mesmerizes me with players with shuffling skills like this. It boggles my mind that someone can do that. It's so impressive.
Right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll get learning, and then next time I see you, I'll be as good at shuffling as Justin.
I'll believe it when I see it, Ross.
And I will finally earn your respect. It was an Ursula.
Yeah.
That was a 1 card that was kept from the mulligan from Jerome.
Yeah, and that makes an awful lot of sense for us. We saw in that last game, Justin was able to get that whole new world through, and then it looked like they were in a dominant position. But if Jerome had access to that Ursula Deceiver in game 1, they would have been able to play it, discard Justin's whole new world, and potentially stop them from having any cards in hand at all.
Yeah, and then we see how important it is, that whole new world. So Jerome basically going, look, I don't love my opening hand, but I'm keeping an answer. Now, Hiram Flavisham did not come down in game 1 for Justin. It was the Cogsworth show. I'm interested to see if it happens here. We see an ink from Justin, but no card played. Jerome is going to get on to inking. We don't talk about Bruno, and is going to be playing nothing, actually, it looks like.
Yep, Justin as well, playing nothing but inking a Fishbone Quill. Diablo, the card drawn by Jerome. Of course, if they ink this turn, they go to 2. Justin was the player going first in game 1. They lost, so they decide to go first in game 2 as well.
So, we are eyeing up inking. Is that a Beast? It was Beast Tragic Hero, but they've changed their mind.
To Tinkerbell instead. In comes the Ursula. Grab Your Swords is available. Baboom is not a song, so it can't be discarded. Grab Your Swords, the only song available. And it's a great card to discard. We saw in the previous game, Ross, this Grab Your Swords come through and clear the Bucky nice and early on. Yes. Justin's going to be very happy with that.
It gets Bucky, it gets the little Robin Hood. Now we do see Mickey Mouse coming down on turn 3. Justin gets the same thing going on again. Goes from 3 lore to 4. So 2 lore up on, 2 ink to 4. 2 ink up on his opponent as it stands at the moment. So we do have an Ursula on the board from Jerome, but nothing else. There is the free cost Ursula in hand, and there is also the free cost Diablo. You don't get to shift onto it, but it would at least get it into play, and that is where Justin's going here.
Diablo enters the board, does know that Justin has that Baboom in their hand, but they have that other Diablo perhaps to play on the following turn. So Justin here has a couple of options, might want to develop a 5-cost character. I think that's a Beast Tragic Hero in hand, possibly a Beast Hard-Headed though. I think it is actually Beast Hard-Headed, so that's not going to be as much of an interesting option. But of course, if they want to remove this Diablo this turn, they're going to have to play the Baboom, and I don't think that they're going to be able to play anything else. It's going to be quite a slow turn for Justin to answer this Diablo if they wish to do so.
Yeah, we don't even have a 1-cost item in hand. I'm thinking maybe you can Porpsicle and Hiram Flavisham and you don't answer Diablo, but at least it's not exerted. They don't copy your draw yet, and you can maybe work on it next turn. We see Cogsworth getting inked, and it is Beast Tragic Hero coming down.
Well, that's a really big deal, Ross. I thought it was the hard-headed, but the Beast Tragic Hero providing some card draw potentially for Justin. But let's not forget, with the Diablo, as a third one has been drawn, every card Justin draws, Jerome's going to draw as well. But Justin's going to be hoping one of the cards they draw into is a whole new world, because then suddenly they can discard both players' entire hands and draw 7 new ones.
Yeah, which will help. We've got Ursula being moved to the front there. We've also got Diablo. We've got 2 good options, and Jerome really taking a minute to think about this. But it does seem to be the Diablo coming down. And that means in a minute, for every 1 card Justin draws, Jerome draws 2.
And that is pretty scary. It does have to be exerted, this Diablo. So for now, it's just going to be every time Justin draws 1, Jerome draws 1. But before long, if Justin's not careful, it could get really out of hand. And you can really see why this Grab Your Swords was such a huge discard. And that comes back to that 1 card kept in the mulligan. This Ursa the Deceiver valued so heavily by Justin that it was the 1 card they kept from the mulligan.
We talk about mulliganing skills. It is a big skill, and that is what we saw here. Keeping that 1 card, Grab Your Swords would do so much right now, but it is unfortunately not available. We've got Aerial, Porpsicle, Hiram Flavisham. We've got another Beast Tragic Hero. Am I right in thinking Beast Tragic Hero is not... I don't usually see it in Steel Sapphire. Am I misremembering?
There's only 2 copies of it in Justin's deck. It is a card which doesn't often quite make the cut.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't remember seeing it in these deck lists, but I've seen so much of it this weekend. I'm like, am I just misremembering?
No, and Justin does also have 2 copies of the Beast Hard-Headed in their deck as well, but the Tragic Hero definitely going to be more impactful in this matchup. We see a Baboom come through, and it does remove a Diablo. This Diablo to the left or at the top of your screen is now in the discard pile. Just 1 Diablo remaining on the board for Jerome, but they do have another in their hand, of course.
Yeah, and they did get a Porpsicle down as well, which isn't huge now, but could be important in the future. That second Beast Tragic Hero does end up getting inked, putting Justin up to 6 ink in total. Now, of course, one thing we do always need to remember in a best of 3 is the time. We're miles away from the end yet. We've got 45 minutes. But something to consider if this game does go on a while is what happens in that game 3 and who can jump out to a bigger lead. So, back to Jerome here. We've got 4 ink available to start the turn. Hopefully a 5th coming down. And we top deck Robin Hood, which could be played this turn. No Bucky yet, though.
Jerome, of course, winning the first game, was going second in this game for the 2nd time. Justin really going to be wanting to make use of that advantage of them being the player that goes first. But that Ursa the Deceiver having such a huge impact in this game so far. Jerome can go to 5 ink this turn. Justin currently at 4 lore. Jerome at 3.
So here comes down the Beast, and we do see Ursula going into the Beast. Doesn't survive the challenge, but does at least get some damage down on the Beast. It's a card you're trying to take away from Justin, of course. Drawing 2 cards at the beginning of your turn will no longer happen because Beast only draws if there's no damage on it. That is, of course, what Ursula was really doing there, turning off the card draw from Beast.
Absolutely, and Flavisham's going to come through, draw 2 cards for Justin, but also Jerome with that exerted Diablo is going to draw a couple of their own. This Beast as well now with the bell into the Inkwell for the 3rd time so far in this series. The Mickey Mouse puts a card into the Inkwell as well. It is looking pretty tricky for Justin without an answer for that Diablo.
It really is. A lot of cards being drawn from both sides here, but seems to be one player is doing all of the work. At least there's a decent inkwell built up at this stage, but this is the point where Justin needs to start thinking about things like Lucky Dime, like Aerial, like your Tamatoa, the cards that can give a big swing in terms of lore, but there isn't Aladdin in Jerome's hand. So if you could get that down before a Lucky Dime hits, that would be an advantage. Not necessarily right this turn, but it's something to consider to take out that Lucky Dime before it becomes a big problem. Because you only discard the item when you quest, so Aladdin needs to be down for a turn to threaten those items.
Justin has so many cards in hand right now, thanks to those Diablos putting in the work. Justin struggling a little bit further behind. In comes Tink for 6 ink. That's going to damage every character on Justin's side of the board by 1. And grab your sword, sung by Beast.
Oh,
it's going to be 2
word.
more damage on everything else. Clearing the board with just this Beast tragic hero remaining with 1 willpower left.
Here and Flavisham goes down, the Mickey Mouse go down. Now we see Diablo trading with Beast, and Beast goes down as well. Justin giving up, Jerome giving up his draw engine to take out that Beast. Now the good news is we've got Lucky Dime and Tamatoa in hand. The bad news, we don't have a bunch of items and 15 ink. So we just play Tamatoa and we recover that Porpsicle, which I don't think can even be played yet because we used all the ink to play Tamatoa.
Justin passes play on over to Jerome. Beast Tragic Hero is not damaged, so Jerome going to draw an extra card at the start of their turn. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think they even needed the extra cards. So many available for Jerome right now. Justin with a whole new world, though, would of course be able to discard Jerome's entire hand. So that's a card Justin's going to be wanting to find off the top of the deck. Of course, Porpsicle in their hand can also draw. So there's a pretty good chance, still 4 whole new worlds in the deck, I believe, from Justin. Unless, you never know, that Mickey Mouse could have put a card face down into the inkwell. It could have been a whole new world.
It could have been a whole new world. It is random, and that is a problem. It can throw your counts off a little bit. You're playing 1 less of a card than you think you are, but you don't know which card. Now we see a Beast hitting the inkwell here. That Beast Tragic Hero all over the show in this matchup. Both players playing it and absolutely coming around. At least, I mean, Justin at least was having a lot of fun here. We see both players in pretty good spirits. Always nice to see when we're playing Lorcana. But Justin knows that he is 1 game down, needs to find a way to win this second game. Now, we are discarding, because Bucky is on the board now, we are discarding that Lucky Dime, but of course, Tamatoa can get it back.
And Jerome has got to be almost imagining that feeling right now of holding the Mickey in their hands. They can taste that victory at this stage. This is the game for the golden Mickey Mouse brave little tailor. Justin, even if they aren't successful, has already booked their place at the European Championships later on this year. But we're now going to see 1 cost for the Popsicle, Aerial, Flavisham, Cogsworth in hand for Justin.
What is going to be the option? We've got Havisham for draw. Aerial's very good. You've got at least 1 item down now. We could have Aerial this turn and then potentially have a Lucky Dime next turn and then build up a big amount of lore from Aerial because Tamatoa can quest to recover the Lucky Dime. So that could give you 10 lore from the Aerial as an option. But of course, if you play that Aerial, you've got to wait a turn and your opponent may well be trying to go after it. Of course, it's got ward, though, I believe.
Yep.
So it is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, Fortisphere for Justin allows them to draw another card. Still has Flavisham available for some more card draw. Let It Go can be sung by Tamatoa, but it could also be, you can spend 5 ink to play it, and it's going to put one of Jerome's Beasts, most likely, into the inkwell face down and exerted. That's going to slow down Jerome's card draw. Tamatoa is going to
quest for free here, 2 items plus the 1 normal, and then getting an item back. And oh, look, it's Lucky Dime. Who could possibly have seen that coming?
Yeah, but Justin deciding, instead of trying to remove any cards from Jerome's side of the board, is going for a pretty aggressive line here to try and win the game as quickly as possible. Aerial, with the ward that you mentioned, is going to be very difficult for Jerome to deal with. Justin, with the dime in hand, could play the dime, exert the dime to gain 5, quest with aerial for 5, and that would be enough to get to 20. Jerome has to remove the aerial or get to 20 themselves this turn. I thought it was all over, Ross, but Justin has found a way to really threaten Jerome right now.
And as much as I hate to say it, the Tamatoa doesn't even matter right now. Do you need 10? You only need 10 lore, and you've got Lucky Dime and Aerial that will get you 5 each, and that's why you had to quest with Tamatoa. You had to get the Lucky Dime. So there's 2 options for Jerome. Either you take out the Aerial, or you get rid of every card in Justin's hand, because I am very confident the Lucky Dime will be the very last card that Justin chooses to discard. It is a game-winning card. So here comes the question. Can Jerome either empty out the hand, get to 20 lore, or take out the aerial? We need 12 lore. There is 7 on the board. Jerome's miles away from that. Aerial's got ward and isn't exerted, and there's a bunch of cards in Justin's hand. It looks like Justin's confident, and I think he should be right now.
Yeah, but as many cards as Jerome has, the aerial with the ward is the big difference. And I think you're right, Justin is going to be feeling pretty great. The longer Jerome takes to do this, the more confident Justin is becoming. Finding that way from 10 to 20 in a single turn is what they're threatening right now. And Jerome knows that that Lucky Dime is in Justin's hand, of course. It was Tamatoa. You say Tamatoa did nothing, but Tamatoa put the dime in Justin's hand to
Last
enable
turn,
this.
Tamatoa was amazing.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, from here on,
Absolutely.
Tamatoa is, you don't need Tamatoa. Tamatoa is doing nothing from here. Now, last turn, Tamatoa put a shift in.
That's
but
right.
This turn, you don't need Tamatoa. You just need Aerial on board, Lucky Dime in hand, and I mean, you can't even really go after the items because you're not going to have any items yourself. Justin plays 1, hey, I'm ahead on items. That's all Aerial needs to quest for 5.
Justin is looking incredibly happy right now. Again, the longer it goes on, the more confident you're feeling. There's a Strength of a Raging Fire available for Jerome, which could deal a lot of damage. But the Ward of Aerial means she cannot be targeted by Jerome's actions. She's readied, so she cannot be challenged. And Justin can just drop that dime, quest for 5 with Aerial, spend another 2 ink on the dime for another 5 to get to 20. Flynn Rider coming in, Aladdin coming in. Bucky is forcing Justin to discard cards.
But we're running out of ink pretty quickly here at this point. Jerome, it's that part of the game where you're trying to do everything you can. Jerome there looking and going, okay, how much are you going to get? Now, as it stands, Tamatoa, we don't even need to use Lucky Dime if we can play 2 items. Because Aerial can quest for 5. You play 2 items, Tamatoa quest for 5. But the Lucky Dime is going to do it as well. It is going to be, we've got 9 lore, we've got 9 ink available, right?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain of that with the Sapphire deck. You would hope so. It looks like there's 7, 9 exactly right now for Justin. It's like they've planned ahead perfectly.
It's almost like they've planned this. You need 7 ink in order to pay for the Lucky Dime, and then 2 more to use it. And unlike a character, you can use an item on the turn it is played.
Ross, big moment, because Diablo has shifted in, which is going to be another Floodborn. Jerome also counting the amount of ink. I think we just saw this Diablo shifting in. Strength of a Raging Fire discarded. Diablo is a Floodborn, which means Justin's going to have to discard another card. It's Flaversham. And there's also, I believe, a Sudden Chill in Jerome's hand, which could discard another card. The question is, does Justin have more than just the Lucky Dime in their hand available right now?
Oh, everything is getting mixed around a little bit here. And let's be clear, Justin's got 1 turn. Like, I'm not entertaining the idea that Jerome doesn't win next turn. Look at all the characters. I'm not doing any counting. Jerome's got game next turn. This is it. This is the game. Either Jerome stops Justin or Justin wins the game next turn. They're the only 2 options available.
Now, the other thing is, as well, Ross, if there is just one card in Justin's hand, and it is the dime, it could be discarded by this sudden chill being sung, which is what happens, and it is
a lucky dime. That is absolutely huge. That was the other option for Jerome. Take out Aerial or get rid of the lucky dime. But
the Tamatoa is still on the board, Ross.
Tamatoa is still on the board. So now you've got, and you haven't taken out the Tamatoa, so Tamatoa just quests, gets the lucky dime back, and that should be game for Justin here.
Fishbone Quill into the ink. Tamatoa quests.
Quest for free goes up. That's not that important right now. But of course, the quest is going to bring that lucky dime straight back. Goes into play. You quest with Aerial. You use lucky dime. You go up to 20 free lore. And that is game 2 for Justin. And we are going to a game 3. And I, for one, am delighted. And it turned out that Tamatoa pretty useful in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. What a thriller. The amount of plays that there were available there to Jerome, shifting in the Diablo for no cost at all, discarding the strength, singing Sudden Shield to discard the lucky dime. But Tamatoa, well, they like shiny things, don't they? They grabbed it straight back. And the Aerial with Ward as well, being able to dodge that strength of a Raging Fire. Wow, we go to game 3, but this time Emerald Steel, for the first time in the series, will be going first.
Yeah, and I've got to give a lot of love to the way that Justin played that last game, because he said to Jerome, like, right, here's the deal. You have to take out my Aerial, but it's got Ward.
Yeah.
Or you have to completely empty out my hand and take out the Tamatoa. And also, you really should make sure that you've got game on board for the next turn, because otherwise Aerial is just going to win the following turn. Lucky Dime becomes irrelevant. Justin basically said to Jerome, you have to do everything. And, you know, shout out to Jerome in that last turn. Completely emptied out Justin's hand. Got a big board, but wasn't able to save enough characters to take out the Tamatoa. And because Tamatoa stayed on the board, could just quest. The free lore was irrelevant, but getting Lucky Dime back was not irrelevant at all.
And shout out to the production team showing me what I want to see. A big close-up on that shuffling there from Justin. So game number 3, it is going to be a little different from the 2 we've seen before, as again, Justin now, despite being the highest seed, will be going second in this 3rd and final game. And that's of course because they lost their first game. They went first again in game 2, but now the loser of the previous game, Jerome, is going to be able to decide to go first. So things are going to be a little bit different. An Ursula Deceiver on turn 2 against a lot of Sapphire Steel decks can discard a 1 jump ahead, but that is not a card that Justin is playing, and it is open deck lists. So a big thing for Justin here is going to be finding the Baboom, finding a Fire the Cannons, one of those two, to try and answer the Diablo as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very important thing to note in best of threes. You want to win game 1.
Yes.
Because if you lose game 1 and there is a game 3, you will be going second, and there is a sizable advantage in Lorcana to going first. You get the first ink down, you get the first present on the board, bearing in mind characters take a turn to dry. What have you seen?
Fire the Cannons is in the hand of Justin. That's what they're looking for. They play 2 copies of Baboom, 2 copies of Fire the Cannons, and that is going to be probably the most efficient answer to Diablo in the game. 1 ink to remove Diablo. You're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun to me. Use 1 ink, get rid of one of your opponent's most annoying cards. We've seen how many cards Jerome can be drawing with that Diablo. And here's the thing. Game 1, Justin came very, very close, was 1 ink away, was just that tiny bit too slow. Went full Cogsworth, but unfortunately the Cogsworth alone weren't able to get over the line. In game 2, Justin won, but it again was a 1-turn thing. Had the turn gone back to Jerome, we would have seen a different result. So we've seen very close games. Who can get into top 8? Well, Diablo turn 1's a good start. Show me your hand.
So Jerome with full information on what is in Justin's hand. Jerome inking the Ursula Deceiver. They do have another one in their hand available. Just been doing a count of Justin's deck. 10 items total. So the odds of this Scuttle hitting are not particularly high. Good chance, therefore, Justin might prefer to be inking this Scuttle. Might just be a card that Justin is looking to play in the later game. I have to say, if I was Justin, they're playing 62 cards, I'd just remove the 2 Scuttles and play 60. The rest of the deck I love. The 2 Scuttles, Ross, I'm unconvinced by. But prove me wrong, Justin. Prove me wrong, Scuttle. It's going to be really exciting to see if Scuttle is played, if it's able to add an item into Justin's hand.
Well, for now, we do have the Fortisphere coming down from Justin. Nice little 1-cost item. Can be fuel for Favasham, can be fuel for Tamatoa, and can be a pain if Aladdin hits the board too early. Back over to Jerome here, and we are inking, it looks like.
It was a Bruno there.
It is a Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno, but we are allowed to talk about, we don't talk about Bruno. I have checked. That is fine. Ursula comes down, and of course, it is going to be, and along came Zeus. Oh no, because we've also got Grab Your Swords. They are both options.
Yeah, Jerome, I would imagine going to be prioritizing discarding the Grab Your Swords. It can come down a little bit later, but it can deal with that Bucky and Diablo. But Zeus is the card chosen instead, which is really interesting. Zeus also a way of removing Diablo, can remove Ursa, the Deceiver of All, can remove Flynn Rider as well. So the Grab Your Swords, still a card available for Justin.
And hopefully you're going to be making use of that. Ah, you are right, Scuttle does get inked. Hits the ink well, so never mind. I mean, look, I live near the sea. Seagulls can sometimes be a problem, and I think sometimes Scuttle can be a problem for your opponent finding your items. Imagine, if you will, it's late in the game, you really need to find your lucky dime.
Yes.
Like we saw in the last game.
Absolutely.
Feels like Scuttle might have your back in that scenario, or it might just steal your son's ice cream and make him cry.
And we see a big moment in this one with the Diablo shift discarding the Fire the Cannons, which is, of course, an action. So it costs nothing to shift in Diablo, and it is a Floodborn, so Bucky triggers its ability. Justin discards a card, and as Justin draws a card, well, guess what? So does Diablo, but not for much longer. The Fire the Cannons was ready and waiting for Justin.
Yeah, at the moment for Justin, it's the early game with these Sapphire decks. It is keep away. It is turn off things like Bucky, turn off things like Diablo, build up to your late game. But Flynn Rider comes down, forcing a discard that is aerial, and we know how good that card can be. And Flynn Rider quests for 4, -1 for each card in your opponent's hand.
It's a really nice card off the top, Ross. It was a Mickey Mouse, but deciding Justin instead to go for the Flavasham, drawing 2. If this Diablo, Ross, was still on the board for Jerome, Jerome also would have drawn 2. So you really see the value of that Fire the Cannons the previous turn.
Yeah, we've got a Robin Hood and a... What's that second card there?
Tinkerbell's in there as well.
Oh, it is Tinkerbell. So you've got a couple of cards there that can come down. Got a decent board. The other thing is we need to watch Justin's hand, because that Flynn Rider is phenomenal at questing when you've successfully got your opponent's hand down to 1 or 0. If your opponent's got 4 cards in hand, nothing. And I did check with a judge. Surprisingly, you cannot go to negative law with Flynn Rider.
Nice. That is really cool to hear. I didn't know that one.
I assumed as much, but I did go and find a judge to check, just in the hope that it was a cool little interaction.
Yep.
But alas, shockingly, it is as we suspected. Now, we've got, okay, Bucky is down there, and we are passing back over to Justin.
Smee off the top has still that Mickey Mouse, the Grab Your Swords, which Jerome didn't discard earlier, is still available for Justin. And there it is, Grab Your Swords, removing Bucky from the board. 2 damage into every other character. Now, if it was the Zeus, the Flavasham would have been able to sing Zeus and remove the Flynn Rider. So very interesting, going back to that turn 2 decision that Jerome had. They played the Ursula, they discarded the Zeus over the Grab Your Swords. How are you feeling about that decision, looking at it 3 or 4 turns later, Ross?
I think it's one of those things where you're playing the odds. There's 2 options, and you're thinking, what is a worst-case scenario if I leave them with Along Came Zeus? What is a worst-case scenario if I leave them with Grab Your Swords? And clearly thinking, I cannot let them have access to that 1 card to take out 1 big character. Knowing that this was an option, But unfortunately, sometimes you've got to just, you can't do everything. You've got to do what's right for you at that particular point in the game. Does look like we saw a sudden chill come into the room, and a bit cold for Mickey. Mickey ran away, and Justin left with just that Hiram Flavisham on the board.
And Jerome has the Flynn Rider and the Tinkerbell. They're both evasive, so they cannot be challenged by any of Justin's characters, as Justin does not have a single evasive character in their deck. Robin Hood on the board as well, but I have bad news for Jerome. Justin has a second copy of Grab Your Swords, and it clears the board.
No. Okay, I feel like if Jerome knew there was going to be 2 in a row, might have gone for the Grab Your Sword, but thinking, look, it'll get Bucky, but it'll only get Bucky, whereas Along Came Zeus will get any character. I can deal with you just taking out Bucky, because Along Came Zeus could do that anyway, but you don't expect 2 to be dropped 2 turns in a row and clear your entire board. Jerome has got a sizable lead in terms of lore, but Justin feels like, well, certainly looks like this game is going as expected, and I am loving it for them. Here comes Popsicle, you draw a card, and then you quest with Flavisham, get rid of Popsicle. It's only a small little lolly, it does not last long, but it does give you extra cards, and your boy Scuttle comes into hand because of it.
Fire the Cannons and Baboom are going to be 2 really nice options for Justin to try to deal with. We will Scuttle time!
Hits
Big moment!
the board.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of my experience playing Scuttle. You play Scuttle, you look for an item. If you find one, you add it in, but doesn't find it. But the great news is here, the real utility of Scuttle, all 4 of those characters which were found, and I think there was a Let It Go, so 3 characters and a song, they go onto the bottom of the deck, which is then increasing the chances of Justin drawing into that lucky dime. So even though Scuttle didn't add a card to hand, it did dig a little bit deeper into Justin's deck, increasing the odds of them finding that next item, which they are looking for.
Which is always fun, and it looks like we are just using Let the Storm Rage on. Oh, it looks like Jerome, a little worried about Scuttle. Needs to get Scuttle off the board. And we're back over to Justin, and now don't look at the lore counter, look at the board, look at how content Justin looks right now. This game is going like you plan it. Sapphire Steel does not jump out to a big advantage, and that is good because we've got 20 minutes left on the clock. You don't want to start game 3 with 5 minutes left if you're a Sapphire Steel player. You need time to get your deck rolling. We've got 20 minutes left. We should be seeing a conclusion to this top 16 game.
Wow.
And not much from Justin.
No, that's really curious. Justin not using any of their ink. I was really expecting the Tamatoa to come through that turn. I'm really curious as why they decided not to play anything at all. Let's be clear, these are some of the best players in the world, certainly the best in Europe. They have a lot of ideas in their mind, and we do see a big exertion. It's Tamatoa and the Popsicle as well.
That is
I think that was... How much ink is Justin on it? It seems like just 8 ink, which would certainly explain why they didn't play Tamatoa if they only had 7 ink available.
Yeah. Popsicle grabbed from Tamatoa out of the discard, comes back into the hand, and then we quest with Hiram Flavisham and with your Scuttle, which I think I like a lot more than you, apparently. You're going to see it when we play our sealed games later. I've got 2 Scuttle in my deck.
Oh, brilliant.
And I think I've got like 8 items in a 40-card deck. It's going to be beautiful. Scuttle is going to hit.
That sounds like good odds.
Jerome, you'll notice, last turn for Jerome, you might have blinked and missed it. Jerome played Beast. That was the turn. Jerome has got very, very little going on here. Justin with that double grab your swords and the fire the cannons, taking out all of those characters. Now, we do see a Robin Hood hit the board here, and both of these do quest for 2, so we could start seeing a little bit of lore pressure put on here, but we know that if you're 3 ink up on a Sapphire Steel deck, that is not much. Now, how big can Tamatoa get? Here comes Popsicle.
It was a Tinkerbell drawn, and then the Fortisphere as well.
Which is a second item, but it means a second lore for Tamatoa. Chooses not to play it immediately, though. Could have played it to get an extra lore from questing with the Tamatoa. Chose not to. Seems like that ink has already been earmarked to be used elsewhere.
Yeah, and the Popsicle's going to be banished by Flavisham, who quests for 1. Justin, therefore, gets to draw 2 more cards. And now Tinkerbell, Mickey Mouse, Fortisphere, and the Fishbone Quill
double
are all
Fortisphere.
new options for Justin in their hand.
And Cogsworth is there as well. We saw Treble Cogsworth didn't work well enough in game 1, but does not mean Cogsworth is not a phenomenal character. What are we eyeing up the cogs here?
I think it could be. We see the Fortisphere, and I am feeling like Justin maybe missed out on that 1 lore by not playing it before questing with Tamatoa, and another Fortisphere comes through. There's the dime! Is that why they've been earmarking that lore? To get the dime down as soon as possible. Tink comes through. 1 damage on Beast is big. That's going to deny card draw for Jerome, but now Beast will have 7 strength at the start of Jerome's turn.
Now it's over to Jerome here, because actually that Tamatoa is looking very dangerous. If you can get a single item down in addition to Lucky Dime, that will be Tamatoa getting 10 lore and winning the game. But of course, you've also got Havisham, you've also got Scuttle, you've also got Tinkerbell. So if I'm Jerome here, public enemy number 1 is that big crab that likes shiny things. Tamatoa has got to go down. In the previous game, it was a lot less relevant until the Lucky Dime got discarded from hand. In this game, that Tamatoa is everything. You know, do you know, Joe? You don't know Justin's got Lucky Dime, do you? Because it was drawn off of the top, and Justin does not give anything away. Justin looks so happy this game that you won't notice him looking happy top decking a Lucky Dime. That might be an advantage. Aladdin, there's 2 in the hand. They're not going to do anything this turn. They've got to be down for a turn to start taking out those items. There's not enough to get rid of Tamatoa. And with that Scuttle as well, I think that's game now, because you play the Lucky Dime. Tamatoa for 8. Oh, Lucky Dime will act for 4. Lucky Dime will then get 5. You don't even need Scuttle. This is game for Justin. Justin is going to be going into the top 8. Gets a Popsicle just for good measure. But as long as we see this Lucky Dime hit the board and get used, that should be game for Justin here.
Justin just 8 lore away. Tamatoa currently questing for 3. 9 lore away, my apologies.
But it doesn't matter, because you'll get 1. In theory, you get 1. That doesn't matter. You're fine. Just play an item, quest for Tamatoa for 4, and then use Lucky Dime to quest for 5. There comes Popsicle. We are good. Tamatoa can now quest for 4, and then Lucky Dime will get the last 5, and that will be the game.
There's the dime.
And that
Jerome
is the game. And here we go. We quest with Tamatoa. We use Lucky Dime. Justin Morales goes forward into the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum with this Steel Sapphire deck. And my boy Tamatoa singing to victory, taking advantage of all of those shiny things.
Yeah, and you just missed it, but Justin gave a little thumbs up to the camera. Golden Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Taylor is secured by Justin. They are the latest and proudest owner of that card.
And you've just beaten in top 32 Emerald Steel. You've just beaten in top 16 Emerald Steel. Was it a guaranteed Emerald Steel in top 8 or a likely?
But the matchup was they're either playing Ruby Amethyst or Emerald Steel, and you have to say the Emerald Steel player is the favorite in that matchup.
You do.
So I did predict at the start of the top 16, Justin was my pick for the tournament based on the matchups. I'm staying strong. Sapphire Steel. Wow, what a performance. I really thought it was over in game 2, Ross. When that aerial hit the board, I didn't realize for a good moment of time they could just get that 10 lore out of nowhere. It seemed like it was over. There were so many cards in Jerome's hand, but none that could bypass the ward of aerial, and that was the difference maker.
I love these Sapphire decks. They're very hard to play for me personally because I don't have the patience a lot of the time, but we see they go behind. And it doesn't matter. Oh, we're just watching the we can just see on the camera here the Rapunzel decks being unfurled. They do look quite beautiful. I got distracted for a second by the shiny playmats, but we see it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter going down. It doesn't matter how far you go down. Both the games Justin won, it was minimum 10 lore in that final term. And honestly, you can do more.
Yeah.
There is, I mean, we saw Tamatoa getting 10 lore in one turn on the stream. I think it was yesterday. Might have been Friday. Well, with a Lucky Dime down, You could legitimately get 20 lore in one turn. Takes a lot of build-ups, not always possible. It's a hard thing to pull off, but most decks can't really get there unless they play like 15 characters, which is even less realistic. These Sapphire decks really can go big at the end of games, and if you don't thwart them early and often, that's what you see.
Yeah, and the Lucky Dime, really the star of the show, as it turns out, for Sapphire. When the card was first revealed, Ross, the community did not think too much of it, but it did not take long for people to discover the power of the Lucky Dime. It gives Sapphire this really aggressive questing potential right at the end of the game. Well, you're not actually questing, are you? You're gaining lore without the needing to quest, which is a really powerful tool in Disney Lorcana.
And one of the best things about that Lucky Dime is that you can use it the turn you play it, or you can use... So the Aerial, for instance, questing for 5. You play Aerial, you've got Ward, we saw in that matchup. It's likely to stay around because of Ward, right? But you play it down, you wait. Next turn, you get 5 lore. But if you've got Lucky Dime, you play it down 5 lore with a Lucky Dime straight away. And Lucky Dime is not a card where you're like, oh, this quest for free, I'm going to copy it. Nah, mate. It is for these specific combos. Tamatoa, Aerial, Bell. These cards that generally quest for 5 or more lore. That is where you get the real benefit from Lucky Dime. And it's why we only really see it in these item-heavy decks where... I mean, it does work with Bell, which isn't item-based. That is 10 lore, 10 ink in your inkwell. But Tamatoa, Aerial, these item-based decks, that is where Lucky Dime really shines.
No, absolutely. And it was just brilliant to see a 62-card deck is top 8 in Bochum. How do you feel about that, Ross?
I feel good. And the thing is, I'm not saying don't go above 60 cards. I am saying don't go above 60 cards unless you are absolutely 100% certain that your deck is consistent enough. You're going to have extra tricks, but you're not going to have the consistency. And the consistency is what we're worried about.
Yes.
There is a percentage. Every time you start your turn, you have a particular percentage chance of drawing each particular card in your deck. Every other card in your deck brings that percentage down. Whereas something like Hiram Flavisham, you draw 2 cards, your percentage of drawing Lucky Dime goes up.
Yep.
Scuttle, taking an item out of your deck, there's 1 less card in deck. The chance of drawing what you want goes up. Emptying your deck ups your percentage chance of drawing the cards you want. Playing cards extra into your deck really brings that chance down. I'm not a fan of 62 card decks unless you are 100% certain about the consistency. And look, Justin's in top 8 of the challenge. We have no more questions about the consistency of this deck.
No, and I have to say the Scuttle as well, even though it didn't miss, again, the fact that the Scuttle put those 4 cards onto the bottom, it didn't hit an item, 4 cards went onto the bottom of the deck. That just meant that Lucky Dime was 4 cards closer to being drawn. It arrived right on time, and Tamatoa did the business.
There's another world where Justin's sitting there going, I was so close in game 3, but I just couldn't find my Lucky Dime, and I couldn't win. Well,
we are also shortly going to have an interview in both English and German with Justin, which I'm really excited to hear about the Scuttle and in particular the 62 cards. So many questions for Justin, and I'm really excited to see what they've got to say, how they're feeling about this Mickey.
Oh, it's going to be a fun one. I'm very interested. I think we have got the city bumper coming on. I think the interview is ready to go. So let's head over to the interview.
Hallo zusammen, wir sind in der Interview-Area und wir sind hier mit Justin, der sich eine kurze Pause verdient hat. I will skip to English in a second. Ich erkläre nur ganz kurz für euch mal wieder, was wir vorhaben. Wir möchten jetzt ein paar Fragen natürlich an Justin stellen nach einem derart intensiven Spiel, wie wir es gerade gesehen haben. Ich will zwischendurch wieder auf Deutsch wechseln und starte einmal in Englisch, nämlich einfach mal fragen, wie es Justin gerade geht. So Justin, honestly, how do you feel right now? How's your energy level? That game was intense.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, I'm just happy I got this far. Bucky is usually a good matchup for Sapphire Steel, but the thing is, whenever it's a deck that could always have a nut draw, and anything can happen. And
Anything.
Yeah, like game one, it was crazy. Usually Cogsworth is really strong, but he powered through it. So I had to fight through the last two games.
Yeah, and you did, So, looking at just the moment when you had lost the first round, how do you recover mentally from such a situation? So you're under pressure. It's finals round. You're losing the first game. How do you prepare yourself for the second and third round? Say like, I still can make it. What do you do?
I mean, it is brutal, like losing on camera with 3 Cogsworths in place. Like, I can imagine, like, I can't read the Twitch chat right now, but I could imagine it was a big deal. But yeah, I mean, you take a breath, take one game at a time, and I think I got to keep calm for like the last 2 games.
I'm just gonna skip to German really fast. Ich habe Justin erstmal gefragt, wie es ihm gerade geht. Nach einem derart intensiven Spiel, ich muss persönlich sagen, es war eines der besten Spiele, was ich bisher in Lorcana gesehen habe. Und sagt, ja, man muss sich jetzt erstmal kurz ein bisschen zurücklehnen, durchschnaufen, sich erholen und auch darauf bezogen, wie man sich dann wieder erholen kann, wenn man die erste Runde verloren hat. Das macht ja psychologisch etwas mit einem in so einer Lage von Turnier im Finale. Und er sagt, ja, es ist tatsächlich eine Herausforderung, muss sich nochmal beruhigen, nachdenken, reflektieren, nicht nervös werden und dann einfach nach vorne blicken und eine zweite und dritte Runde spielen, wie wir es gerade gesehen haben. Ich möchte Justin einmal fragen, wie speziell die zweite Runde für ihn war aus der Comeback-Situation heraus. Justin, the second round where you made the comeback, I think, honestly, I've never seen a match that close in the end. It was just one damage that Tamatoa has not received in order to still win this game for you. Can you describe how did you feel in the situation? How were you thinking that can I still make it?
So I remember asking my opponent repeatedly how many cards he had in hand, and he was like, I have 10. Because like I knew I couldn't outdraw him. Like Diablo was such a menace, it was drawing him all the cards. I even had to hire him a popsicle and gave him like 2 free cards on it. So I realized that the only way I could win is race with Ariel, and it's normally not a card that's good in the matchup, but it was, I mean, you got to play the hand you're dealt. So I tried to maneuver myself into a position where I would win off Ariel plus dime questing for 10. And my opponent played very well. He emptied my entire hand, and if I didn't top deck an Inkable, he would have won that game.
Exactly.
And luckily, the Quill, which is usually a bad top deck, was on top, but it does its job, it's Inkable, and it won me the games. And,
Ich habe Justin gerade gefragt, wie für ihn das Ende vom zweiten Spiel war. Ich habe noch nie so ein enges zweites Spiel gesehen. Und er sagte, ja, es war auch für ihn so ein Ritt auf der Rasierklinge. Er wusste, sein Gegner hat noch sehr viele Karten auf der Hand. Er wusste, er hat eigentlich nur einen Weg, sich daraus zu manövrieren mit der Ariel, mit einer Lucky Dime-Kombination, hatte dann noch eine glückliche Fischgrätenfeder bekommen, die er in die Tinte packen konnte. Und aus unserer Sicht war es am Ende tatsächlich eine letzte Willenskraft, die Tamatoa noch hatte, so dass Justin das Ganze dann nach Hause bringen konnte. Wirklich ein unglaubliches Spiel. Another one, Justin. How much did you like your grab your swords in the third one?
It was amazing. Like, I mean, I had 2, and I was thinking, like, please do not Ursula. Like,
and he took the Zeus.
He took the Zeus, exactly. And I think, the first swords was good, but what was crucial was I had to ink my Tinkerbell. Like, I didn't want to do that because I wanted to Tinkerbell after the swords. But then, like, after I swords the first time, and he played a Robin Hood into the second sword, I was so relieved. I was like, yes, I have a board. He'll be in top decking mode, and the second sword saved the day, honestly.
Exactly. Ich bin mit Justin gerade nochmal in das dritte Spiel gegangen, wo wir ja eine doppelte Nehmt das Schwert-Situation hatten. Und was interessant war, dass er vorausgegangen war, dass sein Gegner die Möglichkeit gehabt hätte, mit einer Ursula-Täuscherin das Nehmt das Schwert zu entfernen, aber er entschied sich für den Zeus. Und an der Stelle war es dann das zweite Nehmt das Schwert, was Justin gezogen hat, was ihm geholfen hat, das gesamte Spiel zu kippen. Und für Justin war es einfach sehr, sehr spannend zu sehen, dass der Herausforderer sich für den Zeus entschied. Und dann, als dieser Turn kam mit dem zweiten Nehmt das Schwert, das war für ihn dann ein ganz besonderer Moment. Justin, so you still have way to go, right? How do you recover now? Do you just like drink a liter of like sugar, water? What's your way now to get some more energy for the next game?
Yeah, probably, exactly. Drink some water, because when you're in this long tournaments, you kind of forget that you should eat and drink. And I think it's important for like keeping your head.
Please do not forget. We want to see you again.
Yeah. Of course.
Ich habe nochmal Justin gerade gefragt, wie er sich denn jetzt überhaupt erholt nach so einer Runde. Und er muss ja noch weitermachen. Und er sagte, ja, trinkt Wasser, er isst jetzt Wasser. Das ist ganz wichtig, damit er das Ganze dann noch durchsteht. Maybe just a question of interest. Is that like your first big tournament, or do you have some experience with Lorcana tournaments so far?
Yeah, I mean, I won the Dutch Open twice in the Netherlands.
Okay, that's an argument, huh?
Yeah. I also played Sapphire Steel. It's Beauty and the Beast is one of my favorite Disney movies, and I like that I can play both Belle and the Beast.
Yeah.
So I've always played this deck for a while, but this is the first time I've gone like this far. This is one of the biggest the biggest tournaments. In Lille, I was 1 point short of making it to day 2.
Oh, no way.
But yeah, it was a heartbreaking. I was 44 points, 45 was the shortcut, but this time I made it this far. So I didn't expect to reach this far, but
That's well deserved, I can tell you. Ich habe Justin gerade noch einmal gefragt, wie denn so sein Erfahrungslevel ist mit Turnieren. Und in dem Fall, Justin ist ein erfahrener Spieler. Er ist zweimaliger niederländischer Turniersieger gewesen. Und er war auch in Lille und sagte mir, er war einen einzigen Punkt short, um dort in die zweite Runde zu kommen. Von daher umso schöner in dem Fall für dich, Justin, dass du jetzt die Möglichkeit hast, nochmal alles zu geben und hier in die nächsten Finale weiterzuziehen. Justin, I think we can all agree that we wish you the best, and maybe just a last question on a personal note, how do you feel, or how do you perceive the tournament? How do you like the atmosphere, the other guys on the tournament? What's your overall perception of being here?
Oh, it's amazing. Like, I think the community is really friendly. I've had some really good opponents. I like the venue. I had some fun yesterday. I actually dressed up as Jafar. Like,
You did?
Yeah, like something I just noticed. Like
While playing?
while playing the side events, because I was so happy I made it to day 2 and Friday that I was
For the other guys?
I mean, there was someone dressed as Tinkerbell and as Ariel as well, so I was glad I'm not the only one. But yeah, it's fun. Like.
Ich hatte Justin gerade noch mal gefragt, wie für ihn das gesamte Event so ist, von der Atmosphäre her, vom Standort. Und ich musste gerade sehr lachen, weil Justin meinte, ihm gefällt es hier sehr gut, die Leute sind alle sehr freundlich. Und er hatte gestern noch ein bisschen Zeit, auf dem Side-Event sich noch mal als Jafar zu verkleiden und da auf dem Side-Event dann aufzutreten. Klar, wenn ich jetzt gerade schon auf dem Main-Event performt habe, habe noch ein bisschen Zeit, dann habe ich auch noch die Kapazitäten, auf dem Side-Event ein bisschen als Jafar aufzutreten. Super cool, super lustig. Das zeigt auch mal wieder so die Atmosphäre und die Stimmung der Spieler. Justin, I put it in a nutshell. Thank you very much for the interview and for the experience you gave us all. It was amazing.
It's a pleasure. I mean, this weekend has been amazing overall.
Thank you so much. Vielen Dank, Justin.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined by Baker. We've just seen the top 16 round, and I think we're not too far away from the top 8. And things do change a little bit, Baker, because it is going to be untimed rounds in the top 8 now.
Yeah, going to allow these players as much time as they need to bring these games to the full conclusions. But yeah, I did have a little break, but I caught some of that last game. Looked like a real nail biter, a lot of really important digs for the Lucky Dime, which seemed to be the finisher for that final match. So it looked a lot of fun.
I have to say, both games that I've cast so far today have been absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
I've really, really enjoyed seeing both. Bucky, Emerald Steel in both, but 2 different matchups, and it's just been absolutely brilliant. Now, I have not yet seen all of the packs.
Yes.
Which somehow you two got to open all the packs, which I'm feeling a little bit left out by.
That is fair, but are you going to complain that you got a Diablo?
No. I mean, I think this is it, right? I've opened a lot of packs. I've never got a Diablo, but you guys open for me, and I get one. So that's the one card I know.
Perfect. I'm glad you got one.
We're building 40-card decks from this. I picked Amber and Emerald. I was off camera, but I was thinking what was left. Ross had Ruby. I had Emerald. I didn't really want to go Emerald Sapphire and leave Ross with Ruby Amber, so I thought I'd give Ross Ruby Sapphire, and I'll take Emerald Amber. So my thought before looking at all the cards, I'm looking for something a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, of course.
Also, but like lots of questing power, potentially though as well, maybe some discard synergies in there as well. So Diablo, I think I'm going to put this one in my deck. I've got a little bit.
Yeah,
of
I think that's probably a given right there.
Bruno's Return is not a card I would really consider playing in Core Constructed, but definitely in Draft it could be an interesting option. So return a character card from your discard to your hand and remove up to 2 damage from chosen character. Putting a card from my discard into my hand is going to allow me to refill maybe potentially with a Diablo.
Especially since it's only a one-off, you may want to recycle that.
I think I'm going to put this in like the middle pile.
Yep.
It's not a definite. Record Player, I do like it. I don't think it's going to be a card I have enough synergy with. I'm looking for some more card draw. I'm going to put that in the no pile.
Maybe if you had some stitches, but no, probably not for today.
Ursula Vanessa, I don't have access to any shift Ursulas. In Emerald and Amber, there's not really any 4-cost songs which come to mind, but obviously 3-cost songs, I can't have Mother Knows Best in Ursula's Return. I think she's also not going to make the cut, but I'm going to put her in the maybe.
I will remind you, there is a Floodborn for her. There is the, this is the Vanessa one, yeah, there is the Eric's Bride.
Oh, that's true, there's Eric's Bride.
Which has a built-in bare necessities.
Okay.
So you need to see if you've got that.
That is very much a maybe.
If
then.
you've got that, I think it's worth it.
Daisy Tuck in the foil.
You like Daisy, don't you?
That is a definite. I'm putting her in the deck above Diablo. That's how much I like this card.
Oh, what a statement.
Julieta Madrigal is the little bit of card draw I'm looking for.
Yep.
She's going to be in the deck.
I think that's a cert.
Mirabelle Madrigal, 2/2 with support. She's a maybe, I think.
Maybe. I think that's fair.
Atlantica, I don't think so. Not enough synergy here. Not going to draw me cards. Another Mirabelle. This one in the starter deck. Very interesting option. She has support. Whenever this character quests, your other Madrigal characters get +1. I do already have the Julieta.
That's true.
In the maybe, I already have the Mirabelle. She quests for 2 with support. It is uninkable. I think it's probably going to make the cut. I'm going to put it in the maybe.
Yeah.
First Aid is a no, unfortunately. I'm not too interested in that one. Who needs a gift when they're having this much fun? Felix, 2/4, quest for 2. Honestly, it's pretty good.
Yeah, if you want to build like an aggressive deck, you've got some lemon and lime aggro going on here.
I have so many. Okay, I have so many Madrigals. I'm putting them all in the deck.
Yeah.
All in the deck. And I'm also going to definitely put this Mirabelle Madrigal in the deck. Whenever this character quests, your other Madrigal characters get +1 lore this turn. That could be huge.
Yep, could be game winning.
Every card which is a Madrigal's in the deck. Speaking of quick questing, Donald Duck. I'm liking my deck so far. The Musketeer Soldier has Bodyguard, but when I play it, another one of my characters gets +1 lore this turn. A little bit like a goat, but in amber.
I like that one.
It's in the deck. Another Ursula Vanessa, will put it in the maybe. The Golden Harp is unfortunately a no. The Stitch, maybe if I need it, probably not looking for it. We're going to come back to this because we do have the bracket available.
Excellent.
Here's the metagame to start off with, and then we're going to look at the bracket. You can see that the Emerald Steel was the most popular deck in the top 64. Ruby Amethyst, Sapphire Steel, though, is still making it into the top 8 as well.
Yep, plenty of decks that were represented here across the course of the weekend. That Amethyst Emerald even, or EA Tempo as it's known among the community, with a little bit of representation. Only 2 Amber Steel decks making it into the top cut. A little bit of a surprise actually, because I think it was performing really well across Friday and Saturday. And yeah, but 2 is better than none. It could go all the way. In Lille, I believe it was only 1 Steel Amber deck that made the top 64. I may be wrong about that, but Frank Carsten took it all the way to the very end. And of course, just after your own heart, we watched them for the first game of today. That Amethyst Steel deck still going strong.
Well, it did get knocked out, unfortunately, Baker. This is just the top 64 here. We're not quite seeing the bracket.
Oh, I apologise.
It did do a really good job, though, but unfortunately it was taken out in a very, very tight top 64 matchup.
There's my wishful thinking.
Steel. It would have been nice, but the Emerald Steel player had other ideas in mind. I think we're going to take a look now, though, Baker, at the updated bracket.
Excellent.
The Cinderella bracket. It's going to be a Ruby Amethyst mirror match, and we are going to be watching this on the stream. Thea Time taking down Emerald Steel, and the final Ruby Sapphire deck has been taken out, it seems like. It says...
Yeah, I can see we've got 2 Ruby logos there. We've got... Okay, so we do have... It is Ruby Sapphire over here that I've got.
Yeah, we're gonna double check exactly what's happening there, and we'll let you know exactly what the matchup is. I don't think it's possible that it's Ruby Ruby. Is it a Ruby Sapphire?
Yeah, it's Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Sapphire still in the tournament.
Yeah.
That is amazing to see, Baker. I thought Ruby Sapphire was knocked out, but no. Thea Rodriguez up against Thea Time. It's going to be Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst as the streamed game. The players are taking their seats, and I am so excited to see Ruby Sapphire in action for the first time today.
And I've just noted that one of our players, they're not going to be playing with it. They put their Rapunzel Gifted with Healing full playmat down onto the table. I think they were looking forward to using that, but no, we are going to use our Lorcana mats that's already in the middle of the board. But I popped out to watch a couple of games during that break, and a lot of the players had already switched over to that Rapunzel playmat. Definitely looking to utilise that, when I don't blame them at all. Moving on to our next bracket, we have the Elsa bracket. Obviously, it's been a grueling competition for these players, but in the quarterfinals, we have Luca, who's going to be representing Ruby Amethyst up against Hadrian with that Emerald Steel discard deck, still going strong.
Yeah, that is incredible. In the Elsa bracket here, bear in mind all of these brackets are just combining into one.
Of course.
After the semi-finals. I mean, it's one tournament. It's just a nice way of displaying it and seeing it all very, very clearly. Luca is just in an absolute sea of Emerald Steel in what's considered an unfavored matchup for Ruby Amethyst. But clearly Luca has the tools necessary to do the business. They've beaten Emerald Steel not once but twice, and they're going to be looking to do it a third time, this time up against Hadrian, who's had Emerald Steel mirrors all day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a player that clearly knows how to pilot that Ruby Amethyst matchup, making their way through a sea of them. Can they do it one more time and take down Hadrian to move on to the next round, or will the Emerald Steel player progress even further? And we move into our Maleficent bracket. Another very long, grueling day of Lorcana. In the quarterfinals, we've got Ruben representing that Ruby Amethyst that we watched a little earlier, and Dezenon. I might be saying that wrong, I apologize. Also on that Emerald Steel, probably the most played matchup of the day, especially since Emerald Steel and Ruby Amethyst were the most represented in top 64.
Yeah, Clement from France. They won the Ruby Amethyst mirror in the first round, in the final finisher of the first round. It was a long one, but then taken out by Emerald Steel. And I've been speaking, again, I must confess, not sure on the pronunciation, but our Emerald Steel player in the quarterfinals, Desnan, really, really lovely gentleman, really good vibes. Dressed in a really nice outfit as well. Looking pretty fresh as they're playing, looking pretty confident.
I like it.
And
win with style, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Too right.
And we're going to move into the final bracket, our Rapunzel bracket. In the quarterfinals, we have Manuel also on that Emerald Steel. The squirrels everywhere, Joe, absolutely everywhere. But they're going to be taking on, is this our lone Sapphire Steel deck still in the competition?
Yeah, I think so. Justin, who we just saw take down Jerome in an absolute nail-biter. And it is, in fact, another Emerald Steel matchup, as I predicted for Justin, of course. Definitely Emerald Steel the favorite up against Ruby Amethyst, so Manuel was successful in taking down Andre, and Justin's going to be really happy. The third game of the day, the third Emerald Steel. It's a great matchup on paper for Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Justin's going to be feeling pretty confident going into this match. Doesn't mean it's a foregone conclusion by any means. Manuel could absolutely find a path to victory, but Sapphire Steel definitely favoured in that Bucky matchup. But it is worth mentioning, of course, these players want to progress. They want to go all the way. They want to be the champion, but they've got to be feeling at least a little relief that they have secured that Mickey Mouse brave little Taylor.
Most certainly. I really want to see what else I've got.
You want to finish your deck, I can tell.
I've got Prince Eric Bodyguard. I'm pretty sure he's going to make the cut, especially in foil. It'll be rude not to.
Yep.
I've got Mickey Mouse, supporter of the band. I don't think so, but it's going in the maybe pile. Record player, I don't think so,
you've
unfortunately.
decided that's a no.
Prince Eric, I'll put in the maybe on this one. I do have a Shift Prince Eric Floodborn here. Not a card I've ever played before. 5 strength, 5 willpower, crest for 2. And if you have a bodyguard named, if you have a character named Ursula in play, this character gains bodyguard. So maybe some synergy there with my Ursula Vanessa. I'm going to put it in the maybe.
Yep.
I have Max, the loyal sheepdog.
If you're going to play Eric.
Honestly.
That's not bad if you're going to play Eric.
If you have a character named Prince Eric in play, you pay 1 less. That does sound like some pretty good synergy. I have a bunch of Prince Erics.
It's a pretty cheap beat
I'm
stick.
putting them in. I'm putting Max in. 4-3 stat line in a draft format is going to be really good. A lot of board control that is going to be able to provide. Look at this family. That is such an interesting option. Being able to draw 2 cards. It's Singer 7 though, and it is going to be pretty difficult to get to that. But I do have Ursula Vanessa. 2 Ursula Vanessas. Look at this family. Definitely a serious option. It's going in the maybe. I've got a Madrigal. He's in the deck, Augustine. Lost in the
Well, if you play
woods is a no.
Madrigals, you have to play Look at This Family, man. It's part of the package.
It's in. Another Prince Eric, I think it's got to go. There is the Ursula you mentioned. Oh, I've got so many good cards.
You do have some synergy here. I like it. And this Look at This Family, to be fair, if you play Ursula Vanessa on 2 with Singer 4 and then a 3 cost, you could sing it on turn 4. So that is a nice line that could lead you to victory.
I'm worried that I'm going to have too many cards in my deck at this point, Baker. I've not even started on the Emerald cards. Cogsworth, I don't think is going to make it, unfortunately, for that reason. Pluto, he has got a good stat line, but again, I've got so many cards already in my deck. I think he's going to be a bit too expensive. Prince Eric seems like a nice one. Daisy Duck, I love. Atlantica, I'm not going to go for. The 1-cost Daisy Duck is a maybe. The Augustine Madrigal is a definite. Aerial Singer 7, Look at This Family.
Oh, is that tempting you?
That is tempting. That is very tempting. I'm going to say maybe.
See if you've got any other songs first.
Cogsworth, I'll say no. Maybe, though. Cogsworth is quite good. Daisy Duck is in the deck. Goofy Musketeer Swordsman. Whenever you play a character with bodyguard, ready this character at Conquest. I do have a lot of bodyguards.
You do. You've got those Prince Erics, so some synergy.
Sign the Scroll, I'm going to say no to. Pluto's a maybe. Bruno's Return a maybe. Stitch are probably a no at this point. Felix Madrigal in the deck. Max is a yes. Gaston.
Oh, that's a good card. That's going to help you play characters
in my one
cheap.
draft I played before, I had a Gaston, and it didn't do that much work for me. But I think I've got to play it.
Yeah, I think so. I would.
First Aid is a no, and I'm now on to the Emerald cards. But we're going to save that for a rainy day because the players are sat down. They're analysing each other's deck lists.
Indeed.
And we can take a look at them now, Baker. While I've been doing that, Baker's been very kindly taking a deeper look at the list.
Yes, mate. I would love to talk a little bit about this Ruby Sapphire deck because there's one card that's particularly spicy that jumps out at me. We are running Hercules, Daring Demigod, who is that 5-cost uninkable 7-3 with Rush and Reckless. Very similar to the Maui Hero Tool Castle, who is undoubtedly one of the best cards in the game, really necessary, so strong, really helps you out with locations. However, we mentioned a lot in my last game casting with Ross that Maui doesn't quite have enough to be able to deal with the Queen's Castle, whereas Hercules already has that 7 strength. And you may be thinking, well, yeah, but he's uninkable.
Wow.
He's got less willpower. Why would I play it? Because you're running Sapphire and you can ink your uninkables with Fishbone Quill. You hope to get to a nice high ink count nonetheless. And we're only playing 3 copies of Maui. So we have gone for that 3-2 split, really prioritizing wanting to be able to deal with that Queen's Castle.
So interesting, almost unheard of. 3 copies of Maui, 2 copies of Hercules. Ross has just looked at me. What did you just say? 3 copies of Maui, that's it? That is pretty extraordinary. Ice block ×2, Baker, you've just been pointing to there. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so again, a really powerful card. This 1-cost uninkable item that can choose a character and lower its strength by 1. Of course, this helps with all sorts of just challenging, but I'm sure Sisu is in there.
Yep. 2 copies of...
The empowered sibling, I think, is
3 copies of the big Sisu.
Yep.
2 copies as well of a 3-cost Sisu. I do believe it's the inkable one.
It is the Emboldened Warrior that gains strength based on the opponent's hand. So.
And that's also going to be another card that's really good at dealing with Queen's Castle.
Yep.
Ruby Sapphire, this is the only Ruby Sapphire player left. We know that there is a lot of Ruby Amethyst in this tournament, and this is a deck teched to be better in that matchup.
Yep.
The Hercules, the Sisus, that Vitalis Sphere as well, even a couple copies of McDuck Manor, which is really nice to see as well.
Yeah, super interesting. It was a card that was really popular in set 3 in the Sapphire Steel decks. Big, bulky, 9 willpower, 2 passive lore gain, and it has fallen off a little bit in this set, but this player clearly seeing the benefit from running a location like that. If your opponent can't answer it, it's going to generate an awful lot of lore. And yeah, as you said, this Vitalis Sphere as an extra 1-drop item, obviously this is the deck that really prioritizes these items, the synergy with Tamatoa, who gets an additional lore based on every item on the field. Of course, we've got Flavisham, the toy maker, our main draw engine, who wants to remove these items. So Vitalis Sphere, an extra 1-drop item, but also it's pretty useful in and of itself. You can banish it. I think it's pay 2, it's pay 1 or 2, and you give 1 character rush and +2 strength, which is another way of getting up to those higher numbers that we need for things like Queen's Castle, or maybe for the mirror for opposing Tamatoas and things like that.
Absolutely.
So this looks like a really good deck list. We've got 2 Lucky Dime, 2 How Far I'll Go. We're on 3 copies of Be Prepared. Everything else pretty standard. 4 Maleficent, 4 Tamatoa, 3 copies of Madame Medusa. There are no Lady Tremaine in here, which is perfectly fine, but just making that clear in case anyone was wondering if that will come down. It certainly won't, but I'm sure that's in the other deck list, is it?
Well, before that, I was speaking with Jan Moy yesterday, who was also playing Ruby Sapphire. They're, of course, on home turf here in Germany. They didn't make the top cut. They were also playing Ruby Sapphire, and they really said to me, one card they were particularly impressed with in their deck for this matchup was the Vitalis Sphere. You can play the Tamatoa down for 8, get the Vitalis Sphere back, put it back down on the board, give your own Tamatoa rush and enough strength to remove the Queen's Castle in a single swoop.
So this deck list has a lot of ways of dealing with that castle, clearly respecting how powerful a card it was, and that has absolutely been represented over the weekend. The amount of games that we've been saying this Queen's Castle is what is going to get them to game. So I really respect the decision to just really make sure we've got lots of options to remove that castle as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I've been looking through the Ruby Amethyst deck list. These lists are pretty tight, and the players are now shuffling their decks, ready to get started.
I'm ready, Joe. I'm ready.
Switch over to that view, but I'll tell you a little bit about this Ruby
I'd love to hear it.
deck. There's 3 copies of Bee King Undisputed, 2 copies of Peter Pan Shadowfinder, which is not going to be great in this particular matchup, but is certainly going to help deal with Diablos elsewhere. 3 copies of Madame Medusa. How many copies of Tremaine do you reckon, Baker? Make a prediction.
So I like 2, but I bet they're playing 1.
zero copies of Lady Tremaine.
Okay.
And it is open deck lists, so that is information that their opponent is aware of. I think instead of those Tremaines, fitting in room for that Peter Pan Shadow Finder to improve the Diablo Bucky matchup.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. I do respect it. I do like the Tremaine. It's an additional body that has that 2 willpower, and I've got a respectable stat line, and she can sing songs, but we are doing the same job with B King Undisputed. So I think that's a perfectly good call. And yes, this Peter Pan Shadow Finder, as you said, Joe, probably not going to be the most useful in this match, but if they're able to progress and they end up against more Bucky and Diablo, or Diablo specifically, then it will certainly help out with that. And they've made it all the way to top 8. This Peter Pan Shadow Finder clearly has done some work over the weekend.
Yep, you can say that again. Another nice thing about Pan Shadow Finder, it is evasive, it does have rush, and being a 3-cost character, it's a great option to sing Friends on the other side with.
Yeah, fantastic. Only 3 copies of One Jump Ahead, I'm just noticing, in this Ruby Sapphire deck, which I think is fine. It's quite an important piece a lot of the time, wanting to almost skip to your turn 3. To your turn 4, should I say. You One Jump Ahead on turn 2, which puts you to 3 ink, and then on turn 3, you ink to 4, and then you get that nice early Flaversham. But the game has begun. We see an ink and Chernobog's followers down onto the field, courtesy of our Ruby Amethyst player. Theo is going to ink Maleficent, and no play on the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, for Theo, it's not too uncommon as the Ruby Sapphire player to be missing the turn 1, but of course with those Porpsicles in the deck, would love to have done that, and this is a big threat. Flynn Rider Frenemy, getting my words out, is now on the board, and there's a bit of a battle to see which player can get the highest strength character on the board. If Theo has the highest strength character on the board at the start of their turn, Flynn Rider is going to be gaining 3 lore without even needing to quest.
Yeah, I'm just looking through these 2 drops right here. We see McDuck Mana inked. I'm pretty sure this frenemy is guaranteed to gain this lore, because 2 drops, it could be One Jump Ahead. There's Grandma Tala in here, but that's not until 4 drops. So yeah, I'm pretty positive that this frenemy is going to gain its lore. It does. We're going to make a nice jump there. And can we follow up with the Queen's Castle? See, this is one of the absolute... sorry, not the Queen's Castle. The Sisu would be a wonderful follow-up here. I do see the Queen's Castle in hand, though. We're going to quest with Chernobog's followers, draw an additional card. I think that found another frenemy.
Yeah, and you can see why Ruby Sapphire has been struggling, perhaps, this weekend more than we thought it might, because there's so many Ruby Amethyst players. Double Flynn Rider frenemy. Theo is going very, very aggressive with the Flynn Rider lore game potential here.
This is a lot of gas. Once again, I don't think Theo has a single option to be... he could play the Sisu Emboldened Warrior. I think that is the only card that he could play in this deck that would prevent these Flynn Riders from gaining 6 lore going into Theotime's turn. We're going to play Brawl. That's one way to at least subvert the damage a little bit. Going to remove one of those Flynn Riders, but one of them's still there and has the highest strength on the board. So that's bringing player 2 to 8 lore already, and we've only just started. Theo has a lot of catching up to do, but it can be done. They have access to those Ruby cards like Be Prepared and the Madame Medusa, so he could claw his way back, absolutely, but this is a really bad start for Theo.
Wow, Theo is putting in, well, Theo Time and Theo we've got, haven't we? It's a little bit confusing.
Sorry, my mistake.
Theo Time is doing the absolute business. The Ruby Amethyst player with the Sisu and the Flynn combo now. Theo Rodriguez going to be looking to get that higher strength character down on the board, or perhaps remove the Flynn again with a second Brawl. It's Porpsicle played. We finally see a Porpsicle. I'm sure Theo would have liked that a turn sooner, but at least it's here now. But we're going to exert 2, and we're playing a One Jump Ahead for a little additional ramp. But no character to put down, so we pass back over to Theo Time, who's going to ready up and gain another 3 lore. They're at 12 lore already, Joe. They can quest for 2 and 1 with Flynn, and they're already going to be at 15. And down comes that Queen's Castle. I feel like it's over. I really do, because next turn, well, Theo technically could play Maui. That would be a way that he'd be able to have the highest strength on the field. Frenemy wouldn't gain the 3 lore, but that's Queen's Castle is almost certain. We could see the Hercules Demigod to take out the Queen's Castle. That is a play. That could absolutely work out. I think that's probably the best move. Theo Time on Ruby Amethyst at 15 lore, And finally, Theo plays a character card. It's Madame Medusa. Flynn Rider, though, has put in some serious work. And as Theo Time draws, they're going to gain 2 lore for Castle. They can quest for 2 with Sisu. And all they need is a goat to wrap this game up already, Baker.
Yeah, they have absolutely stormed away with it. Theo missing that 1 drop and just having such a slow start. Wasn't even able to play 1 jump ahead on turn 2. And Theo Time with this beautiful curve went Flynn, into Sisu, into Castle, into another Castle. That's game. Like we could bring out a Hercules Demigod or a Maui to go along with this Madame Medusa, but there's no way you're clearing both of these castles. And already that is it. Game 1 done, Joe.
That is the quickest game I've seen all day, and you can really start to see why Ruby Sapphire has had a rough weekend. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay there from Theatime. You saw the Flynn Rider come down on turn 2. The second was not too far behind, and that is the power of Flynn Rider Frenemy. For the Ruby Sapphire player, they're now going to be able to go first in this next game, and they're going to be looking for that turn 3 Sisu to try and contest the Flynn Rider, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. If that Flynn Rider comes down, it's definitely going to have to be responded to. Yeah, we just spent so long talking about the amount of extra care that they've put into being able to deal with the Queen's Castle, but in this particular game, they just came down far too fast, didn't have a chance to deal with them, and we're going to be moving into game 2 very shortly. But yeah, Ruby Sapphire was definitely thought of as one of the best decks, the Big 4, as the community are calling it. And yeah, a really strong deck, but this Flynn Rider can really give it a run for its money, the Ruby Sapphire decks. Just these Ruby Sapphire decks are so incredibly slow, wanting to take their time to ramp up to a high ink count and then play these bigger characters. But double Flynn, Sisu, Castle, another Castle, just absolutely got the job done.
It certainly did, Baker. I have not seen a quicker game all weekend long, and it's been a 3-day tournament. There was nothing even close to the speed of the game we just saw. Flynn Rider Frenemy doing the business. That is a big reason why Ruby Sapphire struggles. But let's not forget, Ruby Sapphire does have the tools necessary to try and win this matchup. Clearly, it's a matchup that they're teched for with these Hercules, with the Vitalosphere. It's not all over just yet. It is a best of 3, and Ruby Sapphire now needing to get 2 wins on the bounce in order to go through into the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of the time, these Ruby Sapphire decks would want to go turn 1 Porpsicle, or Vitalosphere is a good option. It's turn 2, 1 jump ahead, skip to that turn 4. But exactly as you say, if we see this Flynn Rider, then the Sisu Emboldened Warrior is going to be a really important piece to try and prevent the Ruby Amethyst player from just running away with lore once again. But who knows? I'm really shocked that they missed their 1 drop, because they're running 4 Porpsicle. They got the 2 Ice Block and the 1 Vitalosphere. 7 1-drops, which is a respectable amount. You would really hope to see your 1-drops, but no cigar in this particular game.
No, the players now have, of course, shuffled their decks. They're also going to offer their deck to their opponents to give it a little cut, and they're then going to draw 7 cards off the top and are able to mulligan as many of those away as they wish to do so. If they mulligan 7, they draw 7 new cards and then shuffle their deck. If they want to mulligan 1, they draw 1 off the top and then shuffle their deck afterwards.
And if you're only just joining us, welcome to DLC Bochum. This is the top 8 of the event. These players have already secured their Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. That is in the bag. They will receive those no matter how they progress for the rest of the day. But these players definitely want to go all the way. They also have their invitation to the European Championships, which is a fantastic accomplishment. And we do see that Porpsicle in Theo's hand for turn 1, which is a much better start.
Here we go. Big mulligan, I think 3 cards in total. There's been bigger mulligans with Ruby Sapphire. You need to be really careful about your uninkables, because you tend to play a lot of them, and if you're not careful, too many uninkables in your opening hand could end up to you losing the game by just not having enough ink to play the cards you want to on that turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Ruby Sapphire deck wants to subvert that high uninkable count with the fact that it's running things like the Fishbone Quill, which allows us to ink any card from our hands, even if it is uninkable, or just a nice early ramp at the beginning of the game, courtesy of cards like One Jump Ahead. And if you're a newer player, whenever we're talking about ramp, we're referring to just accelerating how much you are flooding your inkwell, like One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill, etc. We're going to see a Maleficent, Monstrous Dragon Inked, and Develop Your Brain on turn 1. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. He will add 1 to his hand, and 1 will go to the bottom.
Yep, Theo Rodriguez starting off, and play passes on over to Theatime. Worth bearing in mind that Theatime was able to go first in game 1 due to them having the higher seeding.
And they're going to ink, throw down a Chernobog's Followers, and probably going to look to try and follow that up. I haven't seen their hand, but if they are holding a Flynn Rider, then I expect they will want to take that same line. Hey, it worked for me in the first game, so I see absolutely no reason why it won't work this time. Theo's going to be inking a Porpsicle, and we're going to be exerting 2. We do see the 1 Jump Ahead, which is a much better start for Theo, bringing his ink immediately to 3, and on his next turn he will be able to ink to 4 and perhaps play something like Flavisham. But if that Flynn Rider comes down, which we do see in Theatime's hand, then that Flavisham, while it will be drawing cards, it will not be the most powerful card on the board. So we may instead have to go for something like a Grandma Tala, which of course has that 3 strength and will prevent Theatime from gaining 3 lore.
Chernobog's Followers into the inkwell, and guess who's back? It's Flynn Rider Frenemy. Theo Rodriguez knows the work this card can put in, and they're going to be looking to shut it down as soon as possible. Maui into the inkwell. In comes the Grammatala. That's got the 3 strength necessary. Flynn Rider, for now, not gaining any lore for Theatime, and that, for Theo Rodriguez, has to be a huge relief.
An absolute relief, yeah. It could have been the Grandma Tala or the Emboldened Warrior Sisu. That would have also prevented it. But this Grandma Tala letting him look at the top 2 cards of his deck, 1 into the hand and 1 to the bottom. Very similar to that. Develop Your Brain. We're going to see Theatime is going to quest with that Chernobog's Followers and draw an extra card. We're going to ink Maui, and down comes Maleficent, just for a little bit of extra card draw. There won't be a Sisu in hand, otherwise I'm pretty sure we would have seen it on that turn. So just a little bit of card draw, and then we pass back over to Theo. But Theo's got to be feeling a lot better. This Flynn isn't running away with the game, and now he potentially has the chance to start building his resources, building his inkwell. We see a Porpsicle played, going to draw a card, and we're following up with, just weighing up his options. We're going to be inking Brawl. So we've got 4 ink to play with. This is going to be a Flavisham. It certainly is. The toy maker himself coming on down using that Artificer ability, removing an item from the board, which is that Porpsicle, and drawing an additional 2 cards. This is a much better position for Theo to be in.
Yeah, Theatime just letting Theo Rodriguez letting Theatime know how many cards are in their hand. Of course, Theo Rodriguez in this game as the Ruby Sapphire player is going first, and you can see the difference that's making early on. Now Theatime, as the player going second, Baker, as Ruby Amethyst, how do you adapt your game plan now that you haven't got that really aggressive lore gain right from the start of the game?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, what we just saw is a really nice start. We want to be able to deny the Ruby Sapphire player as much draw as we can, because they don't have many draw options.
Yeah.
But Flavisham is an absolute machine. If he is left unchecked, he can just draw tons and tons. Sometimes just getting his ability off once or twice can be enough to give the Ruby Sapphire player all the cards they need. So that Brawl, definitely important piece. And I think Theo at this point is going to look to just build resources and just do some passive lore gain as he goes along. He's going to want to use Madame Medusa and be prepared when the time comes. But there's still a chance that this Flynn Rider could still generate some value if Theatime can get down a Maui or a Sisu Emboldened Warrior, something like that, that he could still find use for this Flynn Rider. But it may not go that way this time. Theo playing a Porpsicle, going to draw himself an additional card. And then a second Porpsicle. We do love a bit of card draw.
We certainly do, Baker. We certainly do. And yeah, the other thing for Theo, I think you make a great point, denying that Flavisham. That's one thing Ruby Amethyst really got access to this set, is that card Brawl.
Absolutely.
A really nice way of dealing with Flavisham, which otherwise would only be able to be removed by something like a Madame Medusa, as Grandma Tala is going to challenge Maleficent, banishing it. Not only, though, denying the card draw of the Ruby Sapphire player, but also trying to really fight them for card card draw and get your own card draw through. We see Theotime with an abundance of cards in hand. We saw them with the Maleficent. We saw them with the Rabbit.
Oh.
There you go. It's all about removing Theo's card draw and getting your own with cards like Rabbit and Friends on the other side, Baker.
That's the thing, because the Ruby Sapphire player, if they're not able to chain too many Flavishams, then they are going to start to run out of resources quickly, especially if they start to utilize things like the Fishbone Quill. We haven't seen that yet, but that obviously denies some hand resources. We're going to ink, and just a quest from Flynn Rider and Theotime passing back over to Theo. But I think that's fine. This Grand Martala is, well, it's either questing for one or it can challenge into the Flynn Rider and they would trade, because that Grand Martala already taking 2 damage from the Maleficent. But if I'm Theo, I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm at my 6 ink, 7 now from inking the Maui. If I've got Hercules Demigod, then I know I can answer the Queen's Castle, and this is just a much better position to be in. We see the Ice Block being thrown down for a cost of 1. Can choose a character to take a strength away from it. We're going to see the Madame Medusa come down to remove that Flynn Rider frenemy. So Theo's starting to build a bit of a board presence as we go back into Theotime's turn. He's currently got 5 ink, but can ink to 6 this turn.
Yeah, Theo Rodriguez starting to clear the board, but of course when both players are playing Ruby, it is open deck list. You're having to really, at this moment in time, try to find the balance between committing to the board and gaining lore without over-committing, overextending, and having a huge board cleared by Be Prepared. Now, no need to remove a Flavisham for Theotime this time, because of course they've already removed both Flavishams. There's no more card draw engines. This is the perfect time for Theotime to start bouncing back the Merlin Rabbit, gaining the card draw of themselves. And I think that this is the objective, isn't it, Baker? Deny Theo Rodriguez card draw and get your own at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely right. The idea here is you just want to out-resource your opponent, because Theotime knows that Theo has access to those same powerful Ruby removal cards, such as the Be Prepared, the Madame Medusa, Be King Undisputed, things like that. So he knows the game plan, and he's just going to want to try and tempt these out as quickly as he can. We do see that Hercules Demigod in Theo's hand, along with, of course, that Lucky Dime that's been putting in so much work, especially for the Sapphire Steel decks. But Ruby Sapphire also benefiting from it quite a lot. Tamatoa, lots of items, so that Lucky Dime could absolutely be a game changer in this match. We see another ink hitting the inkwell. We're going to be exerting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And down comes the Lucky Dime already. So Theo is already wanting to utilize this dime. We don't have any big lore characters on board at the moment, but that's still fine. If we're just adding a little 1 or 2 here and there, that's soon going to rack up. So this Lucky Dime being played early is great. And Ruby Amethyst has no access to item removal. There are no cards in Amethyst or Ruby that can deal with these items. So that Lucky Dime will stay on the board for the rest of the game, unless, of course, Flavisham decides to remove it for a couple of card draws. But there's already an Ice Block and a Porticle on board, so I don't see that happening.
We do see the Friends on the other side for Theotime drawing 2. Be Prepared is now available. We're going to see the Snake quest for 1. Currently Theotime now on 5 lore. Theo Rodriguez, though, does have dime, as you mentioned, and that means that Theotime really has to start questing quite quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. We're already at 8 ink, I believe. So, yep, something big could come down now and immediately start to gain a lot of lore. And, yeah, I mean, the Ruby Sapphire player, Theo, definitely feeling a lot better. But Theotime, as you just said, has a lot of removal options in their hand. And as I was saying before, as the Ruby Amethyst player, you know you have better card draw. Really, you just want to try and out-resource your opponent. You want to try and bait out there, Be Prepared, etc., and find the right time to extend yourself. At the moment, Theotime just with Merlin Rabbit and a Madam Mim Snake on the board, so nothing too much. So just want to bait out that those removal cards and just out-resource in the long run.
And I think also, Baker, we're seeing the advantage of going first. Theotime in the first game here had the advantage of going first, and we saw that incredibly aggressive approach from them with the frenemy. But when they went second, Theo Rodriguez, a Sisu comes through, the Ice Block as well, targeting the Snake. The Rabbit is gone from the board. Theo is running away with this one, Baker. The power of Ruby Sapphire is on display for all to see.
Yep. Things are absolutely turning around, and that Sisu has 3 lore. Oh, we see the Be Prepared coming down for Theo Time, absolutely necessary. There was 5 lore on board, plus the Lucky Dime would have been able to tap to exert for another 3 lore for that Sisu. So that Be Prepared, absolutely necessary, but 7 ink used, he's going to have to end his turn straight away as we pass back into Theo. But he has a respectable hand size as well. Let's see how well he can rebuild his board back up. Just taking a quick look at the discard pile, see what resources I've used, what items are in the discard that I might want to eventually recycle with Tamatoa. Gramatala, Keeper of Ancient... Is it Keeper of Ancient? Yes, Keeper of Ancient Stories. Hitting the board, another little bit of card draw. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 into the hand, 1 to the bottom. Which is clearly a hard decision. I think just doing a quick card count check between the players.
Theo Rodriguez with those 3 items, the ice block. You really see the power of the ice block when combined with Sisu in that previous turn Baker. Ice block, a new card in Ursula's return, and is really great when you combine it with a lot of Ruby cards like Brawl, like Madame Medusa and Sisu in this case. And Theo spends 2 ink on the Lucky Dime. It's only 1 lore as the Medusa comes through, but as you mentioned, a big weakness of Ruby Amethyst, they don't have any way of removing this Lucky Dime available, and that is why Theo has just prioritized getting it down this early on.
Yep, I think it's a great idea, and Theo Time just throwing down a Madame Medusa, going to get rid of that Keeper of Ancient Stories as we pass back into Theo. But yeah, this Lucky Dime is definitely a game changer. Theo knows that it creates very much a clock. As soon as Theo starts getting down these bigger characters like the Tamatoa, he's going to make some pretty big lore gains very quickly, especially with 3 items on the board already, and Tamatoa just from being played will be able to recycle Porpsicles from the discard pile. So this Lucky Dime in itself has started the clock, and down does come the so shiny Tamatoa, courtesy of 8 ink. I'm not sure if he's inked for turn yet. He hasn't, so we're going to ink now. So that Lucky Dime is going to be able to exert, immediately gaining 4 lore, because Tamatoa has 1 lore and gains an additional lore for each item on the board. So that's going to be great. And if Theo Time cannot answer this Tamatoa, the next turn it's going to quest for the same amount, maybe more if Theo can play another item. And then the Lucky Dime is going to exert to get the same lore again. I can see a Be Prepared in Theo Time's hand. Is there a Be King Undisputed in there as well? Because that would be absolutely ideal. Would be able to play it a lot cheaper. Wouldn't lose the Madame Medusa. Could even sing it with the Madame Medusa. Chooses not to. Just going to pay 4 ink for it, but that does remove a big threat.
It certainly does. You see the power of Be King Undisputed. No Lady Tremaines in Theo Time's deck, but the Be King Undisputed doing the business. Now for Theo Rodriguez, though, it's all about the Lucky Dime. You can exert it every turn to gain lore, and you just want to make sure that while you're also getting your own Lucky Dime value each turn, you're keeping Theo Time as far away from 20 as possible, because, of course, in the Amethyst deck, there's that big threat of GOAT, bounce, GOAT, bounce, GOAT.
Yeah, 100%. As soon as Ruby Amethyst reaches this sort of 15, 16 lore mark, it literally in 1 turn, there can be a huge play and just get that bit of reach that Merlin Goat does provide. We're going to see a Madame Medusa who... Oh, so the Ice Block is going to reduce Madame Medusa's strength by 1, and then the Madame Medusa from Theo is going to remove that Madame Medusa. But the Sisu Emboldened Warrior on Theo Time's side of the board, questing for 2 is going to bring them up even Stevens to 8. So not something they want to leave for too long. They do choose to quest. So we are at 8. Words are hard, Joe. They're so hard. We are at 8 ink a piece. That is a bit of a tongue twister, actually. But yeah, lots of removal in Theo Time's hand. Another Be King Undisputed coming down. I see another couple of ladies in chairs, the Madame Medusas, and there's a Be Prepared in Theo Time's hand. So Theo is going to really struggle to make these big characters stick. And this is where you start to think about the lack of low-cost characters. Some of these decks opting to play things like the Mickey Mouse, or just I think something small that you can put next to your Tamatoa to protect it from the likes of Be King Undisputed.
Baker, the Hercules is coming in.
There it is.
Who needs Maui? Maui is a 6 strength card. Hercules is a 7 strength card. Queen's Castle down in a single swoop, denying 2 lore for Theo Time, and 2 lore, of course, can make all the difference in a game of Disney Lorcana. The Sisu quest for 2, Theo Time up to 10 now.
Excellent, yeah, and I believe that Cecil was at the Queen's Castle as well, so not just denying that lore, but a little bit of extra card draw. We do see the first Merlin Goat hitting the board. It's going to be followed up by a Madam Mim Fox, who's going to bounce that Goat back to hand. That brings us up to 12. The Madam Mim Fox is going to trade into the Hercules, so already we're starting to see those Goat bounce effects that can give us nice bits of reach. We're already at 12. It could only be a few more turns to get us there, but Theo has a lot of ink here, so he could make some really big plays. The Lucky Dime is already on the board. A Tamatoa coming down would already be a nice 4-lore bump by exerting the Lucky Dime. But again, I'm pretty sure Theo Time has another Be King Undisputed in his hand. So this is where Theo is really feeling the effects of not having many low-cost characters in their build.
No, absolutely. And we do see now the Ice Block targeting Sisu. How many cards has Theo in hand? It's 2. So the Sisu there was at 3 strength. Ice Block lowering it to 1.
Yep.
And the legendary Sisu removing the rare Sisu from the board in combination with the Ice Block. And also the legendary Sisu here. It has 3 lore. It is an absolutely brilliant target for the Lucky Dime. And it's now 12 lore for Theo Time. But Theo is just 1 behind at 11 with the Lucky Dime and the Sisu remaining on the board.
Yeah, it's still so close. But yeah, the Sisu only removing 1 character from Theo Time's side of the board, but absolutely worth it. It was questing for 2 all the way, and there we are seeing that Be Prepared. Going to remove that Sisu. If you have no other options to get rid of it, you can't just ignore it, because otherwise next turn it would quest for 3 up to 14, and then the Lucky Dime would exert, and we would go to 17. So Theo Time cannot let a character like that with 3 lore or even 4 lore just sit there unchecked. So yeah, it's still a close game. It still could be anybody's. It's been a lot different from our first game, that's for sure, Joe.
No doubt. Tamatoa now. We know that they love shiny things, and there's a shiny thing on the board, and its name is Lucky Dime, adding a Porpsicle back into the hand.
Oh, yes.
The Porpsicle hits the board. Every item on the board for Tamatoa is increasing its lore.
Ooh.
There's an Ice Block as well. 2 more ink spent on the Lucky Dime. Tamatoa, that is 5 items, 6 lore. Theo Time is just 3 away.
That's it. If Theo Time cannot answer, he doesn't. He just immediately just drew his card and then started scooping up. Didn't have another removal option for that Sisu. And as I was saying a minute ago, he was really feeling the effects of not having extra low-cost characters to protect these Tamatoas. But eventually, you've got to think, come on, you've got to run out of removal at some point. You can't always have Be King Undisputed, right?
No, absolutely. And I think also, Baker, you see the lack of Lady Tremaine being pretty important in this particular matchup. Lady Tremaine, Be King Undisputed was great. Well, Lady Tremaine does the same thing, but also gives you a card which can quest for 2.
Absolutely, and just that bit of board presence can really help. Plus, then she could sing another Be King Undisputed or a Friends on the other side, something like that. So I'm a fan of the Tremaine, but clearly they haven't needed it across the course of this tournament. But yeah, we are moving into a game 3. If you're only recently joining us, thank you so much for being here. This is Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. Of course, you should follow all of our channels / Disney Lorcana on Facebook, on Twitter. Plenty of places that Disney Lorcana can be found. And we're just doing a little pile shuffle. This is just so the players can count their cards, make sure that nothing's got lost. You don't want to take any chances at this stage of the tournament because it is all to play for. This is the top 8 game. These guys already have secured their Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor, of course, along with the Rapunzel Gifted with Healing, the Rapunzel foil playmat, the Cinderella Stout-Hearted foil promo. These guys already have so many prizes to take home, but they want to go all the way. They want to make top 4. That secures them a couple of Versus Return booster boxes. And if they can get all the way to first, that full playset, foil playset of Versus Return, including Enchanteds.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see the different shuffling techniques on display this weekend. Both players wanting to go for a little pile shuffle. The games, of course, have been pretty quick. It's just a nice way of quickly giving your deck a thorough shuffle, but as well, of course, it does need to be a randomized shuffle, so you're not only just doing the pile shuffle, you're giving it a little bit of a pile shuffle as well as a real good natural shuffle as well. Yeah. Natural shuffle's not quite the right word, but normal shuffle.
We know what you meant. We know what you meant, Joe. You're a fan of shuffling, aren't you? You like a good shuffler.
I certainly do. Shuffling is always really exciting to watch. We did see in the previous round Justin with, I think, the best shuffling I've seen. Frank Carsten Let's talk about Frank Carsten shuffling from Lille. That was something
You were
quite
impressed,
special.
weren't you?
I really, really was. Frank Carsten, if those of you are interested, who was our champion in Lille, unfortunately did not quite make the top cut. They were playing yesterday on Saturday. It was an Emerald Steel deck which Frank Carsten brought to the tournament, and they were still in contention, but then in the 8th round they had a 1-1, and I do think that that meant that it wasn't quite possible to make. Actually, Baker, speaking with one of the contestants, I heard something very interesting. We were talking yesterday about 45 points being that magical number which nearly guarantees you safety. I am told by one of the contestants that actually there was 1 or 2 players with 45 points who didn't quite make it.
That must have stung a little bit. I feel very sorry for those players, but hopefully they're still, congratulations to them. That's a fantastic score to make. I'm sure they still would have got their Let It Go promo, absolutely.
It just shows you as well that every point really does matter.
There's a close-up
So you want
of
to
our...
play as much Lorcana as you possibly can this weekend.
Sure.
That 2-game format kind of eliminating what you see a lot of the time, or largely eliminating what you see a lot of the time, which is players just deciding to draw around to really increase their chances of staying in it.
Absolutely.
Because you never know with these points totals exactly what's safe, and you don't want to take any risks by not getting as many points as you possibly can. Both players drawing 7 cards. It is going to be the Ruby Amethyst player going first. And of course, we probably expect to see Flynn Rider on turn 2 from Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, I expect they will be hoping for a game very similar to what they had
Is it
game
in
1.
hand?
It is not.
So far, it's
Oh, wait, I think it... No, that's a brawl. That is a brawl.
Access to Flynn as it stands.
No 1-drops either. Yeah, this looks like a much slower turn from our Ruby Amethyst player. No 1-drops. The only 2-drop I saw there was the Madam Mim Snake. So, yeah, this looks like it's going to be a much slower start from the Ruby Amethyst player. They do have that brawl, so they will be able to respond to an early card like Flavisham, but we'll see how the cards go. Game 1, our Ruby Sapphire player got pretty unlucky with their draws, so we'll see how it goes. I think we're doing another little, just another, a shuffle after our mulligan, I'm guessing. I'm not sure, actually.
Yeah, I think both players mulliganing, giving a shuffle as well.
Cool.
Making sure everything's in order. So, of course, 7 cards down on the table each. Those are going to be added into, well, they're not going to be added into the hand. Those are the cards which are going to be in the player's hand. We've got that Rapunzel gifted with healing, giving ourselves an absolutely beautiful backdrop. And it is going to be the Ruby Amethyst player to your right, Theatime, who has the honor of kicking this off as the player that goes first. They were the higher seed, which is why they went first in game 1. And then, of course, the loser of that game gets to go first in game 2. And then the loser of game 2 going first in game 3. So Theatime going first for the 2nd time in this best of 3 series. This is the top 8, and it is now going to all come down to this for this players. They've secured their Mickey, but there is so much more to play for. I'm trying to look at the hand, and I do see a 2-cost character. I think Flynn Rider has found its way into Theatime's hand. I'm pretty sure it's a Flynn Rider frenemy.
If you're right, then I'm sure the Theatime would be very happy with that. We also see that Peter Pan Shadow Finder in Theatime's hand, as you mentioned, not really for this particular matchup, but you never know, it could come in useful. We're going to be inking and a Porpsicle from Theo. A great start from then. You're absolutely right. We do see that Flynn Rider, who I expect is going to come straight down. It does. We ink the Maleficent, and now this Flynn Rider is immediately putting that pressure on Ruby Sapphire. Play a character with more strength than me, or equal strength to me would also be fine, and then I will not gain 3 lore. We're going to see the inking of the Sisu Emboldened Warrior. It's all to play for, Joe. Oh, a 1-jump ahead.
Okay, Baker, let's talk about this opening from Ruby Sapphire compared to game 1.
Go on.
Porpsicle on 1 jump ahead on 2, and now they've got extra ink to work with. There's a brawl in hand to remove this Flynn the next turn. We see the Pan Shadow Finder coming through. Flynn questing, so 4 lore total from Flynn Rider that turn. But how much longer will Flynn be on the board? Because there's a brawl, but there's also Grandma Tala's available to just have that battle for the highest strength character swinging back into favor for Theo.
Yeah, that was a great play. If he'd have just played Brawl, then sure, it would have removed the Flynn Rider, but you're not adding any board presence. There's Grandma Tala doing both. She can be a bit of board presence, let us draw a card, find something that we might need, and of course that 3 strength, meaning that Frenemy will not be gaining any more lore. We go back into Theo time and finds a Be Prepared off the top. We're going to sing Friends on the other side with our Peter Pan Shadow Finder, just as you said earlier. May not really be for this matchup, but it's perfectly fine as something to sing songs. And hey, questing for 1 each turn is fine. You've got evasive, so hey, one lore return, it's pretty good by my standards. We're going to ink a Flynn Rider, Frenemy. Clearly feeling that we don't need another one on board at the moment. And down comes the Merlin Goat, which again puts us in that position, Joe, where that Goat is the highest strength character on the board. So once again, demanding of Theo a character with more than 4 to prevent the Flynn Rider Frenemy from gaining lore. It could happen. We're going into a turn where Theo could have 5 ink. Well, they've just played Porpsicle, so it's a max of 4 ink now. In that instance, I'm not sure if we can get above 4 strength. Not necessarily. We'll
and it is really that battle for the high strength character. We see the Porpsicle 1, but there is Brawl available. That's going to be a way of removing the Flynn and denying the lore gain.
Yep, that's nice. Again, still very passive, though.
Yep, another Porpsicle comes through. For now, it's all for Theo. Theo Rodriguez, their job is to just keep controlling the board as much as possible. Don't let Theo time creep up anywhere near that 20 mark. When you're playing against goats, it's almost like you've got to stop them from getting to 15 because they can bounce that goat back to their heart's desire and gain that lore without you being able to stop them. The rabbit is going to be a great bit of card draw for Theo time.
Yep, drawing us an additional card. We can see some of those removal cards already held. 2 copies of Be King Undisputed, 1 Be Prepared, 1 Madame Medusa, and we are at that. Is it 6 ink that we're at now for Theo time? I believe so. We're going to quest up with our characters, take Theo time to 7 lore. Theo still at 0, yet to get any lore on the board, but as we've seen multiple times from these Sapphire decks, they can catch up very, very quickly, courtesy of this Lucky Dime and things like Tamatoa.
Grammatala, the card Theo just drew, they have access to a very nice Maui. It's an enchanted Maui.
Ooh, lovely.
And that is not what we're going to see. I got excited there. It's the Flavisham instead. Banishing a Popsicle into the discard pile and drawing 2 cards. Now, Theo time again. At this stage, they haven't been able to have that really aggressive opener, so it is going to become quite similar to what we saw in Game 2, where they're looking to deny Theo Rodriguez's card draw while getting some card draw of their own, while also being a little bit more aggressive with their questing because they are the player going first.
Yeah, for sure, and Theo time's going to feel good to have those removal options in his hand. Going to do hopefully the same as he did previously, constantly remove these Tamatoas, but saying that, he ended up losing that game, so will it be enough? If you just let the Ruby Sapphire player get to a high enough ink, they really can start to steamroll. But Theo time finding a Maleficent, which is the only inkable in their hand.
Yeah, and we saw Theo Rodriguez deciding to challenge with their Grammatala, removing the goat from the board, and then Madame Medusa denying the Flavisham. Theo time's Ruby and Amethyst deck working really well. The card draw of Amethyst, the control of Ruby, and look at that hand, Baker. There's more Ruby control where that came from.
Yeah, plenty more of removal options. If Theo does build a board again, then Theo time will hopefully be able to answer that once again. This Peter Pan Shadow Finder still just sitting there and casually questing for 1 every turn, which is certainly putting in some work. We see the Grandma Tala coming down for Theo. Going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, find 1 for the hand and 1 to the bottom. We see how far I'll go and a 1 jump ahead in hand there. You've got to think would certainly interested in singing the how far I'll go with his Grandma Tala potentially.
I think you could be right there, yeah.
Might have a different line in mind. Going to play 1 jump ahead first by just paying 2. So that's going to accelerate our ink well even more. We're going to ink Maui for turn.
And it is going to pass back on over to Theo time, who's going to draw. No Flynn Rider on the board, of course, so the highest strength not currently mattering. A very, very quick quest from Theo time with all 3 characters. That was 3 lore gained. And they're now going to spend their 6 ink on a Madame Medusa, and they're going to be praying that Theo time does not have access to a 7 cost card that is known as Be Prepared. They don't, but there is another very big control threat available for Theo Rodriguez.
And yeah, I imagine you're eyeing up that Sisu that we've seen come down a couple of times already. They can banish all characters of 2 strength or less. That would remove the Rabbit and the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. But these 2 Madame Medusas sitting at 4 strength each. Even 1 ice block wouldn't be enough to bring them into range. We'd need at least 2 for that. And pass over, Theo's still deciding it's the best move to make. He needs to establish some sort of board presence. But we know that Theotime is holding a B King Undisputed in his hand. So I don't imagine this Sisu is going to be sticking around for very long. We're going to start off by paying 3 for Maleficent. Oh, it finds us a... Oh, we do have the B King Undisputed. It finds us a Be Prepared. So we're going to be inking probably either the Sisu or the Fox. I imagine he's interested in playing the B King Undisputed this turn. Yeah, it absolutely does come down. Removing that Sisu from the board. Well, forcing Theo to remove it from his own board.
Yeah.
A fantastic card. Definitely a meta-defining in the Ruby Amethyst decks for set 4.
And Theo is so close to that 20 mark. 5 away now. These Mana Medusas have a lot of strength. There's no ice block available, so the Sisu Legendary is not going to be able to remove them from the board. And there's no sign of Be Prepared just yet. And there are, I'm taking a quick look at the deck list, trying to see how many copies of Be Prepared. There's 3 copies of Be Prepared in Theo's deck list.
Yeah, so you got to imagine he's a bit upset to have not found them yet, but still, you get into position sometimes where you have to play the Be Prepared just because you're about to lose. And this board at Theo Time, questing for 3, he is on a 2-turn clock, so it would potentially be of interest to him, but doesn't have it just yet. So Theo just weighing up his options, trying to get a decent look at his hand here.
Theo Rodriguez is the last Ruby Sapphire player in the tournament. The fans of Ruby Sapphire everywhere, and there's a lot of them, it's a very popular deck, are all wanting Theo Rodriguez to pull this comeback off. In comes Tamatoa. It's an 8-cost character. The Popsicle is added back to the hand. It's played. There's Be Prepared, but it's probably too late, Baker.
Yeah.
Where was that Be Prepared before the Tamatoa was played? Wow.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It might be a bit too late. Theo Time about to go up to 18, and then all it's going to take is a goat and a bounce, or a goat and a goat, and it is over. Theo has a lot of catching up to do, still only at 0 lore. You're right. I think all the Ruby Sapphire fans out there, their hopes and dreams are lying on Theo right now, but it's not looking good.
No, absolutely. The Tamatoa is the last crab standing for Theo Rodriguez. Double Madame Medusa and Maleficent on Theotime's side of the board. Goes for the Fox onto the Maleficent. Plays the Maleficent again to draw a card. Queen's Castle is a great option available for Theotime, but it's not all over yet with that Be Prepared available for Theo Rodriguez.
Yeah, for sure, and not going to be able to play the Queen's Castle. This turn only has 1 ink remaining, so we go over to Theo. I think he is absolutely forced to play this Be Prepared here. If he's got an item that he can play first, that Tamatoa quests for a little more, then great, but this Be Prepared absolutely has to come down. Otherwise, Theotime will absolutely be winning on his next turn, but Theo fully aware that Theotime just away from that goat bounce or goat to take it to a GG. We do see Theo coming down with that Be Prepared, clearing the board, his own Tamatoa included.
Yep, absolutely. There's the Tamatoa. Again, though,
the Tamatoa sang Be Prepared. Okay, that's good. So now he has a lot of ink.
Okay, so Tamatoa is singing Be Prepared and able to play another Tamatoa to gain that board control back, which is going to be really, really crucial, Baker, to remove that Queen's Castle if it does in fact come down. There it is. I don't think, though, Theo has that Vitalosphere in their discard pile, but what they do have is a Maui in hand. But also, at this stage, Baker, you really want to remove the Chernobog's followers. Every lore matters. The threat of the goat is very real, and Theo needs to remove all the questers and then get that dime down, get the dime ticking away, and get close to 20 very, very quickly.
Yeah, there is a Maui there, as you said. How much ink do we have? Do we have enough ink to go Maui plus Madame Medusa? Because that would allow a complete board clear. The Madame Medusa would remove the Chernobog's followers, and the Maui plus Tamatoa would be able to go into Queen's Castle, but I'm not sure if we have enough ink to be able to make that play.
It's the Flaversham that Theo goes for, draws 2 cards. In comes the Enchanted Maui. What a flex on the stage here. Both of the cards challenging into the Queen's Castle. Chernabog's remains on the board. And that means if a goat is found by Theatime, it will be a victory. There it is!
Right off the top, Joe!
The Chernabog's followers quest for one. It banishes itself to the discard pile. Theatime draws a card, and it was the GOAT that they needed. What a dominant performance from Ruby Amethyst when going first there.
For sure.
Really making use of their higher seeding from the Swiss event on day 1 and day 2 of this event. It was an absolutely incredible performance. Flynn Rider Frenemy, the star of the show.
Absolutely, that Frenemy absolutely running wild in game 1. And even in that final game there, was able to, I think, it was at 3 or 6, one or the other. It still put in some work. So what an incredible game. My apologies to Ruby Sapphire fans out there. Hey, it's still a great deck. It had a wonderful run here, all the way to top 8. Won a Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor. But yeah, that was a fantastic game. A real shame that the Ruby Sapphire seemed to just really brick in that first game and just could not answer that double Flynn Rider. But yeah, that final game, we were so close to the end, and with that Chernabog questing to find a draw, he had to know that he was close to GOAT. I don't think we'd seen a single GOAT yet, so he knew that was his win condition, and we found it right off the top.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, even if the GOAT wasn't found at that point, the likelihood that there would be a GOAT somewhere, even if you're paying 3 for friends, draw some more cards, find the GOAT. And you really see why Ruby Amethyst is such a great deck. It always has been. You've got the control of Ruby, the draw power of Amethyst, and that new addition to Ruby, Flynn Rider, just gives you that ability to get that early questing in, which, well, not even questing, that early lore game without having to quest. That is a great new tool, and the Brawl as well. I think those 2 cards have been the biggest additions to Ruby Amethyst in the Ursula's Return meta. Of course, into the Inklands, the deck got access to Queen's Castle as well, and every time I start writing Ruby Amethyst off, it somehow gets better.
Somehow, some way it gets better. I think you're absolutely right. The Brawl, giving it a much-needed answer to things like Diablo and the Flavisham, of course, but also the Bee King Undisputed, I don't think could be understated at all. Putting in so much work, being able to just chain remove those Tamatoas in the opening game. So, yeah, Ruby Amethyst definitely gained the tools that it needed. Hasn't changed a lot card-wise, but it still feels like a very different deck just because of the way you play it with that Flynn Rider as opposed to just one-drop Snake. We have so many more lines we can take now.
And we are just in a moment going to be able to look at our top 4 bracket. Not sure if all of the other games yet have finished. I'd be surprised considering how
that was a quick one.
Our game was, especially game 1. But we're going to have a little look at the top 4 bracket in just a moment and see how it is looking. And let's have a little look. As you can see, not all of the games are finished, but there's a Ruby Amethyst player locked in to each semi-final. We could see a Ruby Amethyst mirror in the final. And Baker, you predicted Ruby Amethyst to win this whole tournament. If that would happen, your prediction would be correct.
Yes, and I'll be very proud of that. Yeah, Ruby Amethyst has been my favorite deck ever since the beginning. I'm a big believer in it. I think it's just got all the tools necessary. Just the card draw engine that it has, courtesy of friends on the other side, Merlin, Rabbit, the Chernabog's followers, even just for a bit of deck thinning to help us get closer to those pieces we need, the Maleficents. It just out-resources so many decks. And there are so many decks as well, like Ruby Sapphire and Sapphire Steel, that just play one big character at a time, and because we have Bee King Undisputed, we can really deal with them.
Yeah, so 2 Ruby Amethyst players making it through to the semi-finals. There's 2 more games still ongoing in the main hall. Of course, it's a long old day here as well. Currently in Germany, it's 2:30, I do believe. So we're getting quite far into the afternoon. The game started at around 9 a.m. So these players have been going for a really long time. I would really advise our players that have been going to get a drink, get a nice bit of food in as well. Maybe a curryverse, because Bochum, where we are in Germany, it's the 3rd time I've said it, it's the home of the curryverse.
Have you had it yet?
Guess what, Baker? I still have not had the curryverse I'm looking for. I'm going back to Blighty, back to England tomorrow, so I need to make sure tonight is the night I get my hands on the curryverse.
Tonight is the night.
If those of you aren't familiar, you've never had one before, have you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you've got to have one. It's brilliant. It's the sausage in curry sauce. What's not to like?
All right, I'm safe. If we can find somewhere tonight to go, then I'll try it. But Joe, let's just take a moment to just appreciate what an incredible weekend it's been overall. I'm sure I can speak for you to say I'm so grateful to get to be here, to get to commentate for these incredible games, to work with Disney Lorcana and just see the best players in the world, see their innovations, and it's just fantastic to be here. The vibes are immaculate. Also, when I was having my break, as I said, I was looking around the top tables, and obviously there's a nice big crowd. It's roped off, so there's plenty of space, but after every game, you're hearing a round of applause, and that is exactly the sort of energy that I want to see in the room. This whole room has passed the vibe check.
No, absolutely. It's also really nice to see now that we're at this stage in the final day. The day 1 and day 2 are Friday and Saturday. The whole hall was filled with 1,000 players playing. But now from all those tables, all those rows, it's down to the final row of players. And now it's the final 4. We're going to have 2 sets of players in here, one set. 2 more players in the main hall, so just 1 more table is going to be used in the final round in the main hall. And then the final, of course, it's going to be on the main stage broadcast here. And I cannot wait to see the action unfold in the semis as well as the final. And I do believe as well our player is getting settled down for an interview. I do believe it's the winner from the previous round. So hopefully we're going to be able to get that available in English and German, but we'll check that and confirm. Baker, I've been looking through my deck.
Yeah.
I have got some
How are you feeling? Are you feeling confident?
I like my deck. I've not got much experience at all of playing draft. I've played 1 draft before, and I did okay.
What did you pull in your draft? You got to tell that story.
I got an Ursula Sea Witch Queen in my draft, Enchanted, which was great. But I actually played against an artist, Emily Abadira, in round 1, and she beat me, and that wasn't great. So she did a really, really good job. Shout out to her. And one thing I'm not sure about, I don't have many 2-cost cards I like, and I'm wondering if I play Gus as just a 2/3. I've gone for Cogsworth. I've gone for lots of discard. I'm an Emerald Amber player at heart, and Emerald likes to discard, so we're going to go for that. We are now going to jump on into an interview and see what is cracking over there.
So, hallo und herzlich willkommen. Da sind wir auch schon wieder in der Interview-Area und wir haben hier den guten Theotim sitzen und er hat ja gerade wirklich ein sehr gutes Match abgeliefert und konnte somit 2 der 3 Runden für sich entscheiden und ich würde sagen, wir gehen direkt ins Interview. Ich werde das danach wieder für euch übersetzen. First of all, congratulations for this big win for you. This means the quarterfinals are safe for you. And first of all, how was it in general for you? This match right now.
This match.
Yeah.
So first game was like perfect draw. I had everything, and
you were super fast.
Yeah. It's the game plan against red when you are purple red, and everything goes perfectly.
Yeah.
Second match. I tried a game plan where I was killing all Iram in order to reduce as much as possible his draw engine, but it did not go perfectly because Dime was too fast to come to the board, so it did not work. And game 3, I did my best to make a quick aggression and wait for my goat to close the game, and I had to be prep in my end in order to wait 2 more turns.
Also er sagt gerade, dass er hier auf jeden Fall erstmal sehr zufrieden ist mit dem Outcome. Es war natürlich sehr intensiv. Er hat jetzt natürlich in diesen 3 Spielen auch versucht, Tempo ranzubringen und es hat in dem ersten Spiel vor allem extrem gut funktioniert. Er hat es geschafft, sehr, sehr schnell und aggressiv zu sein. Er wusste, sein Gegner braucht einfach ein paar Runden, um halt ins Spiel zu kommen und dann hat das natürlich das Ganze mit zum Beispiel Flynn Rider und Sisu sehr, sehr gut funktioniert und das hat dann in den weiteren Spielen, die dann gefolgt sind, halt auch noch funktioniert. You spoke about the match plan or the game plan in general. You had a very, very fast start. Did you try to do the same thing that you did in the first match, to be that fast, to be aggressive with the Flynn Riders and the Sisu? And
game 3?
No, in the second game.
No, I was trying to be slow on the second game. To win with the value, but it was not working because the Lucky Dime.
Yeah, Lucky Dime was very powerful in the second match. That's true. All right, to the last question. How do you like the Lorcana Challenge in general, the event here in Bochum?
Very much. This is my second top. I was 4 in Lille, so I will try to do better now. Yeah, nice event, and everything works well. Melee is working perfectly.
Yeah, it's working perfect. Yeah. Also wir hören gerade, ihm gefällt das Event hier wirklich sehr und er freut sich auf die nächsten Runden auf jeden Fall. Es ist jetzt das zweite Mal, dass er in den Top-Runden dabei ist. You said you were in the top cut in Lille as well, right?
Top 4. This is
Top 4. Oh, sogar ein Top 4 Spieler aus der Lorcana Challenge in Lille ist das.
I lose to Frank Carsten.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, also er hat tatsächlich nur gegen Frank Carsten verloren, gegen den Finalisten aus der letzten Lorcana Challenge, und von daher ist jetzt hier für dich noch alles drin. Wir wünschen dir auf jeden Fall weiterhin viel Erfolg. Es sieht ja bisher sehr gut aus. Wir gehen jetzt aber in eine kurze Pause und dann geht es auf jeden Fall gleich weiter hier in dem Stream.
Da sind wir. And welcome back to DLC Bochum, Germany. We have just finished the top 8 game of the players moving on to the top 4 bracket. We just watched an incredible game between Ruby Sapphire and Ruby Amethyst, and the Ruby Amethyst player just absolutely stormed away. I think it's the quickest game of Lorcana I've ever seen in my entire life. That first game was able to get that perfect curve of well, I was going to say perfect curve of Flynn Sisu Castle, but it was actually Flynn Sisu Castle, and just an incredible amount of lore gain. One that in no time at all, the Ruby Sapphire player was able to bring it back to a 1-1, but then for game 3 went very similarly. The Ruby Amethyst player getting some advantage with Flynn Rider, and then just getting closer and closer. It's had a couple of characters on board. We had Peter Pan, Shadow Finder, and just edging it all the closer until we got to the point where it was just a goat away from game, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we've seen GOAT win a lot of games. I feel like we're not done seeing GOAT win games in Lorcana, and I think it's getting interesting. Ruby Amethyst, everybody's saying, well, it's not so good into Emerald Steel. It's a bit rough into Emerald Steel.
Yep.
Emerald Steel is everywhere. And on the one hand, that's a fair point. On the other hand, I think one just beat one out there in the field, if I remember correctly. And now we've got 2 in top 4. And it might be Ruby Amethyst's time to shine.
As if it hasn't been shining since the very beginning, Ross. I'm sorry, I just have to say it though. Ruby Amethyst has been, it definitely has main character syndrome. I feel like just as everyone thought, okay, Ruby Amethyst is going to be on the lower shelves for this format. Nope. nope, I'm better. I'm good. I still have Queen's Castle. I have Flynn Rider for enemy, and of course that B King Undisputed, an incredible extra option for that deck, which is just so strong. And as I was saying in the previous game, a lot of decks like Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire tend to just play one big character, like next to a Lucky Dime, and just try to race the game, like Tamatoa, who can make huge lore gains. But if you do that, then these cards like B King Undisputed could just immediately remove you and let the Ruby Amethyst player continue to cook.
Yeah, it's very cheap compared to a lot of these big kind of desperation cards. You know, Be Prepared, big desperation card, great card. 7 cost uninkable. B King Undisputed, 4 cost. That is, and of course can be sung by a character of 4 cost or less for free. So that means that it is going to hit the board a lot more easily. And a lot of the time, one big character, maybe a couple of little ones. Use your characters to take out theirs. And oh look, one big annoying character. B King Undisputed, it's not much of an investment. It's uninkable, which is annoying. But, you know, there has to be a downside.
You can't have it all, Ross. We cannot have it all.
But it's very easy to get into play compared to a lot of these other cards, like Madame Medusa, like Lady Tremaine, like your Be Prepared, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, it certainly does. And just, again, that a way to get around the ward keyword, as it does, very similar to Lady Tremaine. You make the opponent choose a character. So B King Undisputed doing the same thing, but like you said, it can be sung. We can use our rabbits or our Merlin goats, and yeah, it's just absolutely been one of the star cards of the tournament. And as you say, we already have 2 Ruby Amethyst decks locked in to that top 4. Will we see a Ruby Amethyst mirror match in the finals? What do you think?
I don't know. Ruby Amethyst has always been one. Like, I've been playing a lot of it in this format. It's a bit slow for me. It takes a few turns to get going. The early turns are fine, but it's when you're getting your Lady Tremaine, your Madame Medusa, your Be Prepared, your Maui, when these characters are all coming down, when you get to the point where you're putting enough offensive pressure on the board that you can put down a Queen's Castle with an expectation it's going to stick, that is when the deck really starts cooking. But it does seem to be playing against a few slower decks coming in here. Maybe that's giving it time to get rolling. All I know is it's suddenly proving itself here, and we're starting to see slightly different builds. Not hugely different, but slightly different to what we expected coming in. Maybe they've cracked the code, because it certainly seems like, you know, whereas, you know, Emerald Steel seemed like it was going to be the best deck. Even as we came into Top Cut, it was the most played deck in Swiss. It was the most played deck in Top Cut. It was the best conversion. And yet, Amethyst Ruby, it's out there, it's doing well.
It's still absolutely doing the business, and I'm very sorry, Ross, but the final Ruby Sapphire deck has been eliminated courtesy of that last game, which was your prediction to go all the way. Tamatoa, let you down, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Justin is still out there with a Steel Sapphire deck.
There you go.
Tamatoa still has a chance. But, of course, we know. Now, am I right in thinking, because I was not on there with you, I've not seen the bracket. Am I right in thinking we've got Ruby Amethyst on each side of the bracket?
We have, yes.
Because that means, very importantly, if Justin with that Steel Sapphire does get into top 4, means you are going to be playing against an Amethyst Ruby, which is not the matchup you want to see.
No, it's not. Don't get me wrong, Sapphire Steel can absolutely still beat the Ruby Amethyst decks. I've experienced this in the past, where if they're able to play something like a Tamatoa, or even the newer Aerial Treasure Collector, who quests for 3 but quests for 5 if you have more items on the board than the opponent. If you're able to get that down next to your Lucky Dime, and you can't answer that Aerial, then they can just win out of nowhere, because they tap the dime, exert the dime to gain 5 lore from Aerial, and then if you can't answer the Aerial on the following turn, they quest, and then they can exert the dime again. So that's 15. So that means all they had to do between turns 1 and 7 was find 5 lore from somewhere, which is fairly reasonable. So yeah, it absolutely can lose, but as we were just talking about a moment ago, those cards like Lady Tremaine and B King Undisputed that get around that ward keyword, so that can help deal with Aerial, and of course Be Prepared, another way that we can deal with the Tamatoa. So yeah, generally speaking, I feel favoured as a Ruby Amethyst player facing Sapphire Steel, but that does by no means mean that it is written on the wall. It could very much be a dub for the Sapphire Steel player. I know there's a lot of people in the community that are big fans of Sapphire Steel, so I'm sure they'd love to see me proved wrong and see Ruby Amethyst taken down.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it can be a little bit rough into that. The removal can really hurt sometimes, but you know what? All it takes is a decent start, you know, and you can, those big swing turns can make a huge difference. But we've got to take a bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
And before we take that break, we will just take a little look at the final bracket. We can see we have Ruby Amethyst on each side of it, as Ross was just saying a moment ago. And yes, Sapphire Steel, courtesy of Justin, was able to make it into those semi-finals. So it is going to be Ruben versus Justin on one side of the bracket. And which match will we be taking a look at, Ross?
Well, I believe we are actually going to see Ruben against Justin, because here's the thing, Baker.
Tell me the thing, Ross.
We don't have to wait for this game. This game is cooked and ready to go. Well, we've just been handed one of the deck lists, so I think that means we might be going sooner rather than later. And of course, in untimed games, that, you know, if the games have a time limit, you need to start them at exactly the same time. Without a time limit, there is potentially, you know, start one game a little bit earlier. Maybe we sync up in the end, but certainly we do not need to start these at exactly the same time. We've got one of them settled. And I'm going to be honest with you, I know we're not supposed to play favorites. I'm not really playing favorites here.
Go on.
But let's say I go out into the hall. There's no stream going on.
Yep.
I'm allowed to sit and watch whatever game I want.
Of course.
I'm watching Justin's game. I want to see whether this Sapphire Steel can go up against this Ruby Amethyst. If I had a choice between the games, I don't. I'm sitting here. Sometimes when I'm off stream, I can influence. I can give my opinions. Not when I'm sitting up here. This would have been my choice. And yeah,
I totally respect that, Ross. I really, really do.
I think we've got one of the players even sat down.
Yeah, one sat down. The other one, I think, is making their way to the table as we speak. But yes, to your point, the Sapphire Steel player, as I've just said, I do think is not favoured against Ruby Amethyst, but they've made it all the way here, right? They went through 9 rounds of Swiss on either Friday or Saturday, whichever day they chose to come, and then they've already played a few games. They're the top 64, 32, 16, and top 8 games. They've already won 4 times today. I dare say they have run into some Ruby Amethyst across the run of their tournament, so they're probably very prepared. They know what to expect, and they're probably going to play it the best they can, and if anyone could do it, it's someone that is made top 4 for a DLC.
And it is not your standard list. The one thing that really stands out to me as we look at this list is we've got Beast. Beast is generally not what we see. This is Justin's list I'm talking about, the Steel Sapphire. We generally do not see that, you know, that Beast.
The hard-headed one, are you talking about? The 5-cost Inkable that removes an item, or the
I
Tragic Hero?
am talking about Tragic Hero.
Tragic Hero.
You. Now, we see loads of Tragic Hero.
Of course.
You know, Emerald Steel, you're going to see it in abundance. It's going to be coming out. It's one of the cards we've seen the most on stream this weekend. It is everywhere, but we don't usually see it in Steel and Sapphire. Now, I'm not saying Beast itself is going to win the game against Amethyst Ruby. What I am saying is this is not your dad's Steel Sapphire. This is a newer version of it, a different version of it where things are a little bit different. And what that means is these counts are probably, I mean, look, coming in, you knew what the top 2 decks were.
Yeah.
We knew what the 2 decks everyone was gunning for were. So you had that opportunity to build your deck to try and beat them. So it's very possible that your standard Steel Sapphire has a worse matchup than Justin's Steel Sapphire.
Yeah, you could be absolutely right. Sapphire Steel not always opting to play that Tragic Hero Beast, specifically because, well, lots of reasons, but one of the main ones being that Madame Medusa targeting characters with 3 strength or less to be able to immediately remove. And if Sapphire Steel already is struggling against Ruby Amethyst, then also playing cards that are just going to be removed by Medusas also isn't going to be the best. So I'll take your word for it. There's Beast Tragic Heroes. Maybe they will help the Sapphire Steel player to out-resource the Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, the draw is nice, and like I say, I'm not saying that specific card is going to necessarily swing the matchup.
Of course.
I'm just saying we have different ways to play,
100%.
and that is going to make a difference potentially.
Oh, wrong one there. Sorry, we'll be going over to our players in just a moment. But yes, Ross, I'm sure you're going to thoroughly enjoy watching this matchup right here. Here are our players sat at the table. And yes, they've already achieved their Mickey Mouse brave little task. Nice to see big smiles on the faces of our 2 players. Obviously, this is going to be a big, important game. They want to go all the way, but nice to see the friendly vibes between the players. But yeah, they've already got so many prizes. The Mickey Mouse brave little tailor, the Rapunzel gifted with healing card and playmat, the Cinderella stout-hearted. Now that they're in top 4, Ross, they also guarantee a couple of booster boxes of Ursa's return, but I'm sure they want to go all the way.
Okay, we are not watching Justin's game. We got Ruben against Fear Time here. This is not the Steel Sapphire player. I was going to say, when they sat down, I'm like, that is definitely not Justin. We've had Justin on stream. I was watched Justin's game. That is not Justin. We have got now, I don't believe the other side of the bracket was filled in when we looked at it a minute ago. Seems like it has been filled in since.
Yeah, I'm guessing that game finished in quick time, and then there was just a little change around of what the players wanted to do. So we'll just confirm both the deck lists. I do have Ruben's deck list in front of me. We've already seen them on stream today. Very traditional count of most things. They are opting for that 3 count of Madame Medusa, the boss, and 2 copies of Lady Tremaine, Imperious Queen, alongside, of course, those 3 Be King Undisputed. Nothing else I'm seeing in here that's too out of the ordinary. Very clean deck list. Lots of 4s. The only 3s I'm seeing are Be King, Lady Tremaine. Oh, no, yeah, sorry. 2 Lady Tremaine, 3 Madame Medusa, 3 Be King Undisputed, and then 4s of everything else. They're opting for the Chernobog's Followers to be their 1-drop. That's the only 1-drop they're playing. The 4 Flynn Rider. We've got 4 Maleficent Sorceress. The standard bounce package. 4 Be Prepared. Lots of standard stuff that we want to see in these decks.
Yeah, we do see a lot of similar cards in a lot of these decks, and what happens is, we've got such a large player base. There are thousands of people around the world playing Disney Lorcana, and what that means is people settle on the best decks quickly. Now, this gives a double-edged sword, right? On the one hand, everybody knows if you play, let's say you're playing Ruby, you're going to be playing, well, almost certainly Be Prepared. You're going to be playing Maui. You're probably going to be playing Madame Medusa. There are a bunch of cards that are just better than other Ruby cards. But then the other side is that really opens up the possibility here for weirder decks to come through, for individual decks that people aren't expecting. Things like we saw the Morph, people coming onto it. Things like Louisa Madrigal we saw on stream. Things like Chen Po, for instance, which is a card we don't usually see. These are cards that players are not prepared for and take them by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. But at this point in the tournament, now that it's open deck list, that really changes things, because you know exactly what they're playing, you know the exact counts for everything. So definitely a big difference between the Swiss rounds and the top cut, not only because of the open deck lists, but of course we are now in 2 out of 3, because we need a definitive winner. We can't just play 2 games and have 1 victory each. How do we progress then, Ross? No, we need a determined winner, and we're going to be going all the way to the finals and see who is going to be crowned the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum champion.
And I have absolutely no idea what is going on in terms of what time we're getting out of here today.
Oh, I don't
We could be out of here in a couple of hours. We could be here. Well, actually, I do know what time the hall closes.
Well, I will be here as long as I need to be.
We've got a long time. And here's the thing.
Go on.
We're untimed. We are untimed here. Now, it was weird because they were different. The way you play a 2-game format is different to how you play a best of 3. But in top 64, top 32, top 16, we had a timed best of 3. And there are skills inherent in there. Knowing when to concede when you're losing, playing the clock properly, making sure what you don't want to do is spend a long time in game 1, lose, win game 2, and then be behind and lose game 3. What you should be doing is conceding game 1 earlier, especially if you're playing a slower deck, to give more time for games 2 and game 3. But even that's now out the window. When you get to top 8, top 4 in the final, we are untimed. We will be here as long as it takes.
As long as it takes. There's still plenty of time left throughout the day, as Joe mentioned not too earlier. It's currently just coming to 3 o'clock in Bochum, Germany, so we will have plenty of time to see these games through to their conclusion, and I'm very excited to see who's going to be crowned the champion. We're just going to give it a few more minutes before we move over to our players. But let's take another look at this deck list. So the Ruby Amethyst player, what's your experience with Ruby Amethyst? You said that you're not a fan of slower decks. Have you ever given it a try?
Oh, I've given it a lot of tries. It's a deck I've been testing most in this current format. And see, the thing is, I tend to be a bit impatient as a player. I like playing very aggro.
I noticed at the set championships last season.
Oh, I went full aggro for the set championships, and it was fun. I'm actually rebuilding Ruby Amethyst this weekend to try and make it as aggro as we've had conversations about this. You've been helping me.
We had a lot of conversations across this weekend.
We have talked a lot this weekend, to be fair. But my point is, it's a deck where you can be really rewarded. If you can hang on, when the first couple of turns, Chernobog's Followers, obviously a great kind of turn 1 option. We've got 2 drops like Kuzco and Madam Mim Snake, which are fine, but it's when you get to 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, that is when the deck really starts popping. I want to be up like 10 lore in the first couple of turns, whereas Ruby Amethyst, it is hold on for a couple of turns, keep ticking along, get a couple of law. Now my Maui's out. Now my Be Prepared's out.
I'll get there eventually.
Yeah, now my Mana Medusa is down, and everything you can do, I can counter. Now, it looks like the full bracket has been there. Okay, and we do see there, of course, Ruben and Viatime are actually on opposite sides of the bracket. They will not be playing in top 4. Ruben will be playing against Justin. I was right.
Yeah,
that wasn't Justin.
You were right.
And we got Viatime against Hadrian, and you know what this means?
What does it mean, Ross?
Top 4 settled. We can properly get rolling here. We don't need to start one game early. We can just start the semi-finals. And, of course, they are untimed. As soon as these two are over, we let the players have a quick break, run to the loo if they need to, grab a quick drink, and then they sit down. Then they play the final. And, well, we could have a Ruby Amethyst final, or we could have 2 different versions of Steel.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It's either going to be Ruby Amethyst mirror match in the final, or it's going to be Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel, or Ruby Amethyst versus Sapphire Steel, or even Emerald Steel. But maybe the Ruby Amethyst decks both get thrown out of the competition at this point in time. We shall see. But yeah, it's really interesting to look at this top 4. 3 of the predicted top 4 decks. I say predicted top 4 decks. The community seems to have a big 4, which is Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, Emerald Steel, and Sapphire Steel. Those are 4 of us, the main best decks, and 3 of those making their way into the final 4.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Go
if you're
on,
Justin, everything we said so far, Justin wants to squeak past Ruben and then play against Hadrian.
Yep.
That is the deck you want.
Yep.
If you're Ruben, do you want to play a mirror match against Viatime, or do you want to play Emerald Steel against Hadrian? What is your preferred finals matchup if you get there?
I don't have a lot of experience playing with Sapphire Steel. I've played a lot against it.
I mean, if you're the Ruby Amethyst player...
Oh, if I'm the Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah,
sorry,
so
I got your question around the wrong way.
Do you want the mirror match, or do you want Emerald Steel if you're playing Ruby Amethyst? Because I know that's the deck you like playing with.
I'd rather the mirror match, personally, because in the mirror match, I feel like I have a lot more control over the game, and just in the sense that I'm going to be able to play the game, because there is always that possibility when you're up against the dreaded Squirrel, the Squirrel Squeak Tutor, bless his heart, that you might just not get to play the game, Ross, especially if they're able to go turn 2 Bucky, turn 3 Bucky, turn 4 Bucky, and now I'll play a load of Floodborns, and I'm going to make you discard all of the cards. Don't get me wrong, Amethyst has a big draw engine, so you try and draw out of it, but I never like the way that feels, because the game plan as a Ruby Amethyst player is you don't play anything unless it draws a card, or unless it's removing something like a Diablo. So you might play Brawl, but other than that, I wouldn't play anything unless it was a Chernobox Followers, a Maleficent, a Friends on the other side, or a Merlin Rabbit. When you get to turn 6, you could arguably play the Medusa if there's a good target there, like a Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, or something like that. But in my experience as the Ruby Amethyst player playing against Bucky, because I did a lot of testing against Emerald Steel Bucky, a shout out to my secret Lorcana testing group that will go unnamed for helping me out with that, especially to Lorcana Decklists, who played the Bucky matchup into my Ruby Amethyst quite a lot to get me ready for the set championships. And I found that it's all about just getting to that turn 7, be prepared, and then after that you just want to stabilize much better than your opponent and hope that you get more of those draw cards, such as Rabbit into Friends, because Emerald Steel doesn't have a great amount of draw cards, so that tends to be the game plan, but I don't really like that game plan, Ross. It feels a little bit iffy to me. So if I'm against Ruby Amethyst, then I know that it's purely going to come down to, of course, RNG to a degree. Of course, we always want to see the right cards, but I feel more experienced in that matchup. So personally, I'm taking the mirror match.
Yeah, see, I think you're right, but I really don't like playing mirror matches. I've been playing card games for 15 years at this point. Actually, I think it's 16 years. I think I started playing card games properly in 2008.
Okay.
I have been around a while as a TCG player. And that
You're not day over 20, Ross.
I wish. And that is to put it mildly. And I can tell you that mirror matches is something I have... Now, that is Justin. We've got another look at the players. That is definitely Justin. Now, the point is, I don't like playing mirror matches. And the reason is, with mirror matches, there can be a little bit too much who got a little bit of a better start.
Yep.
Now, in the past, there's been a few mirror matches in various games I have enjoyed, but it's where I can find an edge.
Okay.
I cannot find an edge in the Amethyst Ruby mirror match. I think it is a lot of the time down to kind of taking advantage of the cards that are drawn, taking advantage of your opponent's plays, and that individual games, you can find the edge. But I mean, going into the game knowing this is how I'm going to win every time, I don't know if I can, but that is for a potential final. Right now, we've got an actual literal top 4. We have got Ruben against Justin. We have got Amethyst Ruby against Steel Sapphire. And we have got the last remaining deck that is not Amethyst Ruby or Steel Emerald. And remember, they were 70% of top 64. So that is very interesting, right? 70%. 2 decks, 70% of top 64. We don't see that very often. So we've got one more deck that is actually, you know, there essentially, you know, fighting off what I call the duopoly. 2 decks that are coming up against each other. Steel Sapphire, the last stalwart against them. But we've been saying for a while, this is a deck you don't want to play. How aggressive do we get with a mulligan? Ruben's eyeing up a 2-card mulligan.
I mean, sometimes you need to be aggressive. Sometimes you need to be quite passive and just make sure you've got enough ink to, again, let you actually play the game. We see Justin utilizing that Scuttle, super interesting card that was revealed and released, in Ursa's Return. 2-cost inkable, 1/3. And when you play him, you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and you're looking to find an item card. Can be really important for finding things like that turn 3 Fishbone Quill, or even later on in the game helping us to find Lucky Dime, which is such an important piece in the game plan for the Sapphire player up against pretty much anything.
And don't tell Joe, but the Scuttle has been kept in the opening hand. Justin deciding that is an important card. And here's the thing about Lucky Dime. If you don't find it, it's closer to the top because you've taken 4 cards off your deck, put them on the bottom. If you do find it and it gets discarded, it can be recovered with Tamatoa. So getting the Lucky Dime early and having it hit the discard pile is not a bad thing. Not so relevant for this matchup, but you never know. And we see an enchanted card inked on turn 1. So we've heard this one before, Baker. Turn 1 Portugal.
Turn 1 Portugal, pretty traditional stuff. But yeah, just let's talk for this move for a moment. We're going to see a Portugal on one side of the field and then just an ink, and I believe that's a Chernobog's followers. The foiling is throwing me off a bit, but I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, 100%. Just go back to that Scuttle very briefly. One of the reasons I love this Scuttle, not just for its ability, but it's one of those low-cost characters that you can put down next to something like your Tamatoa to protect it against things like B-King Undisputed and Lady Tremaine. So the fact that Justin is playing low-cost characters like this Scuttle may be a huge difference maker, but that one in particular won't be. It's going to go straight into the inkwell, and we pass over to Ruben, who's got a Flynn Rider in hand. You've got to think that that's going to be a line that they might be interested in. Really nice hand here, actually. We've got the Flynn, we've got the Goat and the Rabbit for some draw. I think there was a Maleficent there. So, yep, this is looking like a pretty good start. We do see that Flynn Rider coming down, exerting 2. We're going to quest with the Chernobog's followers. No need to draw a card straight away. They might draw a card, but I think they're going to leave it on the board there. And we pass over to Justin, who now needs to find an answer to Flynn.
Yeah, that Flynn has got 2 power, 2 strength, I should say. And if it is the strongest thing on the board at the beginning of your turn, you get, or to the field at the beginning of your turn, you get free lore. Fishbone Quill comes down. And do we have anything that can match Flynn here? Or is Justin just going to be giving up here?
Yeah, no, that's going to be it, unfortunately. The Fishbone Quill being our 3-cost card on curve. We're going to do Secret Ink up to 4, but unfortunately not able to get a character down. So as we move over to Ruben's turn, that Flynn Rider is going to gain 3 lore, which is going to boost them up to 4, which I'm sure will be updated in just a moment. That's Chernobog re-readying. Yep, the player's just establishing that there, that we are on... we had a little bit of an extra jump there.
We are on 4, 1 from the Chernobog, 3 from the Flynn.
Absolutely.
So, we're back over to Ruben here, getting free lore off that Flynn. It doesn't always work, but oh, it is a good feeling when it does. It makes you feel so good. Because honestly, most characters don't get to quest for free before they're removed a lot of the time. Now we see the reason Chernobog stays down. We bounce it back with the Madam Mim Fox, which firstly, decent character. Secondly, I want to say 4 strength.
You're absolutely right, Ross, and that's going to be really hard for Justin to answer. I'm not sure if there's... to be fair, he could... no, I'm not sure there's anything That could do the Tinkerbell. Okay, I was absolutely wrong. The Tinkerbell is absolutely a way to get there. Inking and then Fishbone Quill getting us up to 6. So yeah, of course, these ramp decks being able to play these bigger characters much sooner. So that Tinkerbell was absolutely necessary to stop Flynn Rider from gaining even more lore.
Yeah, that's what you see. When you see a Flynn coming down, you go, right, I can either take it out or I can play a more powerful character, a stronger character, but one of those two things needs to happen. If Flynn is let to just run away with the game, things can get out of hand very, very quickly indeed. Top deck Popsicle from Justin, and oh, we're playing it as well.
Yep, coming straight onto the board. Let's find ourselves another card. We've got a Cogsworth, another Tinkerbell, and that along came Zeus in hand. Really powerful removal option. We're going to be inking Cogsworth. I think that was courtesy of the Fishbone Quill. And down comes another Tinkerbell. Who's going to put another 1 damage on all characters. That will remove the Flynn Rider and bring Madam Mim Fox down to just 1 health remaining, or 1 willpower remaining, forgive me.
Yeah, and that is very interesting. Tinkerbell 2 turns in a row. Justin's hand is concerning me a little bit here. We're not playing against an Emerald deck, and yet Justin, I think, has 1 card in hand right now. No Hiram Flavisham down. That would be perfect at this point. We do see a Fortisphere getting an... Oh, but we don't get anything. It was a long game Zeus in hand. Did you see what the other card was?
I think it was a Let It Go. I might be wrong, but certainly not what we need. And that is the double-edged sword. That is Fishbone Quill. It gives you such incredible ramping opportunities to get a sort of nice high ink count, but it does deplete your hand size. And usually they look to counteract that with Flavisham, the toy maker. But Justin hasn't been able to find one, so not able to rebuild that hand. The Tinkerbell is going to challenge into the Fox and also putting 2 damage on the Rabbit. The Fishbone Quill is going to exert to ink again, and we pass back over. Ruben holding a couple of Be Prepared, so he is very prepared for a big board.
Oh, he absolutely is. He's not there yet in terms of ink. Now down comes the Rabbit. I don't think we've inked this turn, have we?
No, I don't believe so.
Now we have.
That's it. Down comes the Queen's Castle into the Inkwell. I can see a Rabbit, a Medusa, and a couple of Be Prepareds there. I don't think there's any ink in Ruben's hand, so he's definitely going to be hoping to top deck an ink on the next turn to be able to continue to build that Inkwell, build to those cards like Be Prepared.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ruben is actually, he's already on 10 lore.
Yep.
Feels like he hasn't done very much.
Nope.
But he's already on 10 lore. This is what these Ruby Amethyst decks do. They control your board and just a little bit of cheeky lore here and there. Obviously, the Flynn Rider helped a lot getting free.
That's the big
little bit
reach.
of questing when you can. Already up to 10.
Yeah, that Flynn Rider really just putting in so much of the work. That Ruby Amethyst tend to be very slow in its lore gain, as you say. Maybe a couple of characters here and there, a Chernobog's Followers, a Rabbit, just getting us bits and pieces. But that Flynn Rider gets that really early reach that really benefits the Ruby Amethyst deck that has such a slow early game. So now its early game can be really just as lethal as its end game with access to those sort of cards. And we just see an along came Zeus and a smash in the hand of Justin. It's not all that great, I'm afraid to say. We do see the smash played on the Rabbit, stopping Ruben from recycling it and gaining even more card resources, but then that's pretty much it. Justin has to pass back over to Ruben, who has a nice big hand.
Yeah, a lot of options here. We did see the Maui challenging and taking out a character the previous term. We've got a Rabbit in hand for Ruben. We've got a bunch of inkable cards. We've got a Sisu there, which I think another Sisu as well. We got another ink down here. Now we see that Sisu coming into play, and that means that Ruben has a lot of 3 characters down.
That's quite a lot.
But they are decent characters as well. They are ones you want to have down most of the time. Justin needs to get something going. Along came Zeus, takes out the Sisu. That's a good start. Mickey Mouse, the detective version, goes and gets an ink. But we still no lore from Justin whatsoever. And I know these Sapphire decks, these Steel decks, can jump. But we got to start at some point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm less worried about how far behind he is in lore and more concerned about the lack of actual resources. Because if Justin had a nice big hand, he could probably feel a lot more comfortable at 0. A big hand, and I don't know how many ink he's at now. I'm guessing 12, something like that. Maybe that's no, to be fair, it might be that many. But my point being, if he had the resources, he would potentially be able to equalize a couple of things like Tinkerbell and and get that lucky dime on board and then start to catch up. But with so little resources in his hand, it's really not looking good for Justin. Is that let it go?
It is let it go.
I thought it was that we saw earlier, going to remove one of the characters from board. The 3B prepared in Ruben's hand. Doesn't really need them at this point in the game, though.
I think let it go might have been the top deck this turn. I also had a bit of a count. It was 10 ink, I believe.
10.
There might be one or two more, but there's at least 10 ink available for Justin.
Yep, great stuff. But
now we need some cards.
You see a smile on Justin's face. He's just thinking, what's happened? What happened?
Hiram Flavisham would, oh, it's grab your swords. Grab your swords,
grab your bow.
Not good enough. Really, Hiram Flavisham would have been great here.
Oh, yeah. You can really see the difference in the matchup when you don't hit that Toy Maker, because this Sapphire Steel deck not running a whole lot of other draw options. We are not. We are running 4 copies of A Whole New World. For a moment, I thought this was a Whole New World less list, but we haven't seen that either. Nope. We haven't seen the Flavisham. So Justin has just missed all their draw options here, whereas Ruben has been able to recycle Rabbits, recycle Maleficent, just draw cards, and yeah, speaking of which, absolutely, and he's just running away. He's already at 14 lore. That's going to take us to 17, I believe, and now we are just a goat bounce quest away from game.
Yeah, and there's easily game on board at this stage. Justin probably going to be thinking about going to game 2, and is thinking about going to game 2. Justin concedes. Ruben is too far ahead, and Ruben is just 1 game away from the final.
Yeah, it just didn't go his way that particular time. Yeah, I actually missed this Whole New World in the deck. Obviously, it's such a fantastic card, but we've seen a few Sapphire Steel decks recently not opting to run the Whole New World, deciding they don't like the idea of refreshing their opponent's hand. They would rather just refresh with Flavisham. But in that game, we didn't see either, so wasn't able to build resources, in our Ruby Amethyst player Ruben just running away with the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, and we said it's not a great matchup to begin with, but when the matchup goes like that, it is most definitely not a great matchup. Was that a 20-0 victory?
I think it was, Ross.
We don't see too many of them, and that's the problem. Justin just never really got going. There's 2 things you're looking for in this matchup. You're looking at building your inkwell and building your hand.
Yes.
One of those went really well in that game.
One of them did not.
One of them did not go very well in that game, and that led to the quick win there from Ruben.
Because it's lovely having a nice big inkwell, but if you've got nothing to use it with, then what's it doing?
Exactly. It's not just about having the ink, it's about having something to do with it. It's like when I'm at home and my kids are like, Daddy, I found my big pencil case full of pens, and then there's no paper in the house. Every parent knows what I'm talking about here, that one day all the paper has disappeared. What are you going to draw on?
To be fair, I'm not a parent, but I have done a lot of teaching work in the past, so I have a small fraction of an idea of your pain. Well, I say your pain, that makes it sound awful, but yeah, I understand what you're talking about. But yeah, our player's going to be moving into game 2. Ruben hoping to make it a 2-0 and proceed into the finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. But if our Sapphire Steel player has anything to say about it, good old Justin, then he's going to bring it out to a 1-1, and we'll go to a game 3. Not a great opening hand from Ruben. Has he mulliganed yet? No, I don't think he has yet.
That is the mulligan. I believe it was actually a mulligan 7.
Okay.
I think that was the I think I just saw the entire hand put at the bottom of the deck and a new hand of 7 being drawn.
Yeah, and this is looking a little bit better for Justin. I'm not sure what he threw back into the deck, but I definitely saw him draw a Flavisham and a Whole New World.
Okay.
May throw back the Whole New World. You don't always want that in your opening hand, but he does opt to keep it. But the Flavisham, I was going to say, that is definitely something you want to keep. We're going to be inking Tinkerbell. Down comes that Porpsicle, standard Porpsicle things, and passing over to Ruben, who's going to draw a card.
Yeah, we're off in game 2 here, and Justin has got some draw like he didn't have back in game 1. So we do see the ink from Ruben. Do we have a 1-drop? Maybe a Turnerbox Followers? No, we don't.
No.
A second Tinkerbell being inked to play our old friend, Mr. Smee.
Yes, this is immediately looking a lot different. Ross was able to get that Porpsicle. We know we have a Flavisham in the hand. I'm sure Justin would have also liked to 1-jump ahead there, but to be fair, since Ruben didn't play anything, this Mr. Smee going to help with some really early quest pressure, and of course that 3-3 stat line means he can check characters. The Madam in Fox hitting the Inkwell, and just a pass once again from Ruben. No Flynn Rider, nothing, a whole lot of nothing, and Justin's got another Mr. Smee in his hand. Does he just go aggro here? He's going to ink that Smee, quest with another Smee. The bumbling mate putting in a lot of work.
Already got more lore than we had back in game one. That bumbling mate is a great option. And of course, you know, whole new world, it's not always secure in your hand, but in this matchup, it should be able to hold it in hand and use it as and when you want it.
You're absolutely right, but as a Ruby Amethyst player, he knows that Justin's playing a whole new world. Obviously didn't see it in the previous game, but he's seen the deck list. And as a Ruby Amethyst player, if you know they're playing a whole new world, it can change your game plan. Because if you just sit there and drawing cards, then you could just lose it all. They play a whole new world and you just lose your entire hand. Like here you see the friends on the other side being inked. Yes, we're drawing a card with Maleficent, but I don't think there was a whole lot of choice there, and we need to get something onto the board to contest with that Mr. Smee.
Yeah, we see Rise of the Titans getting inked, and Hiram Flavisham finally hits the board, gets rid of that Fortisphere there, draws a card, draws two cards, in fact.
Cards, yeah.
One when you play the Fortisphere, two when you banish it with Hiram Flavisham. It's not bad for a one-cost item card.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And now that Justin has committed to that draw two from Flavisham, maybe now Ruben feels a little bit better about drawing some cards. Because like I said before, if you just spend all the time going Friends, Rabbit, Maleficent, and then they just go a whole new world, you could potentially lose all your Be Prepared. Yep. You could lose all your Be King Undisputed, your Ladies in Chairs, and that is not what you want to see. But because Justin has drawn a few more cards with Flavisham, maybe he's a bit more comfortable drawing cards. I'm not sure, though. He is going to ink that Friends on the other side, and down is going to come the Queen's Castle. Nice early pressure on Justin, making him not ignore this Queen's Castle.
Yeah, I like this. Queen's Castle does one of two things. It either gets you 2 lore every turn, or it makes your opponent have to deal with it. And with 7 willpower, that is not always as easy as it looks. Now, we do have Whole New World in hand. We've got Grab Your Swords. We've got that Mickey Mouse Detective. We do have the Beast, but without any items down, that's a less good card.
Yeah, definitely this is not the matchup that the Beast Hard-Headed is for. Obviously, removing items on play, so more for the mirror match or up against Sapphire Ruby, but it is still a 4/4 character that quests for 2. It's a 5-cost character, so it can sing a whole new world and grab your sword. So even though the item removal is not likely to be relevant, still could be an okay card. We're going to see the Fortisphere inked, and down comes the Beast Hard-Headed, and here we go, just because it's a big beat stick, and Justin knows he needs to answer this castle. But I want to give Ruben his credit. Absolutely, I think it was the right play playing that castle. Justin could have played a whole new world in this turn if he wanted to, and it didn't make sense to just keep drawing cards. So I really like that play.
And it looks like is it gonna work a little bit? Are we gonna go to Ruben's turn and get 2 lore? Yeah, it looks like we are. So if nothing else, you paid 4, got 2 lore. It's not the most efficient, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, you're right, but at the same time, we don't just think of it as only gaining 2 lore. If it demands attention from Justin's side of the board, forces them to play characters that they otherwise wouldn't want to, because he played that Beast Hard-Headed so he can answer this castle. He might have preferred to do something else and play some ramp cards like One Jump Ahead, Fishbone Quill. So even though the Queen's Castle hasn't gained a lot of advantage yet, it is affecting how Justin has to play the game.
No, you're absolutely right with that one. So, with the Queen, I think there's a Queen, has Maleficent moved into the castle?
Not yet. We have only just gone into Ruben's hand. He's inked the Madam Mim Fox, and it won't be able to now because Maui is going to come down for a cost of 5 and going to remove that Flavisham straight away, stop Justin from being able to constantly refresh his resources. And the Maleficent is going to be faced with a couple of options here. It could just quest, or it could go into that Smee bumbling mate who already has 1 damage counter on him and trade.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. And there is an element here. If you're playing against Steel Sapphire, right, you're playing against this matchup.
Yep.
If you take away all your opponent's draw, you might force them into a whole new world.
Right.
So sometimes it's worth taking out their draw engine because you want them to play it.
For sure.
So we do see another Hiram Flavisham coming down here anyway, so we're not there yet. We've got plenty of cards in hand for Justin, plenty of draw. We don't need whole new world yet, but it's there as an option if you need it, which I think is the best way around.
Yeah, for sure, and especially if Ruben starts to really build up their hand, courtesy of Rabbits, friends on the other side, Maleficent. If that starts to get a bit carried away, then Justin may do it just to deny Ruben some resources. But you can definitely say this game is going a lot better for Justin than game 1. one. He has been allowed to play. He's got his draw engine going. We're going to see the Scuttle hit the board, who does find that lucky dime, Ross.
Oh, nice. I will say, when I was watching a bit of Justin's game out there during top 8, I did walk past. I saw Justin play a Scuttle and whiff.
It happens, but again, I'll make the same point again. As a Ruby Amethyst player, I don't want you playing Scuttles and Mickey Mouses. Why? Because I don't want you to be able to extend when you play your Tamatoas and Aerials. I want only one threat on the board so that I can just make you remove it. So I really like the addition to Scuttle. Even if you think, the odds to hit aren't great, who cares? You can hit sometimes, or you can get a little bit closer to your lucky dime. And again, it's just another character to help give you some protection.
We saw Maui there trading into the Beast, and then Fishbone Quill comes down from Justin, and Mickey Mouse comes down. Top card of your deck gets randomly inked, can backfire occasionally, but most of the time it just gives you a lovely little extra bit of ink. And Scuttle providing all of the benefit here, because we're also going to be questing.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? You've had your ability, and we've got a couple of characters down, so let's gain a little bit of lore, and of course that may make the Madame Medusa challenge as opposed to questing, and every lore helps.
Every little helps indeed. So, Justin here managing to build up that inkwell quite nicely. There's 8 ink in there. Ruben plays a rabbit. Merlin Rabbit, draw a card. And inking a Flynn Rider. Make sure you can keep up with that ink. Also able to play a Sisu there as well. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 7 ink, which means if you want to play Be Prepared in the future, we've got enough ink on the board to do so.
Yeah.
And since Madame Medusa was down last term, let's quest.
Yep, absolutely. I thought possibly could have just gone into the Scuttle, but Ruben saying, nope, I'm happy to just sit here and quest. I'm hoping that I'm going to get there faster than you, especially since I put down this Sisu Emboldened Warrior. But again, Justin with quite a high amount of ink at the moment. He's got that lucky dime. We see the Tamatoa, who is going to be thrown down onto the board, exerting 8 ink. We're going to find ourselves a Porpsicle. I'm not sure if we have inked for turn, but we can exert the Fishbone Quill.
Now we have.
There we go. And now we can play that Porpsicle, which is going to increase the amount of lore that Tamatoa's got. You've got to imagine that lucky dime will come down potentially next turn. We've also got the Fortisphere. Oh, that's going to go into the inkwell, so we hadn't inked for turn.
No, we had not inked for turn. Now we get that coming down. We are questing with Scuttle, getting 1 extra lore, which is a nice little bonus. And next turn, we could be looking big. We got 2 items down. That would be pretty easy to go to 4 next turn.
Yep.
Which would be 10 lore from just the Tamatoa and the lucky dime. Justin is putting a bit of a clock on here. Ruben knows you need to get rid of Tamatoa. Is it time for Be Prepared?
It might have to be, Ross, and I'll tell you why. Here is exactly what I was talking about, that Mickey Mouse and Scuttle stopping the Lady Tremaine from being able to deal with this Tamatoa far easier, because obviously the Be Prepared, it's got to be tempting to get rid of this Tamatoa.
Here we go.
There you go, but of course also losing his own Madame Medusa, his own Emboldened Warrior, and the Rabbit. Of course the Rabbit's going to draw a card, but you've got to think he would have liked to recycle it a bit more, but not left with a lot of choice there, really. The Tamatoa was about to quest for a whole lot. He knows that Justin has the lucky dime because Justin had to reveal it when he found it off the Scuttle. So yeah, I think Ruben was just faced with no choice but to be prepared there.
Yeah, that was not going to end well for Ruben there. Justin was going to have the Tamatoa lucky dime combination. You don't really want to be prepared, but you kind of have to. You're forced into it. You lose some of your own characters, but you at least reset your opponent's board. Justin has played the lucky dime down now, and it looks like we are going to be back. Oh no, we're actually rolling with Justin here. I think Ruben's turn was quite short.
Yeah, I kind of missed that myself. But we're over on Justin. He got the Madam Mim snake down.
Yep.
But yeah, here comes the aerial treasure collector, and this is going to put on some pressure. We know Ruben is holding the Lady Tremaine. Does Justin have another character that he can put next to this aerial? If he can, then that's going to be absolutely huge. You're going to have to play the whole new world. That gets rid of the Bee King Undisputed and the Lady Tremaine. There's 1 or 2 Bee King Undisputeds left in Ruben's deck, along with another copy of Lady Tremaine, but still a pretty good hit.
Yeah, and we are going to be able to get 5 lore from that lucky dime. Here we go, going from 5 up to 10. You were 3 lore down, you're now 2 lore up. But not getting another character is not ideal it gives that protection. Did we just top deck? Okay, it's a brawl.
It's a brawl, not what we wanted to see, and that's a Madame Medusa. This is a time where it's heartbreaking that you got the wrong lady in red, because obviously these two ladies, similar but oh so different. Madame Medusa needs a character with 3 strength or less, and Tremaine, it could be any character, but of course your opponent gets to choose. So if that was a Lady Tremaine, Ruben would be still in an okay position, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to remove this aerial this turn. Can he find a Be King Undisputed? He just drew a couple of cards.
It was unfortunately Maleficent, and
yep, he has to. He absolutely has to play this Be Prepared. There is no choice. Otherwise, next turn, Justin was gaining 10 lore Ross, which would have absolutely been game. He'd have quested with Aerial for 5 and then exerted the lucky dime to get all the way to game. So Ruben were left with no choice.
Oh, you had to be prepared. You literally lose. But here comes Bell. You do have 5 ink in the inkwell, which means lucky dime, or 10 ink, sorry, which means lucky dime will get you 5. Oh, a second lucky dime! Double lucky dime on the Bell is 10 lore, and that is going to be the game for Justin.
Even Ruben's got a smile on his face, like, what? What just happened here? Oh my goodness, being able to have the Be Prepared to take away the check that Justin had with that aerial plus dime. Okay, fine, you play Be Prepared, but I have a strange but special when I've got a second lucky dime.
Oh. Well, I was literally like, we're celebrating the Bell coming down, and in my head, I'm like, good start, but that's only half of what you need. Yep. You need to wait till next turn, and then the second lucky dime hits the board, and I'm like, yeah, that'll do it.
Make it a double.
End the game.
Double dime, baby. Oh, that was absolutely amazing game. Definitely went a lot better for Justin than game 1. If you're only just joining us, we are in the top 4 of DLC Bochum, Germany. We're watching Ruby Amethyst versus Sapphire Steel. Game 1, the Ruby Amethyst player absolutely ran away with the game. We had Flynn Rider just generating so much lore enough. Our Sapphire Steel player was able to find no copies of A Whole New World, no copies of Flavisham, and our Ruby Amethyst player just absolutely rolled away with it. But that game went a lot differently. The Sapphire Steel player doing all the things they want to do. They had the Flavisham, they had the Whole New World when they needed it. They managed to get that aerial down next to a dime, and that Scuttle finding the dime as well. And again, I know I keep making this point, but I really want to make it hard. I want to make this point very clear. Having the extra characters to put next to your aerial Tamatoa makes all the difference against these Ruby decks.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And here's the thing. I've been looking at, like I say, but advance to this tournament, I'm looking at every deck I can. Yep. Steel, Sapphire, they all play, obviously, Tamatoa. Yep. Aerial, very common. Bell is a lot less common. I'm not saying it's not played, but I'm saying it's a lot less common in these decks. Justin has gone, I'm playing them all. I'm playing Aerial, I'm playing Bell, I'm playing Tamatoa. I'm going for all 3 of them because they are basically the 3 good lucky dime targets.
Absolutely. They're what's going to get you those huge lore jumps towards the end of the game, whether that's getting you that final piece you need to get to game or just helping you catch up with your opponent.
And having all 3 of them in the deck really is coming around clutch here. I mean, we're
2-2.
Yeah, when the aerial went down, you're thinking, oh no, this is going to take a couple of turns to come back. Being able to just fix it with a belt was huge.
Yeah, fantastic play. And that second lucky dime coming down, I heard the whole, our German broadcast partners were just as hyped as we were. But we are going into game 3 of top 4. Which one of these players are moving on to the final to try and earn the right to name themselves the champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum? Will it be one of our Ruby Amethyst players, Ruben, or our sole Sapphire Steel player, Justin Morales?
Yeah, we're going to have to see as we go through here with 1 game each. We're only 28 minutes in.
Right.
If this was a tradition, like if this was just like a 70-minute best of 3, we'd have plenty of time left. But I think, Scuttle getting ink straight away for, stop me if you've heard this before, Popsicle.
Yep, I've heard it once or twice. Ruben inked to Maui, wasn't able to play a 1-drop. Justin going second with that Scuttle ink and Popsicle coming down. Will Ruben be able to find a Flynn Rider here? I'm not sure if he's holding one. I can't see one in the hand.
He's got a Maui, but that's not going to do much good.
No, this is not. Oh, is that at the beginning of his hand? Is that a Flynn Rider? Yes, it is.
There
Right,
is
there
a
we go.
Flynn
Okay, so it
Rider.
was tucked away at the back. So now, once again, similar to game one, forcing Justin to have something to answer this. And I think he has. There you go. Baboom is able to do the business. Didn't have a character that could match that 2 strength for Flynn Rider, but having that Baboom, being able to remove that Flynn Rider, it's a really important piece against a lot of matchups as well. I suppose it's probably been taking out a lot of Diablos across the course of the weekend as well. So, yeah, Baboom, a really strong piece. Ruben's going to ink to 3. Play that Maleficent to draw an additional card.
I tell you what, I've spent a lot of time saying I'm not a fan of this Maleficent card, and it really, today, I've been thinking more about it. I've been thinking through deck lists, and I'm starting to feel like I understand why so many people play that Maleficent. Don't tell Joe.
I certainly won't, but I'll be honest with you, mate. It's not that Maleficent's a great card. It's a consistency card.
Yes.
That's what I think of it as. You are just deck thinning. You have to play at least 60 cards in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. But if you could play less, maybe you would, just because that increases your odds that you're going to hit the cards that you want to see. So any card that just immediately draws is helping us get closer to those key pieces. Justin playing a Fishbone Quill, exerting it to ink up to 4 and passing it back to Ruben.
Yeah, Justin here building up the ink, needs to make sure we can get some cards. That was a big difference between game 1 and game 2. Ruben gets the Queen's Castle down, going, right, well, if I can't have any passive lore with Flynn Rider, let's try getting it with the Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber. So, Justin, what do we have in hand? We have a Mr. Smee.
It is worth mentioning that Justin is running 2 copies of Rise of the Titans.
Oh,
I don't think we've seen any in this game, unless it was inked and we missed it. But that is a card that can answer this Queen's Castle. Unfortunately, doesn't have it just yet. Opting to play the Cogsworth Grandfather Clock, who's going to make a great singer for future turns.
Yeah, that singer, and also just to resist. It gives resist +1 to all of your characters.
Of course.
Makes all of your characters harder to take out. It's got ward itself. So Cogsworth is basically like, look, I'm hard to take. Well, I would say that. But if you're the only character in play and B King Undisputed comes down, well, that makes a bit of a difference now, doesn't it?
It makes a huge difference, that B King Undisputed getting through the ward keyword. And this is why I keep emphasizing the Sapphire Steel players. I think you need to have some low-cost characters in your deck. Justin does. He has Mickeys and Scuttles. Unfortunate they didn't have one on the board at the time, but I think having those low-cost characters really does help out in your Ruby Amethyst matchup.
Yeah, being able to protect against Lady Tremaine and B King Undisputed, both of which do the same thing. Absolutely huge. Now we have a couple of cards in hand. There's a Cogsworth which gets inked, so it's just Belle and Whole New World.
Yep.
And it is a whole new world. We actually saw double inking there by virtue of the Fishbone Quill, and then a new hand of 7. And I do see the Toy Maker, 2 of them in fact.
Oof.
Maybe they can team up and make a lot of toys very quickly.
And Ruben's got to be thanking his lucky stars that he was able to remove this Cogsworth, because if not, Justin would have been singing that with Cogsworth and then would have all his ink still to utilize right here. So definitely slowed Justin's turn down a bit, but still able to do a complete hand refresh and hopefully come back swinging in the next turn.
We got 2 Fishbone Quill down. So that is a lot of ink. We see Porpsicle as well. So I think we've got 5 items. And against a deck that's generally not going after items, that gives a big stash of items to discard or to trash, to banish, that's what I'm looking for. With Hiram Flavisham to draw cards, it's a bunch of items to power up Maui. I love stacking up these items in these Sapphire decks.
Yeah, we see the Maleficent moving into the Queen's Castle. We inked a Flynn Rider to play a Flynn Rider. Second Queen's Castle coming down. Okay, that is a great play. Ruben is already at 7 ink. Now, Justin, as I said, is running Rise of the Titans, but I don't know if there are any in his hand. No, I'm not seeing it. We could maybe dig for it with Flavisham. There's one, a dime and a Tinkerbell, not what we needed to be able to answer these Queen's Castles. So I've got a feeling that they might be sticking, and then that's going to help Rubens jump up to 11 lore at the beginning of their next turn. And don't forget, the Flynn Rider also on the board.
Yeah, and that means that you could potentially get 7 passive lore.
Yep.
Right now, you're not getting that by... Oh, wait, no. Havisham's only got 1 strength.
Yep, Flavisham's only got 1 strength, so Justin would need to either find a way to remove this Flavisham. We're not seeing... sorry, to remove the Flynn Rider, should I say. Didn't see a Baboom in his hand. Isn't able to find a character to equal it out. So, yeah, it looks like Flynn Rider is going to be gaining this 3 lore, and this double castle going to be jumping up even more.
Wow, we are inking with a fishbone quill here, so I do think there is a plan that Justin is working on. Do we have enough ink for the big tink? Oh, I'm not 100% sure.
I actually wondered if he was extending the handshake for a moment there. I was like, no, Justin, don't give up. You can still do it.
Nah,
I think the German team thought the exact same thing.
We are not there. The German team were looking at us as well, being like, did you think that too? I didn't, incidentally.
Don't give up, Justin. We believe in you.
So we do have enough ink for the big tink, and that means that you are not going to get the you're not going to get the law with Flynn Rider, but you are going to get the law with the castle, going from 7 up to 11.
Absolutely, and that additional card draw because of the Maleficent that's at the Queen's Castle. In fact, the Flynn Rider's also at the Queen's Castle, so that was a draw 3. So nice big hand here for Ruben. That Be Prepared looking pretty tempting, I could imagine. Moves it to the front of his hand at least. Yeah, I feel that that's the way we're going when you immediately quest both your characters as an RA player. It tends to be a sign that the dreaded Be Prepared is coming down.
But here's the thing. You've got Tinkerbell, who's a pretty big character who can put on some pressure and quest for 2.
And sing songs.
And you've got Hero and Flavisham, that is your draw engine. So taking out both of them. And the thing is, Ruben's saying, I've got double castle down. I win in 2 turns guaranteed regardless. I don't care if I've got characters down. I care if you've got characters down, and that's why Be Prepared was such a good play there.
You're absolutely right, and Justin's got to be heartbroken that he hasn't been able to find either of these 2 copies. I keep looking back to the deck list just to confirm, like they are in the deck, right? But yeah, I'm seeing it written down here. 2 copies of Rise of the Titans is a 3-cost inkable action. You can banish chosen location or item, and you got to think Justin was really hoping to have found them by now, because this double castle is, as you say, Ross, he's on a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, start of Ruben's next turn, he goes up to 17. Start of the turn after, he wins, and Justin is still on 0 law, and there's a lot of items out. Now, Tamatoa Lucky Dime, I'm not saying it's coming. I am saying there's a lot of ink on Justin's board and double Fishbone Quill, so you can ink 3 cards in 1 turn.
Yep.
If we could see a Brave New World, a whole new world, if we see a whole new world, getting a new hand of 7, ink 3, we could potentially see Tamatoa and Lucky Dime in the same turn. It wouldn't win the game now, it would win the game next turn, but it kind of needs to be now.
Yeah.
I suppose you...
I mean, yeah, Justin's in this position where he's on a 2-turn clock. We know that Sapphire can make these huge jumps. There's a lot of ink there. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm just thinking about trying to do the Tamatoa and Lucky Dime combination.
10, 11, 12.
But you need Lucky Dime this turn.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I agree with you. That's definitely the route that you need to take to get to victory here.
Tamatoa.
I'm just seeing what's possible with our ink amount. The Tamatoa coming down, recycling that 4 to Sphere.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we've not got enough right now. So Ruben goes up to 17. And is there any way Justin can get 20 law next turn? I don't think there is.
I don't think so
either. You would need 9 items, including Lucky Dime. Now, if we see it, it is going to be the best ending to any game of Lorcana, not just that I've seen, not just that you've seen, that anyone has ever seen. But I don't think Justin's getting to 9 items next turn.
But we do have a goat in hand. However, you've got to think that Ruben would be interested in bouncing this goat, because he can play it now, go to 18, then he is assured to go to 19 when it leaves the board. But then is he able to find that final law? It's likely that he is able to, but if he had a bounce card in hand now, this would pretty much just be it.
I honestly think this turn's basically irrelevant for Ruben, unless you can go goat, bounce, goat.
Yeah.
If you can go goat, bounce, goat, you win the game right now.
Yeah, and you need 10 ink for that.
There's
the 3rd Queen's Castle coming down to join that Merlin goat. Ruben is up to 18 law, 6 law gain potential for Ruben's side of the field. Can Justin find even double Rise of the Titans? Wouldn't be enough anymore, Ross.
He needs to win this game right now. He needs to win this turn. So we need 9 items, one of which is a Lucky Dime. I don't think, or 4. How does the maths work? 6 items, including 2 Lucky Dimes. 6 items, including 2 Lucky Dimes, would be Quest for 7 with Tamatoa, Lucky Dime for 7, Lucky Dime for 7. If we see another Lucky Dime here...
But you need...
Wait, is there one in the... Is there one in the discard pile? So we see Tamatoa questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There is a Portsicle. Is there enough here?
I think it's questing for 9, actually, because it's got 1 law itself.
And there's a popsicle.
Oh, hold on. Is he actually going to do this?
Are we going to actually be able to do it? We've got a smash coming down. That is getting inked. A second lucky dime would have guaranteed the win here. But we've only got 1 lucky dime, 1 Tamatoa. So we would need 11. Oh no, 10 could have Hiram Flavisham, 10 items. We've only got 8. We need 2 more items.
Yeah, there's 2. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 items on the board. So Tamatoa are able to quest for 9, and then
well,
the lucky
dime copy for 9. Tamatoa's already quested, so the lucky dime would get 9. Hiram Flavisham would put you up by 1. You need 2 more items. I think you need 2 more items to do this. I don't think we've got enough. I think it's 9 for lucky dime. You would need 2 more items and then quest with Hiram Flavisham. And I think Justin's going to fall a little bit short.
I think so too. And Ruben staring right at him, being like, do you have it? Do you have it? Because he knows if this turn ends without Justin winning, then Ruben will win this game. But I think you're right, Ross. I think we don't have quite enough ink. I'd love to be proved wrong. You're very right. If we can win in this one turn, that would be one of the greatest things I've seen in Lorcana so far.
Justin is not removing the 3 Queens castles.
No.
It is the second Ruben. If Justin doesn't win this turn, he loses as soon as he passes to Ruben. He's got to finish it off this turn. We are going to see a fishbone quill. That doesn't really matter at the moment. Right now, we need a second lucky dime or 2 non-lucky dime items. That would mean lucky dime gets 11, Hiram Flavisham gets 1, that's 20, that is the game. I believe, and stop me if I'm missing something here, Baker, I believe that is all, the only route for Justin here is 1 lucky dime or 2 non-lucky dime items.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right.
Oh, wait, I thought
that's twice now. I thought he was offering the handshake.
That I thought was a handshake.
Justin, you're a tease.
Justin is counting up. I think Justin is doing the same maths that we are here.
Trying to work it out.
I think it's game. I think it's Ruben into the final. We see Justin sighing. I think it's about time, unless there is something we are all missing.
This Flavisham has already drawn.
Oh, now Flavisham could quest and trash an item looking for a second lucky dime.
Has it definitely been on the floor on the field since last turn? I thought it came down this turn.
It might have come down, and even then, I don't think there's enough ink for another lucky dime, honestly. I think there's only 5 open ink
He has
available.
another fishbone quill that hasn't exerted yet, so we could add some more ink, so that's not an issue.
I think we're at that stage where Justin's going, I'm short, let me double check, triple check, quadruple check.
Of course.
We see the counting of the items over and over, and I think Justin is realizing what we've said, hopefully not from us saying it. They shouldn't be able to hear us.
No, they absolutely can't hear us.
Justin is going to be 2 law short, and the second you turn to Ruben's turn, it is going to be the game.
Okay,
so,
great.
There is the quest. We go up to 9. If you don't have the win in hand, you've got to banish an item and hope. But do you even have enough ink for the lucky dime here? I don't know if you do.
2, 3, 4, 5. I'm seeing 5 ink still readied.
Is there any way he top decks 2 1-cost items?
What have we got? I do see the lucky dime there.
There is a lucky dime, but I don't think he's got enough ink to play the lucky dime.
No, me either. Plus, you need the extra 2 ink to exert the dime. He's just even revealing it. Look at that look from Ruben. You see the exhale there. Like, this is far too close for comfort from me. Justin knowing that he's just a little bit shy. He's going to do a jump here.
And there is the handshake. Ruben is going to the final.
Oh, what an incredible game, Ross. Oh, amazing. Like, can't blame him for taking the time to really do the math 10 times over. We're untimed. We're in the top 4. Needed to know if he could get there. But one of my favorite things about that was just the interactions between the 2 players at the end there. Like, they were both aware of how close the other one was to game. Lots of very nervous smiles and deep breaths. And even now, a smile on his face. I mean, I'm sure he's disappointed 100%. But what a dramatic game to go out on. And absolutely no shame. There's another handshake. That to me is always a sign of respect. If you offer a handshake a second time, that really does show just how much you respected what your opponent just did in that game.
I tell you, we can't blame them for double checking.
No.
But I spent the entire...
I'd still be there. Yeah. I would still be there counting.
But I'm sitting here, and I laid it out, and I was like, right, I think he's 2 laws short. And then the turn kept going, and I was sitting there being like, what have I missed?
Yep.
What have I missed? Have I missed something? Have I missed something? Is there another route open? Is there something I've not seen? Is there another way to win? There wasn't, unfortunately. And that's the thing. We saw Justin on 0 law for so long there.
Yep.
One cheeky little quest for 2 at any point during that game,
Yep.
which was never an option because Justin always
never
had
gave him
other
the chance.
things.
Yeah.
But if there was one chance for a cheeky little quest for 2 law at one point during that game, Justin would have been able to get over the line. I'm pretty sure Justin could have ended that turn on 18 ink, but 18 law. But 18 law was not enough, and it was such a close best of 3.
You're absolutely right.
Except game 1.
It's super interesting. We mentioned earlier about the Queen's Castle came down, but it did make Justin play in a way where he needed to respond to that first Queen's Castle. So he was challenging into it with that beast hard-headed, whereas that could have been the 2 law that he needed.
That could have been the 2 law, but then again, who knows what would have gone on from there. It does feel like we've got an interview coming up very shortly indeed. We are going to be hearing from our first confirmed finalist, and I mean, that has got to feel good. And Ruby Amethyst, I mean, maybe you were right all along, Baker.
Ruby Amethyst is a pretty good deck.
But how similar is your list to his is the question.
Let me double check quickly. Not a lot. I'm playing 4 Kuzcos. I like the 2-drop Kuzco to be an extension. I'm also playing 1 copy of Teeth and Ambitions, which I think of as basically 5th Brawl. It's just an extra answer to be able to deal with the Diablo, and there's nice synergy with the Kuzco because it can sing it, and then you can put the damage on the Kuzco and draw a card. Other than that, the decks look pretty similar.
Yeah, a lot of these decks are pretty similar. It comes down to matchups, and it comes down to skill. It comes down to how much do you mulligan? When do you mulligan? Are you going 4 cards, 5 cards, 6 cards? I think we saw a 7-card mulligan.
Yeah, if you need
in
to
one
do
of
it.
those games.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, especially in an open deck list format where you know what your opponent's playing, you know that there's certain cards that you need to see, whether it's if you're the Ruby Amethyst player and you know you're up against Sapphire Steel, you're thinking, all right, I want to find this Flynn because that could absolutely, like game 1, that just won the game nearly out of nowhere. Or on the other side of the coin, if you are going into Ruby Amethyst, you might be thinking, right, I need to find a character that's got a bit of strength to counter this Flynn, or even a Baboom or something like that. So yeah, the mulligan are definitely one of the greatest bits of skill expression in the game of Lorcana.
And then, of course, you got the in-game decisions. One of the things that really got me was that turn where you're like, fine, I will be prepared your single aerial.
Yep.
Now, that was an easier one because it was, they've got game on board. I literally have to get rid of aerial.
Yep.
This is my only choice. But just being open to those kind of plays is the kind of thing you have to do. Searching for everything. And we saw Ruben didn't want to do that.
No.
They were trying to keep the be prepared, use something else, but then they ran out of options and went, fine, I will be prepared. I wanted Lady Tremaine. I wanted Bee King Undisputed.
Hit the Medusa instead, unfortunately.
Couldn't get them, so I'll play this Be Prepared, but it's not just that I'm willing to play it, it's that I understand it is a last resort.
Yep.
I will play it if I have to, I'm not going to play it straight away.
Yeah, because they would have lost otherwise. There was the aerial treasure collector and the lucky dime on the board, and that would have been the final 10 lore they needed. But it was just responded to with a Bell Strange but special, so still managed to get there. But yeah, what an incredible game of Lorcana. We now know one of our finalists, Ruby Amethyst, will be competing for the crown of DLC champion of Bochum, and I am so excited to watch the finals. Of course, I won't be here with you. It's going to be you joined by Joe, who will be back for the finals, but it's been such an incredible pleasure to be here across the weekend. Man. It's been great to be casting alongside with you, Ross, and get to watch all these incredible players. I'm excited for the next. When's the next one?
Bologna in just over a month's time.
That's absolutely
just under
right.
A month's time.
It's around that, but also
about a month's time.
About a month. That's as specific as you need it to be. But yeah, a huge shout out as well to our American watchers who have Fort Worth coming up towards the end of the month. If you're in chat and you're going to Fort Worth, let us know in chat. Interact with us a little bit. But yeah, this is the biggest pool of data that those players are going to draw from. So I'm very curious to see how much this meta game is going to influence what people bring into that Fort Worth DLC.
I came in here with going Steel Song. I want to know more about Steel Song. I want to know how legit it is. And with apologies to Steel Song players out there, I think we got our answer with Steel Song. I think we look at Chicago, we look at Bochum, and we say Steel Song is a good deck.
Yep.
It is a good choice. Good players will do very well with it. It's probably not going to win a DLC. It's probably not going to be in big numbers in the top car. That does not mean we cannot have one exceptional player coming through, having a really good run and surprising us, but it does mean that's what it's going to take. It is a deck that I expect to be played in all right numbers in day one. I expect a few of them in day two, and I expect most, if not all of them, to be bumped as we go through those earlier top cut rounds. I don't see it as a legitimate contender, and that doesn't mean it's not a great deck. But I mean, I'm putting Emerald Steel up here, I'm putting Ruby Amethyst up here, and I'm putting Steel Soul just a little bit lower. I don't think it's on that same level, and we've got 2 big tournaments worth of data that say exactly that.
Yep, that's a very good observation, but who knows, all it takes is the right pilot or maybe a bit of unique deck building, a little tech that nobody's thinking about that maybe is the answer to make one of these decks jump up to that top level. But I'm very excited to see it. I love the Disney Lorcana trading card game. We have a wonderful meta. The game has such a beautiful future, and I'm just so glad and so honored to be a part of its beginnings.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it very much. It's a good game. It's one we're very much enjoying. Do we have to take a break in a minute?
I think we're going to take a very short break, but don't worry, you'll be back very shortly with Joe. I may appear maybe right at the end when they're saying goodbye. I'll come and do a little wave, but other than that, that's mostly going to be it from me. But that could all change, who knows? But we are going to take a short break. It's been a pleasure to be here with you guys. Don't go anywhere because the finals are going to be coming up very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. I'm Ross. Joe's with us as well. Hi, Joe.
Hello.
And we have got the bracket we can see here. So we have the Cinderella bracket here leading up to the quarterfinals. We see an abundance of Sapphire and Ruby with a not insignificant amount of Emerald Steel in the Cinderella bracket.
Yeah, Ruby Sapphire on the top graphic there in the quarterfinals did make it through, but we saw Thea Rodriguez get taken down by a very aggressive Flynn rider frenemy from Thea Time, and that was a really interesting match to see. Nice amount of deck variety in the Cinderella bracket. It is mainly those big 4 decks we like to talk about: the Ruby Sapphire, the Amethyst Ruby, Sapphire Steel, and Emerald Steel.
Yeah, now that's Sister One Ice, as it's often colloquially known, the Ruby Sapphire deck. Unfortunately, couldn't make it all the way through, but I'm telling you right now, it's a deck that I like. It is a deck that has got a lot of potential. It is one that I've got my eye on moving forward. Over into the Maleficent bracket, it is even more pronounced. We have got ourselves 4 copies of Amethyst Ruby, 3 copies of Emerald Sapphire, and then, Emerald Steel, and 1 copy of Sapphire Steel that made it into the octo-finals, but that is where it met Ruben. And we know Ruben has gotten all the way to the final, so if you played Ruben today, I'm afraid that was the end of your journey.
Yeah, Ruben was the player to take down. My prediction from the top 16, I thought it was going to be Justin with Sapphire Steel. What a game it was that you just watched, but Sapphire Steel ultimately becoming unstuck in what is probably its most tricky matchup up against that Ruby Amethyst player. Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel really dominating the popularity contest here, but also doing very well in making it far into the tournament as well.
Yeah, and if we change over into the, this is a semi-final bracket. Oh, look at that. We've got our final set here, Joe. And we got Fear Time with Amethyst Ruby against Ruben with Amethyst Ruby. So, Amethyst Ruby will be our champion. Chicago was Emerald Steel. That was the big story coming out of Chicago. But over here in Bochum, it is Amethyst Ruby.
Ruby Amethyst is officially the champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum. What a story it is. Everybody thought that Ruby Amethyst could not beat Emerald Steel. Well, look at that. In the semi-final, 2 of the best players coming up against each other. Amethyst Ruby was victorious against Emerald Steel, and as well as Sapphire Steel. And that means we've got a mirror matchup for the final, and I'm so excited for it, Ross.
Have we already? Did we start today with a? No, our first. One of my first games.
With Baker, it was, yeah.
Me and Baker. The first game I did today was Ruby Amethyst. So we have a look at this. Ruby Amethyst Control, generally what it's known as. It's got a flexible game plan, a bunch of card draw, and control. Now, control comes in many different forms. In the Ruby, it's quite simple. You lose all of your characters every time. You're not going to keep characters on the board. Be prepared, we'll get rid of all of them. If you can get down to 1, we've got Lady Tremaine, and we've got, what's it called? Beaking Undisputed, that will also get rid of the last character on the board. And of course, we've always got things like Bowie that are just going to challenge to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like Ruby Amethyst, you mentioned, Ross, you don't like mirrors that much.
Nope.
But Ruby Amethyst mirrors are so fascinating because of the card draw options available in Amethyst. They do go on for a very long time. In those mirror matchups with aggressive decks where things are happening a lot more quickly, it can be a little bit, it can be feeling a little bit lame. But I've been watching over there a little bit early on a Ruby Amethyst mirror, and it was one of the tensest games I've seen all day. So many interesting decisions. You're both having to play around each other's be prepared. You're wanting to bounce the rabbit back significantly and get a lot of value off of that card draw. Then the goat as well can potentially provide that closer as well. It's going to be so interesting to see all these micro decisions throughout the game. Both players are going to end up with a lot of cards in their hand and just try and find the best removal tools available to them to clear their opponent's boards. It's a bit of a battle of the rabbits at times.
Yeah, rabbits drawing cards are good. We've seen sometimes. I mean, it seems to be largely the rabbits, but like Goat coming out and getting a bit of a lore expansion can often. It's more towards the end game we tend to see that, but it's still something that can make a big difference. Now, am I right in thinking it was Ruben against Robin? Is that what we saw in our top 32 game this morning?
Yeah, that does sound about right.
And here's the thing, when we saw that was Ruben playing in a mirror match against a very good player, 1-2-0. One going first, one going second. So I'm just saying, I do like that Ruben has been able to navigate this quite nicely so far. The question is, do we really think Fear Time has been able to go through the entire day today and yesterday, or Friday, whichever one they played, without actually facing a bunch of mirror matches? It was the second most played deck in both days.
Yeah, I would imagine that I think any Ruby Amethyst player has got to be very familiar with the mirror matchups because of how popular they are. I have to say, I possibly would have played Ruby Amethyst if I was playing this weekend. However, I have no knowledge of the matchup. And when I'm watching it, Ross, it's one of the few matchups where I'm really confused as to what the optimal decision is a lot of the time. There's so many different options available to you. Do you go for the Be Prepared? Do you just go for a Medusa? Do you bounce the Rabbit, or do you bounce back some removal like Lady Tremaine or Madame Medusa? It's going to be so exciting to see all those decisions take place.
Well, this is what I was talking to Baker about a minute ago when I was talking about not liking mirror matches. I'm cool with mirror matches if I can go into the mirror match going, I've got this down.
Yeah.
I know where I'm going. And I think the Ruby Amethyst mirror match is one that really rewards the best players.
I do.
Because I don't think it's a case of this is always the best play. I think it is a case of look at what's going on, figure out where we are, what is the best play for this turn. That's going to depend on what's on your board, what's on your opponent's board, what you know they've got in hand, what they might have in hand, what you know is in their discard. Something like a Be Prepared when they've got an empty hand and you've got a big hand, great play because you're going to reset the board and they're not. But a Be Prepared against, they've got 9 ink and a handful of cards, that's going to be a much less optimal thing. Simple example, but you see where I'm going with this. It depends on where we are in the game, and that is everything that we can go here. We can be pretty sure that turn 1, you want Chernobog's followers.
Yep.
After that, that's where things get a bit more awkward.
Absolutely, and I've been taking a look at the deck list to see if there's any disparities, any differences between them, and there is one card in particular, Ross, which one player is playing 2 copies of, and the other is playing no copies of, and that is a 6-cost uninkable character.
I think I know who it is.
As gone.
It's Lady Tremaine, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Yay! And it is Ruben that is playing Lady Tremaine, and I think, and again, we're going back several rounds, it's been a long day, I'm a tired boy, but I think Ruben was playing Lady Tremaine against Robin, and Robin wasn't.
Okay.
And these can be big differences in the matchup, because let's say you can have your Lady Tremaine down and have a character sing, for instance. Well, as in sing your Be King Undisputed, that can take them both out. I think we might be having a bit of a chat with both our finalists.
That's so exciting.
Before we get to the game, which is always fun. Get to hear both of them, and of course, it's weird being an open deck list tournament. As the interviewer, you can give whatever away you want. You can ask probing questions, but are you really expecting the players to give anything away?
The big difference, the Lady Tremaine in one deck, and for the other player, it's 2 copies of Peter Pan Shadow Finder. This 3-cost card, which can rush in with evasive. It's great against Emerald Steel, but in the mirror matchup, I'm certain I would rather have 2 copies of Lady Tremaine.
Yeah, I agree. I'm expecting to see Lady Tremaine, Be King Undisputed comboed at some point here to take out a 2-character board of whatever side. That is certainly something I'd be looking to do if I had that option and my opponent didn't. Kind of like a mini Be Prepared, but it's a one-sided mini Be Prepared. And if you can wipe your opponent's board while keeping your own, that is a huge advantage.
And Lady Tremaine also questing for 2 is really significant. That's a big upside of Lady Tremaine over Madame Medusa, but also worth mentioning, Lady Tremaine with 3 strength can be removed by Madame Medusa. Also, Ross, looking out for when is that moment to use a snake or a fox, not on a Merlin goat, not on a rabbit, but on a card like Lady Tremaine or Mana Medusa, particularly strong on Lady Tremaine.
Yeah, being able to bounce. Of course, you know, we have these Madam Mim. You've got the fox and you've got the snake. Snake is your 2-cost, decent stats, but you've got to bounce a character or it doesn't work. Or you've got your fox, same deal, pretty decent stats, with Rush as a 3-cost, but you've got to bounce a character in order to make it work.
Yep.
So a lot of the time, this is why we see it paired with Merlin. We're bouncing back the goat to gain lore, we're bouncing back the rabbit to get cards, but these play abilities, like Lady Tremaine, like Madame Medusa, being able to reuse both of them, that's pretty spicy too.
And I am also just getting through the seedings and what day each player's played on. Big shout out to the team behind the scenes who have provided this information for us. So in our final, we've got Ruben, who finished 17th on Saturday. So they are the 17th seed. And their opponent here is
Theatime, who finished 5th on Friday.
Okay, so Theatime, who is the player with the 2 Peter Pan Shadowfinder, is the higher seed, and even though we're saying maybe their deck is slightly unfavored compared with the 2 Lady Tremaines, only very slightly, they do have that advantage of going first, which I think evens things out just perfectly. I'm so excited for this Ruby Amethyst Mirror.
And that's the thing, it is very, very important. And look, getting into top 32 is wildly difficult. If you've got over 1,000 people and you've got to get into top 32, we're cutting like 994 players or 992 players, whatever it is, every day. It is absurdly difficult to get in there. But 992, there we go. But it's not just getting into top 32. You've just said yourself, if you're the highest seed, you get to go first in game 1. And going first in game 1 means if there is a game 3, you'll be going first in game 3. That is also a very big deal.
Yeah, no doubt. And I also want to give a big shout out to all of the judges, Ross, that have been working here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum. So many judges who have been helping the players out, helping translate, answer any queries. Of course, also all the team behind us working on making sure the production's smooth. When I've gone in the back room, Ross, to get a little bit of lunch there, a bunch of the judges, do you know what they're doing? They're playing Disney Lorcana on their break. And that is just what it's all about. People that are passionate about the game coming together and just having an absolute whale of a time here.
I mean, firstly, yeah, the judges here are brilliant. The backstage crew putting on the stream, everyone from Ravensburger, they've made us feel very welcome. They are awesome people, and they keep giving us boxes to open on stream. So that's always good. But also, what are you going to be doing after the stream finishes today, Joe?
Well, that's a good question. So there wasn't that much time for us because it's been running so smoothly.
We've got like 30 seconds to interview, so you have to be quick.
I've got my deck sleeved up. I've got my draft deck. And we're going to go back with the German team after this, straight to the hotel, maybe even in our suits, and we're going to have our games of draft. We're also going to have a game against each other, and maybe we could see who comes out on top out of the 6 of us.
I mean, you're playing a direct counter to a lot of my deck, so yeah, cheers for that.
That's sounding like an excuse already, Ross.
Well, find an excuse to get us to the interview, Joe. The interview is starting. Let's do this.
Wir befinden uns vor dem Finale und wir möchten die Chance nutzen, einmal noch mit dem Finalisten, mit Ruben, um mit Theo-Team zu sprechen, bevor es dann in das große Spiel geht. Mit uns haben wir noch einen Übersetzer, in dem Fall, wir werden auch auf Spanisch übersetzen, wundert euch nicht. Ich werde immer mit euch in Deutsch sprechen, soweit es mir noch möglich ist. Jetzt konzentriere mich und ich werde dementsprechend auf Englisch die Fragen stellen. Ich möchte erstmal damit starten, wie die beiden sich führen und mit welcher Einstellung sie jetzt in das Finale gehen. Theo-Team, it's been a long day, right? Yes. How do you feel and how do you go to this final match?
I'm happy that it's not Bucky again.
That's a fair point. Theo-Team hat es im Grunde ganz kurz gefasst. Er sagt, er freut sich jetzt da zu sein und er freut sich, dass es nicht Bucky ist. Und wir haben ja ein sehr spannendes Setup, weil wir haben ein Mirror, ein Rubin Amethyst Mirror und das ist, glaube ich, eine ganz spezielle Situation. Ich gehe mal rüber zu Ruben. Ruben, also to question to you, how do you feel, and especially with the setup of a mirror match? Mirror is kind of the king discipline and it's Ruby Amethyst. How do you feel about it? What are you looking forward to?
Te pregunto qué tal te sientes, sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que es una mirror de Ruby Amethyst.
Bueno, la verdad que dentro de los matches que hay, o sea, el mirror es el que más me gusta.
Ich habe ihn gerade gefragt, wie er sich gerade fühlt auf das Spiel. Gespannt. Es ist ein Mirror-Match, eine sehr schwierige Disziplin letztendlich. Und auf was er sich im Spiel freut und wie seine allgemeine Stimmung in Richtung des Finales ist.
He feels very relaxed. The mirror match is the match that he likes the most. The one he was most scared about was Bucky. So playing a mirror match on the finals is very good for him.
Ruben sagt, er freut sich sehr auf das Finale und auch auf das Mirror-Match, denn er ist mit Team einer Meinung, es hätte jetzt kein Bucky sein müssen. Sie freuen sich also aufeinander und auf die Herausforderung des Rubin-Amethyst-Spiels. Ich denke auch, das wird eine ganz besondere Freude, dem jetzt zuzusehen. Team, Ruben just said he has prepared for the setup of a Ruby Amethyst match. I think it's a very special thing, and a question also to you without going into details. How did you prepare for the whole tournament, potentially also for a mirror setup, and in general, what's the way how to prepare to end up in finals?
I played like 40 or 50 matches against Bucky, and that's all.
That's all.
Yeah.
Nothing else. 50 matches, Bucky. Okay.
Same.
Oh, you're the same. Okay. Ganz spannende Antwort an der Stelle. Team sagte, er hat sich vorbereitet auf dieses Turnier und auch auf ein mögliches Finale, indem er einfach 50 Mal gegen Bucky-Decks gespielt hat. Aus der Erwartung heraus, dass das ein mögliches Finale sein könnte. Und Team hat das auch verstanden und sagte, ja, bei ihm war es genauso. Auch das war seine Hauptherausforderung und darauf hat er sich vorbereitet. So, Ruben, would you say you are well prepared now as you have trained against Bucky? Is the mirror match something you have trained before? You said you're looking forward to that. Also the question to you, how do you train? How do you prepare for matches? And how could we reach the final if we prepare like you? Ich habe Ruben auch noch mal gefragt, wie er sich auf das spezielle Mirror-Match vorbereitet hat, weil er sagt, er freut sich darauf und was er uns noch weitergeben kann, damit auch wir mal ins Finale kommen.
Jugar también en torno al estilo que más te gusta a ti, porque si te gusta más jugar control puedes jugar al azul gris, por ejemplo. Si te gusta más, mi estilo es más tempo, más mi range tempo. En este caso es un poco más agresivo, pero normalmente no juego agresivo, pero es más rollo en mi range tempo. Entonces supongo que es buscar en el meta el mazo que más cómodo te sienta y que dé buenos resultados contra el resto de mazos, o sea, por así decirlo.
So he chooses the deck that better fits his playstyle. He's a very tempo mid-range guy, so playing Ruby Amethyst is the current meta with the decks that are performing well is the one he likes the most. If you want to play other things, you can play Steel, Sapphire. If you want to play more Control, in this case for the mirror match, he feels well prepared, even though he tested Molly against Bucky because he knows the theory very well.
So, Ruben sagt, dass er im Grunde jemand ist, der sehr gerne aggressiv spielt und auch seinen Ruby Amethyst in der Richtung auslegt, dass er jemand ist, der es eher schnell nach vorne bringt und dementsprechend sich auf die Situation eines Mirrors auch vorbereitet hat und es aus der Richtung angehen würde. Er hat mit dem Deck verschiedene Varianten ausprobiert und hat sich jetzt offensichtlich auf eine festgelegt, die wir auch nachher im Detail natürlich besprechen und sehen werden. Und er sagt nochmal ganz offen einfach in die Runde für alle Spieler, wer ins Finale kommen will, der muss jetzt nicht Ruby Amethyst spielen, sondern der hat auch andere Möglichkeiten, zum Beispiel Ruby Saphir oder andere Decks, betont damit auch nochmal, dass die Meta sehr vielfältig ist. Team, back to you. You got a history in Lorcana because you were also in Leland. You were actually performing extremely well, made it to the top 4 bracket, and you played against Frank Carsten. Yeah. How's the feeling to that? Is it something where you say it's good to have the experience right now? You have done it all and now you can use the experience to win the finals, or is it also putting pressure on you on that point? I'm just going to translate it briefly. Ich habe gerade nochmal Team gefragt. Er ist ja jemand, der in der Lorcana-Welt bekannt ist. Er war in Lied schon erfolgreich, ist unter die Top 4 gekommen und ich fragte ihn, ist das jetzt eine Drucksituation oder kann er aus der Erfahrung, die er da geschöpft hat, jetzt nochmal einen Nutzen ziehen und dementsprechend im Finale davon profitieren?
There is absolutely no pressure on my side. I was very happy of the result I made last time, and even at this time when I had no record, I would say there was no pressure. So today nothing new, and we play every match after 1 minute, and we enjoy the game, and that's all.
Jetzt Red Way. Eine ganz schöne Antwort von Theo-Team an der Stelle. Er sagt, er spürt überhaupt keinen Druck, weil er sagt, für ihn ist das einfach eine Freude, das Spiel zu spielen und auch den Erfolg, den er erzielt hat, schon in Lille auch einfach zu genießen. Und ich glaube, das ist auch der richtige Weg, denn sich dann einfach selbstkritisch zu sehen und jetzt unter Druck zu setzen, das wäre nicht das Richtige und das bestätigt ihr auch an der Stelle. Man soll das Spiel genießen und auch jetzt im Finale einfach sich darüber freuen, wo man ist und dass man es so weit geschafft hat. Another question to Ruben, to you. Ich habe noch eine Frage abschließend an beide und zwar möchte ich in der Richtung nochmal fragen, wie haben Sie das ganze Event wahrgenommen? Was hat Ihnen besonders gut gefallen? Wie war es einfach mit auch so vielen internationalen Leuten zusammenzukommen? Und was nehmen Sie mit nach Hause an der Stelle? Question to you, Ruben. How did you perceive the tournament overall? Atmosphere, the people you met and the whole setup. What is the thing you're taking home? What kind of experiences?
¿Qué tal te pareció el torneo? ¿Qué tal la experiencia, el ambiente, la gente que has conocido? ¿Qué es lo que te lleva más importante a casa?
Pues la verdad que me he sentido como en casa, ha estado todo el mundo me ha apoyado mucho, sobre todo tanto lo español como los ingleses también me han tratado muy bien, los alemanes también. Y nada, la verdad que simplemente estoy disfrutando del torneo y me lo estoy pasando muy bien. No esperaba llegar tan lejos, la verdad. Y pues nada.
He's really happy with the tournament. He wasn't expecting to go this far, and he's loving the ambience. He's loving the support from the people. Not only Spanish players, also players for other countries, Germany, the UK. He's having an amazing time.
Ruben fasst für sich zusammen, dass er hier sehr viel Spaß hatte und dass er das Event sehr genossen hat und auch einfach die verschiedenen Nationalitäten, Personen, die man hier treffen kann, einfach die gesamte Community sehr wertschätzen gelernt hat, weil es einfach schön ist und auch von der Atmosphäre ein sehr freundschaftliches, gemeinschaftliches Gefühl ist und er viel Positives mit nach Hause nach Spanien nehmen kann. T-Team, same question to you. What is your summary so far of the event, of the people you met and of the overall atmosphere?
Awesome.
That is on point. Nothing more to add. Would you like to elaborate?
No, I don't think it's necessary. Everyone is awesome. The staff is awesome. Every rounds went perfectly. Players are very nice to meet and yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Ich übersetze auch noch mal kurz T-Team, auch wenn ihr ihn bestimmt verstanden habt. Er sagte awesome. In einem Satz großartig. Es war schön, all die Leute zu treffen, die Erfahrungen zu machen, hier vor Ort zu sein. Auch die Community vielleicht zu genießen, die in diesem Kartenspiel, in unserem Kartenspiel Lorcana eine ganz besondere, sehr enge und freundschaftliche ist. Und ich glaube, es gibt kein schöneres Statement, mit dem man in ein Finale gehen kann. Und ich habe euch auch genug genervt. Es ist Zeit, dass ihr euch konzentrieren könnt. Wir gehen noch in ein letztes Video und sind dann zurück zum Finale.
Who is not excited for Shimmering Skies? As a man who has a literal reptile room in his house filled with reptiles, snakes, spiders, seeing Brunard, our little fire lizard from Frozen 2, makes me very happy. Looking forward to Shimmering Skies. I'm Ross Gilbert. I am joined by Joe. And Joe, we've reached the final.
We certainly have, and it's all down to Ruby Amethyst. It's always been a good deck in Disney Lorcana. At the start of each set, it gets written off a little bit, certainly by myself, but it's proven all the doubters wrong, and all those Ruby Amethyst fans out there are going to be thrilled to see that there's two of the best Ruby Amethyst players here in Europe. This is the time to get prepared for your set championships. If you want to play Ruby Amethyst, I hope you've got a notebook down and are taking notes.
Well, I'm strongly considering playing Ruby Amethyst, so maybe I should take some notes during this game. I'm certainly going to be watching closely as we get to the final. We have got Fear Time and we have got Ruben in a Amethyst Ruby mirror match, and this is going to be interesting. Big difference in the list you've already pointed out, Joe, is Lady Tremaine in Ruben's list and Peter Pan in Fear Time's list. But of course, there's a lot more that's going to separate these players than that as we get into the games.
Yeah, just those 2 card differences. So 58 cards are the same for each player. So they really do know their opponent's deck like the back of their hand. Theatime is the higher seed. Theo coming from France, Ruben from Spain. Of course, here we are in Germany, and it's just so interesting to see all of the different languages being spoken in that interview. I want to give a big shout out to Basti there, who's been doing a great job on our German broadcast team with the translations in the interview all weekend long.
Yeah, been absolutely crushing it with both the German and English interviews. So we have an aggressive mulligan from Ruben here. We saw a 7-card mulligan in top 4. We are seeing a 6-card mulligan in the final here.
Wow.
Ruben not afraid to throw a lot of cards back into the deck, going, I know what my opening hand needs to be, and I am willing to work for it. One card that was kept was that Flynn Rider.
Yes.
When you're in a mirror match, hey, you got as good a chance as your opponent of having the most powerful character on the board, and you know what? That Flynn Rider can get some cheeky lore. Am I seeing a 1-drop in there, though?
I didn't catch one, but Theatime has got the Chernobog's followers down on the board. Here we go, everybody. It's the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bochum final. Theatime versus Ruben. Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Amethyst.
And there was no card played from Ruben there. It was just an ink and a go. Theatime here does get the Flynn Rider on the board. Turn 2, playing perfectly on the curve here. Turn 1, you get an ink and your Chernobog's followers. Turn 2, you get an ink and your Flynn Rider. And Ruben copies but doesn't have the Chernobog's down.
Yep, both players with 2 strength on Flynn Rider, so neither player currently going to be gaining lore from their Flynn Rider at the start of their turn. Both players are going to be interested in, on turn 3, trying to get a Madam Mim Fox down. Theatime quests for 1 with the Chernobogs, and it gets banished, allowing Theatime to draw a card. So it is now looking a little bit more even, a little bit more like a mirror, but of course Theatime with that 2 lore advantage as it stands. In fact, I think it's just going to be a 1 lore. No, because the Chernobogs has quested twice to this point. 2 lore advantage.
Indeed. Quested on turn 2, quested on turn 3. I was going to say, all we need is both players to play Sisu, and things get very awkward. One player has played it. Doesn't seem like Ruben's got it available. What this means is that if at any point Ruben has fewer cards, which way around does it go? If Ruben has more cards in hand than Theatime, then Sisu becomes more powerful, and that means that we will get the extra lore from Flynn Rider Frenemy for Theatime. That is if Ruben gets a Sisu down. As it is, that Sisu's the biggest by a mile at this point.
Yeah, and that is a benefit of when you're going first and you have a Sisu, your opponent draws that extra card by going second, which means that it's very likely your Sisu is going to be the biggest character on the board. There's an abundance of cards in Ruben's hand right now. Flynn Rider questing for Ruben for 1, almost just accepting that this Sisu is going to be the biggest character. And look at that lore jump. No need to quest. Flynn Rider Frenemy, a 3 lore gain for Theatime before they've even had to draw a card.
He's a quarter of the way there and he's barely done anything. That is how good this Flynn Rider Frenemy is. Now, we do have Sisu, who's decent at questing, but it looks like we are back over to Ruben here. So,
think we're still on Theatime's turn.
We are still on Theatime's turn. Okay, there looked to be, yeah, it was shuffling of the hand. It was confusing me. A second Flynn Rider Frenemies. Theatime going, look, I've got the most powerful character on the board. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case next time. Who wants free lore? How about 6?
And suddenly Ruben really has to try and remove this Sisu. And they sing Friends on the other side with Maleficent. 2 cards added to hand, but guess what? That means even more strength for this Sisu for Theatime. You can see the advantage of going first.
And it does look like now if there is an ink available, we have a B King Undisputed. That is 100% going to get one of the Flynn Riders, but only one of them. It will take free lore away, which is clearly significant, but it won't stop it entirely.
And another 3 lore for the Flynn Rider Frenemy. Theatime now up to 8 lore and still has 3 quest potential on the board. It's going to be 5 ink exerted, and in comes Maui.
It's Maui time.
Rushing in. Are you going for the Flynn or the Maleficent?
Here I'm going for the Flynn.
Yeah, I think so too.
I like taking out the Flynn so that because what you don't want is a situation where Ruben ends up with the most powerful character on the board and all of a sudden they're getting all the extra lore. I don't think Maleficent is a bad choice here at all. I think either is fine.
Interesting.
I would have gone for the Flynn, but I see why you go for the Maleficent. It does have decent stats and, of course, can be bounced back with something like a Madam Mim Snake or Fox. And then, of course, Snake or Fox, and then replayed for extra card draw.
Ruben is going to quest with Flynn Rider for the 3rd time. So 3 quests for Flynn gains them 3 lore. Meanwhile, Theatime's Flynn has not quested at all, but it's gained 6. Here we go with the Snake, bouncing the Flynn back into the hand for Ruben. And in comes a brawl to remove the Flynn Rider Frenemy. It's now going to be Theatime's turn. They ready all their characters. That 2 damage, remember, on the Maui.
Yeah, and that was the argument for taking out the Maleficent. Having Maleficent in hand would give access to extra card draw.
Yeah.
So you can see why they went that way. And look, they're probably right at this stage. I'm willing to bet they know this matchup. They're probably a little more experienced than me, especially this weekend with all of the matches they've been going through. So we're back over to Ruben here. 7 lore down at this stage. And only a Madam Mim Snake on the board.
And Theatime in hand has a Be Prepared and I believe a Goat as well. 2 cards in hand for Theatime. Ruben does have significantly more. So the longer this game goes on, the more it's going to swing in Ruben's favor. Theatime looking to really make advantage of going first. But we see the Fox rush in and the Sisu removed from the board.
Yeah, that Fox is pretty awesome. Coming in, being able to take out those characters. Of course, it went down as well, but you got rid of the threat you wanted to get rid of. So Theo now draws a card, plays down a Maleficent of their own. That Maleficent is going to be all over the board in this game. Maui trades with Madam Mim Snake, and it looks like we are questing with Sisu. And we are 5 minutes into this game, and Theo's already up to 12 lore.
Ruben, 4 lore of their own by some pretty interesting questing with that Flynn Rider early on. Definitely a lot of players, I think, would have just left that Flynn Rider ready, hoping to get some lore out of it, but then it could have been removed, whereas Ruben sees the opportunity to do some questing with Flynn. It did gain them 3 lore without the ability. Maleficent's back, you called it right, Ross, and a bunch of cards for Ruben. Theo has a Be Prepared, a Maui, and a Goat in their hand.
And the Fox comes down and bounces a Maleficent. It's not the same as bouncing a Merlin Rabbit. It is a budget version of it, both literally and figuratively, but it's good for card draw. Speaking of good for card draw, Friends on the other side comes down here, gets a couple of extra cards for Theo.
And then in comes the rabbit as well. And this matchup can really be a battle of the rabbit, a battle of the card draw. Friends on the other side being sung by Maleficent. The rabbit coming down, still 12 law to 4.
Yeah, Ruben here very much on the back foot, has been really since the beginning, since Theo went and got a Chernobog's followers turn 1 and Ruben didn't. Even though Theo went first, that really has put Theo in a good position going through the rest of this game. But there are options. We've got... Do we have enough ink for Madame Medusa yet? Are we on 6 ink?
I do believe so.
We certainly, if we don't already, we will be this turn. This is turn number 6. We do have 6 ink, but we're using 5 for Madame Medusa. And that means that the rabbit goes down. Very important, because it stops these bouncing tricks that you keep talking about.
And in comes another goat to the hand of Theotime, which they place straight down onto the board. And this is where things can get a little bit spooky for Ruben. With that early law game Theotime got from the Flynn Rider, they can start to play lots of goats and really creep up towards that 20 mark. And are we going to see a bounce? We certainly are. The goat leaves the board, and that means another law for Theotime.
And next turn, we can play it back down. We're only 5 law away. Theo is very, very close here to getting the victory in game 1. Ruben is behind, has been behind all game, but now you're 11 law down, and frankly, your board is not looking amazing. Madame Medusa is a decent character, but if that's all you've got, that is not particularly impressive. You need a little bit more here, and we're eyeing up those castles. They did so well in a previous game. Are they going to be enough here?
What I really liked from Theotime here is waiting to play the goat until they had 7 ink available, playing the goat for 4, bouncing it back with the fox for 3, and that just means that their goat can't be removed and gives them the opportunity to replay it as many times as they can.
Yeah, we see Madame Medusa here challenging into the Maleficent, taking it down, and we've got a lot of ink being used for double castle. Maybe this is a way that Ruben can catch up here. 4 passive law every turn. When we say passive law, we mean it happens. You don't have to do anything. Here comes Goat. Theotime goes up to 17 after questing with the Fox. Here comes Goat, and that is game for Theo, because Ruben cannot win when Theo has 18 law and 2 goats. If they stay on the board, they quest. If they leave, they gain law. That is game 1 to Theo in pretty quick fashion.
That happened so much more quickly, Ross, than I was expecting it. And it was all about that opening. Chernobog's followers on turn 1, on turn 2, the Flynn Rider frenemy, and a humongous Sisu on turn 3. Flynn gained 6 law, and the goats crossed the finish line.
Yeah, Theotime Basho here is 1 game up on Ruben Gutierrez and is very close to being only the 2nd ever European Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. And look, both these players, they've already got their full set of promos. They've got the Cinderella, they've got the Let It Go, they've got the Rapunzel, they've got the Playmat, they've got the serialized Mickey, they've got their invitation to the European Championships. There is actually a really tasty prize for the champion, that folder with all the enchanted cards, but it's mostly about being champion.
It certainly is. I've seen Frank Carson in the building, who won the Lorcana Challenge in Lille, and I was seeing people asking for photos with them, getting cards signed and all that sort of thing. And that's going to be a great feeling to go down in history as a champion of just the 2nd European Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Now, of course, we are in a mirror match, and Ruben is going to be going first this game. Now, huge that Theo went and won game 1, because, of course, that means we'll be going first if there is a game 3. Ruben needs to win this game to stay in it. We are playing untimed here. We are going to be here for as long as it takes. It's only 20 to 5. We've got all night.
Ruben's gotten rid of 5 cards in the mulligan. 2 cards kept. 1 was the Chernobog's followers. I didn't catch the 2nd. On the other side, Theotime has not yet mulliganed, but a Be Prepared, it seems like, is going to be tucked away onto the bottom of the deck. The Maui is also being considered, and it seems like that's going to be going away.
Yeah, focusing more on the early game here. Maui's a great card, but not till at least turn 5. Be Prepared's a great card, but not till at least turn 7, and it's not even inkable. But we do have Chernobog's followers. We've got that Friends on the other side. We've got a Fox there as well, and yeah, we've got Maleficent. We've got the Rabbit. A lot of cards we're going to see in the first kind of 4 turns.
When you've been seeing that, I've been peeking at Ruben's hand, and I cannot see a Flynn Rider frenemy. There's the Chernobog's for 1, but currently, as I can tell, no Flynn Rider frenemy. Of course, Ruben is going to be able to draw 1 card before turn 2, and they're going to be hoping that the card on top of their deck goes by the name Flynn Rider frenemy.
Yeah, that is your perfect turn 2 play when we're going through here. That is what you are looking for.
Both players giving their opponent's deck a bit of a shuffle, and Ruben kicks things off with the classic Amethyst play of a turn 1 Chernobog's followers.
Yeah, such a beautiful card. You can either use it to quest and then banish to draw a card, or you can use it to challenge. It's got a decent strength for a 1-cost card, or you can use it there to bounce with, say, Madam Mim Snake on turn 2. Gives you so much utility, and Snap says Fear Time here. I've got the same start you've got.
And this is why they're known as mirrors. Often you can just see the opponents doing the same things on the same turn, but I'm not sure that's going to last too much longer. Fear Time, no 2-cost Flynn Rider, does have a Madam Mim Snake, however, though, so could quest with the Chernobogs, not banish it, bounce it back to hand with the Madam Mim Snake, and that's going to be a nice 3-3 stat line on the board.
That is going to help. We do see the quest with Chernobog's followers. Do we need a card draw here for Ruben?
Well, Ruben
if
could
you're
go
going to bounce
for
it with a snake.
If Ruben goes for it, and it does so happen to be the Flynn Rider on top of the deck, it would be quite amazing. But otherwise, a much safer bet to play this Madam Mim Snake. That 3-3 stat line, really good on turn 2. And now Chernobog's followers is back in Ruben's hand. They could put it into the Inkwell if they so desire.
Yeah, being able to bounce an inkable card to your hand is great to give you that guaranteed ink next turn if that's what you're looking for. So we've top decked I think a Bee King Undisputed. That's not going to be much use this turn. It's not inkable, and you don't have enough ink. So Fear Time here. Looks like we are going to be inking the Maleficent and playing down another Chernobog's followers. So right now it's super early, but it is Ruben who is a little bit further ahead in terms of the board position, and it was actually Flynn Rider frenemy that was on top of the deck.
So if Ruben went for the pretty outrageous and surely suboptimal play to just banish the Chernobog's followers and draw a card, risk not playing a card on turn 2 at all, they would have been duly rewarded with that Flynn Rider. But now they have the snake on the board. The Chernobog's and the Flynn Rider does now come down on turn 3. So now we're in that position where there's a battle for the card with the highest strength. Chernobog's follower is going to quest for Fear Time. Madam Mim Fox is looking like a pretty tempting option. That 4 strength is going to stop Flynn Rider frenemy from gaining any lore for Ruben.
Yeah, and you can take out the snake if you want as well, I believe. So get that down, have some fun. Here comes Madam Mim Fox, obviously bouncing Chernobog back to your hand, and now you are turning off the Flynn Rider.
Oh, Be Prepared enters the hand.
That's 2 in hand. It's too early for double that in your hand. They're uninkable. You don't have enough cards in hand.
And we do see the Chernobog's draw for Ruben. Didn't quite catch what entered the hand. Friends on the other side is a really nice find. Ruben, rather than spending the 3 ink it costs to play Friends as an action, is going to want to sing it instead. But currently, only 2 cost characters on their side of the board, so that's not a possibility. But the Goat is a 4 strength character. It is pretty early for Goat, but it can certainly sing Friends on the other side.
And if you can do that, that sounds like a pretty good win to me. Of course, in the previous turn, I suggested Madam Mim Fox could take out the snake. It could, but it then would also have gone down and turned off Flynn Rider. So just to correct myself there, that was not going to be something that was realistic.
It was certainly an option, though, Ross.
It was an option. It was an option to take out a threat on your opponent's side of the board, but it probably wasn't going to be the best play. So here comes down the Rabbit that is going to be going and drawing a card. And Are we done with Theatime's turn here? We've got the fox and the rabbit.
Does seem so.
And if you put the cards side by side, it kind of looks like the fox is chasing the rabbit, which amuses me.
We do see goat being used to sing friends on the other side. A rabbit has now entered Ruben's hand, and it really can be a battle for card draw. We saw Theatime with the perfect opening when they went first, and they were just able to run away with the game at record speed. But Ruben here not quite having as fast of a start, and therefore this game is going to go on for longer, and both players are going to have to really delicately balance their resources. Maui removes the Madam Mim and now has 4 damage counters on it, which means it has 1 willpower remaining.
And we did see a little quest there from Madam Mim Snake getting another cheeky law onto the board. And now we're back over to Theatime here. We've got Maleficent in hand, we've got Maui in hand, we've got another fox in hand if that's what you want. We've got a few options there. Oh, and actually Fox bouncing the rabbit to draw a card and then taking out one of those rested, exerted characters on Ruben's side of the board. That could be a fun way to go.
Certainly could, and also an option to sing Bee King Undisputed with this Merlin Rabbit. It might be a little bit too soon though for that. We are going to see Theatime enter the board with Maui, removing the goat from the board. Of course, that's 1 law for Ruben. And now the Flynn Rider frenemy, when Ruben's turn starts, is going to check to see the highest strength character. Well, it's Maui on each player's side of the board, so no law gained for Flynn. You have to have the lone standing highest strength character, and it's currently a draw.
It is absolutely so. And actually, they've both even got 4 damage on them.
Yes.
So it is very much a draw at this point. Maui, a chapter 1 card, a first chapter card, which is just still seeing a huge amount of play. We have seen some people getting Hercules into their decks.
Oh,
Similar kind of thing.
We do see the Bee King.
We do see the Bee King sung by the rabbit. Quick, Joe, what are they going to choose?
The Maui.
What? You're right. You're absolutely right.
I was going to guess the snake, I have to be honest. Oh, maybe I was wrong after all, Ross. Oh no, I was wrong after all that. They decided to go for the Flynn Rider instead.
I'm not going to point out that you guessed 2 of the 3 cards and the answer was the 3rd one. I'm not going to do it, Joe. That would be rude. We do keep the snake. We do keep the Maui. The reason why Flynn Rider goes away is essentially Ruben's just gone, I'm just not going to get this to work. And actually, the snake and Maui, they are putting in shifts at the moment. They are doing a decent amount of work. Flynn is not. If you can get it down and get the most powerful character, it's great. It's not working. Let's just play a rabbit.
And another Flynn Rider enters Ruben's hand. Could be an option down the line, but instead it's going to be an option to put it into the Inkwell, wanting to hold on to that Maui instead. Maui into Maui is then the decision that Ruben takes, and the snake challenges the rabbit, removing the rabbit from the board, which means, of course, Theatime gets to draw a card, and then another card is drawn for the start of their turn.
But crucially, they've got a Madam Mim Fox in hand. They could have started doing some of this bouncing, getting multiple uses of the rabbit, and now they just get the 1. Theatime going, oh yeah, inking Flynn Rider. You know what? You did it. That was a good idea. I'm going to do it too. There's 6 ink available. What are we going to start seeing? We're at that point where Madam Medusa, Madam Medusa could start coming down. We're not quite at the level of Be Prepared, but we do have a Maui taking out a Madam Mim Snake.
And Ruben's going to be really hoping to find some kind of bounce option off the top here to try and get this rabbit bouncing on back into the hand, back onto the board to then help them draw some more. It certainly is, Ross. And at this stage, Ruben didn't have that explosive start Theatime had. It really is a battle for card draw. And at this moment in time, Theatime is winning that battle. Rabbit trades for Maui, and the goat is the card drawn for Ruben.
No characters on either side of the board, and here comes the Queen's Castle Mirror Chamber.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if it could be time for the Queen's Castle. Ruben with those double Be Prepareds in hand. But look at that, the response from Theatime, perhaps predicting Ruben wants to go for the Be Prepared board clear, and Be Prepared, it removes all characters from the board, but it doesn't touch items or, importantly, locations.
But the thing is, Ruben's up by 5 lore and played the castle first.
Yep.
So it is doing a lot more work for Ruben here than it is for Theatime. So I'm not so upset that my opponent responded with that, because they're doing the same thing I am, but they're doing it a turn behind when they're already 5 lore down. Wouldn't be bad to try and get some characters established here. Go after your opponent's castle. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough, but let's play a goat. Let's go up to 10 lore. And, oh, he's moving into the castle.
The goat is the queen of the castle here. And it's really interesting. Ruben had the option to rush in with Maui, deal 6 damage to the queen's castle. But, of course, that wouldn't have removed it. King Undisputed removes the goat from the queen's castle. And I think Ruben was hoping to challenge the castle with the goat and then rush in with Maui to remove it. But look at that rush character. We said Lady Tremaine might have the advantage, but Peter Pan, 2 damage onto the queen's castle. The turn it's played. If a Maui is found by Theatime, that is going to be Ruben's queen's castle, which is getting removed first.
And this is one of the reasons we start seeing Hercules popping up in some of these Ruby decks. Hercules actually will be able, it's a Maui with more strength, less willpower, and uninkable, but it does do enough to take out a queen's castle in one shot very nicely. Maui doesn't, needs a little bit of help. That's where Peter Pan comes in.
Ruben is at 13 lore. Theatime trailing behind on 4. But Theatime, I mean, both players' hands very awkward. This is where they've got all of the Ruby control options available to them, but another Queen's Castle for Ruben. Ruben loves their Queen's Castles.
2-turn clock right now. Ruben, if those Queen's Castles are on the board at the start of 2 turns time, that makes Ruben is going to even it up at 1 game apiece. Theatime needs to be taking out those castles. It is at this stage extremely important. Take them out or see them gone.
Ross, I think it's a huge draw for Theatime because it's the Madam Mim Fox with Rush. It removes the Queen's Castle alongside the help of Peter Pan's Shadow Finder, and there's still ink available. Are we going to see the Peter Pan rushing in again?
We could see the Peter Pan rushing in again. That's something that absolutely could happen. Of course, we've got the Madam Mim. Could be used to a challenge next turn. Challenge into the castle. There we go.
See it. Ross, this Peter Pan has entered the board twice, but it's managed to do, what, 6 damage to castles in just 2 turns? That is bonkers.
That is not bad at all here. And then Madam Mim is going to be able to not quite finish it off, but maybe a Maui could. Speaking of which, oh, be prepared. So be prepared comes down. And after Maui goes into the ink, and here's the deal. Both players have got a castle, but Ruben is ahead by 7 ink.
Theatime plays Friends. They find the Maui. Do they have enough ink cross to play the Maui? They spent 3 for Friends. Flynn Rider gets
now
inked.
They do.
Oh my goodness, the Maui's there. The castle's removed, and Ruben is still 5 lore away. No goats in hand either, Ross.
No goats, no castles down, no characters on the board. There is nothing that Ruben's got here. It's the last 5 ink needed for Ruben. And right now, that last 5 ink is not available. Last 5 lore, I should say. Last 5 lore are not available. So what are we going to do? Where are we going to go from here? We need to play down some characters. We need to hope they stick around for a turn. There is the Madame Medusa.
That's not going to be dealing... Not removing Maui at all with that 6 strength, but it is going to be a way for Ruben to start trying to quest. It's not what they want to play. Be King Undisputed from Theatime, and suddenly it's looking really, really good for Theatime with the Queen's Castle racking up that lore, and they're slowly catching up, Ross.
They are slowly catching up. That Peter Pan, the unique card they're playing in their deck, coming in handy. Now they're actually bouncing Maui back with Madam Mim so they can have something sitting in there at the castle. And also, Maui's got Rush, which means it is always providing an answer. And here's the thing. Theatime set this up really nicely. If Ruben plays a castle here, well, Madam Mim attacks into it. Maui rushes in. Castle goes bye-bye. Being King Undisputed does take out the fox though, and the snake, and we've got a castle being played again. Ruben really wants his castle, but Theo is catching up. Is there any more rush potential in Theo's hand?
It's a really good question. Ruben going to be going up to 17 lore at the start of next turn if the Queen's Castle remains on the board. Mana Medusa also not with a single target, moves into the Queen's Castle. It's a really awkward position for both players, but Ruben is going to be hoping for a goat on the top of the deck. The hand currently is a be prepared for Ruben, and that is it.
We draw for the turn. It is Chernobog's followers. That is not going to make a huge difference. You go up to 17 lore, but that castle is definitely going down this turn. Madame Medusa and Maui will make sure of that.
Unless Ruben, because they know about the Maui, be prepared to the board. And Madame Medusa leaves, and there's 1 ink left for this Chernobogs.
I actually like this game on board for Ruben here. Fear Time is going to, well, there's not too much we can do here. We've got to get rid of that Chernobog. Maui comes in, but it can't get the Chernobog. It cannot get the castle if the turn, but okay.
The Brawl!
Brawl comes in and takes out the Chernobog. Maui comes down and does 6 damage to the castle. We're not there
Goat
yet.
off the top! It's not a goat. It's a Mana Mim snake. A goat would have been the game there, Ross.
Goat would absolutely have been the game. Goat next turn will be the game. We pass over to Fear Time here. We go up to 16 ink. So Maui is going to take out the castle. What pressure can be put on here in terms of extra lore?
Theo has a rabbit, a Maui, and a be prepared. The rabbit comes through.
And there we go with the Maui taking out the castle. This game is really coming down to the wire. Friends on the other side is going to draw 2 cards here.
There's a castle for Theo. Do they have enough ink to spend and get the castle down? They move the rabbit into the Queen's Castle. And are we about to see the double Queen's Castle from Theo? Do they have enough? It doesn't seem like they do, Ross.
Any character that can quest for 1 would leave Fear Time with game on board. Right, Ruben draws for turn. It's another Chernobog's followers. That means they are not going to be winning the game this turn, it looks like. So they get the Madame Mim snake down. Game is on the board for next turn. Fear Time goes up to 18 with the castle, draws 2 cards. They can quest for 1. Do they have a goat?
3 cards with 2 cards in the castle and the 1 for turn.
It is 3 cards, thank you. We quest with the rabbit. We go up to 19. A goat would make Fear Time your champion here. Do we have a goat? Do we have any way? Be prepared! It's not as good as how Baker does it. That is the best I can do right now. Fear Time now has game on board. There is no goat off the top. I know you want to see it. It's not here yet.
Both players on 19, and we're just a goat away from either player. Ruben, a goat to win the game.
He needs a goat. It's not a goat, it's a brawl. And Fear Time Show is going to be your Bochum Disney Lorcana Challenge champion.
What a game. It came down to the battle of the goats, or in this case, the battle of no goats.
It was the battle of no goats in the end. Turn after turn, just needing a goat. Having 1 player 1 game up, and then both players on 19 lore turn. That was just. But again, that Queen's Castle, absolutely huge. There is a criticism to be made that Queen's Castle can just be dealt with later in the game if your opponent has the characters. We saw Be Prepared, and Fear Time was able to get the castles to stick, and that was all we needed.
And there's some claps going around in the audience as well. Everyone loved that, I'm sure. Ross, I've got to talk to you about the 2-card difference in the deck list. It was Lady Tremaine versus Peter Pan Shadowfinder, and I said to you, I'm like, I would much rather be the player with Lady Tremaine. Well, the impact that the Peter Pan Shadowfinder had here, being able to rush in for 3, deal 2 damage, bounce it back with the Fox, another 4, replay it again. It made all the difference to remove those castles a turn or 2 quicker. And of course, that 1 lore was the absolute difference. Peter Pan Shadowfinder won the game there for Theo in the end.
Absolutely. Were it not for Peter Pan, you don't get rid of the castles, and Ruben wins, but that is not the case. Via Time to Show here does win with Amethyst Ruby. Congratulations to Ruben Gutierrez, who does come second with Amethyst Ruby. Make no mistake about it, we had 2,000 people in this hall this weekend. Coming second is a monumental achievement, but there will be only one champion.
Yeah, congratulations to both of these players. What a performance they've put on. There's a big reaction in the audience. I think they're just catching up perhaps with us. Not sure what that is, but lots of excitement in the building, that's for sure, Ross.
Yeah, we're on, I think, like a 30-second delay or something.
Okay.
So we do see players, you know, cheering a little bit after the fact. They have to wait to see exactly what happened. We are playing behind the curtain here, so the players who are not in the final do have to watch on a little bit of a delay. So that's why we hear that cheering just a little bit after we start yelling at the screen.
But whatever you're doing, if you're thinking the fun's over, do not go anywhere, because we're going to have a bit of a ceremony. And also, Ross, the last 2 days, we've had some new cards being revealed from the upcoming expansion.
We have.
Shimmering Skies, the upcoming set. So maybe we could even have a new card reveal to look forward to as well.
Well, yesterday they said there was going to be a reveal today. I've not heard any confirmation it's going to happen today, but I was told yesterday we had a reveal for every day, so
fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's make this happen. I think we're getting a reveal.
Yeah, I think
feel
so
pretty
too.
good about the reveal.
I think so too. And it could have been such a different story if off the top that GOAT Ruben had the GOAT. It would have gone to that game 3. Could have been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're getting confirmation. So
I've also got this little deck I was working on earlier, Ross, as well. We're going to be after this heading back to our hotel, and we're going to have some games of Lorcana.
We're going to have some games. I just heard in my ear, I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but I heard card reveal.
Perfect.
I heard those 2 words, one after another.
The only 2 words that matter, I think, Ross.
Yeah, the only 2 words that matter. It is a shame we didn't get to play with any of our 40-card decks that we built on the stream, but you know what? That just means we had very little downtime. These games ran into each other. There has been a lot of action on the stream this weekend, and today it really was pretty much continuous. Very, very little downtime. We ripped the box in turbo speed. I got a second enchanted, you know, no big deal.
Okay.
And then we built our decks. We're going to play with them. I'm sure we'll post all over social media. We'll show you what our decks look like, and you can make a decision as to exactly how good they were. I'm a little bit upset, though, that I'm playing a bunch of the Mulan that come into play with damage on, because they just combo nice with a bunch of other stuff. And you're like, oh, I'll just play Prince Philip that, you know, wipes the board of damaged characters. Cheers for that.
Yeah, I have the 9-cost Prince Philip in my deck ready to go. Also want to take this opportunity, Ross, again to thank all of the staff that have been working here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum that have enabled this to happen. We would not be able to do any of this without all the judges that are working and helping us out so much. We wouldn't be able to do this without, of course, the players, the audience members. Let's take a quick look at the caster predictions. Oh, Baker got it right.
Yeah, Baker absolutely nailed the caster predictions. He's looking awfully chuffed with himself right now. He's so chuffed, he's going to come behind us, and he hasn't even remembered to take his lanyard off before he does so. But I will say, yeah, that is worth celebrating.
Yeah.
Look, I wanted to go slightly. I didn't want to go for the top 2 decks. So I thought, right, take the top 2 decks out. What is the best? I like Ruby Sapphire. I still think it's a good deck. I still think it's got a good choice. But I do think we've come out of this weekend with Chicago, and this weekend, I do think we've now got enough data about the Ursula's Return meta to say we've got Emerald Steel, Bucky's Discard.
Yep.
And we've got Amethyst Ruby.
Yep.
Those are the top 2 decks. And then there is a fairly big drop between them and any other deck. And if you think I'm wrong, prove me wrong in either Fort Worth over in Texas, or prove me wrong over in Bologna, because right now we've got 2 big challenges. We've got the data from both of them, and it seems pretty clear to me.
I am going to say as well that I think that Sapphire Steel was not as popular in terms of players bringing it to this tournament, but we still saw Sapphire Steel making it through to the top 4 as well.
We did.
And I think Sapphire Steel is definitely a deck. If you're not wanting to play one of those two, it could be a really great option. Not an easy deck to play, not quite as popular as Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Steel, but still a great option nonetheless. I'm convinced it could win the tournament on another day.
Well, one of the things about Steel Sapphire is you've got to be very, 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 very patient, because you will often fall behind by a lot of lore, and then you're looking for that big combo turn. And every time we saw Steel Sapphire lose on stream this weekend, it was, they didn't get the combo there, like 1 or 2 lore short.
Yep.
And my worry is, over the course of a tournament, even the best players, their draws will let them down. Not all the time, just in 1 or 2 games. And I'm not saying they're going to get rolled in those games, but 1 or 2 games falling 1 or 2 laws short, that is a difference between, hey, I had a really good run, and, oh, look, I'm the champion.
Yeah, and of course, not only do we have these Disney Lorcana Challenge events taking place, the one in Fort Worth in a couple of weeks, the one in Bologna, but also we have these local set championships happening. So don't forget to check out your local store in July and head on over to your local game store to take part in some set championships.
So there is a confirmation of the brackets from the semi-final onwards. Theatime taking out Hadrian in the semi-finals. That Emerald Steel, the last remaining Emerald Steel, which was, of course, the winner in Chicago. 3 of the top 8 in Chicago, the deck to beat coming in. And then in the semi-finals, Ruben Gutierrez did take down Justin Morales with that Sapphire Steel in one of the most heartbreaking losses, maybe the most heartbreaking loss we've seen on stream this weekend. Because that last game, you're looking at it and going, I've got Tamatoa, I've got so many items, I've got Lucky Dime. Why am I not winning this game? And it was so, so close.
Yeah, and what's really exciting as well is just around the corner, we are going to be having a little bit of a ceremony where we see our winner being given some of the prizes. We might see some of the Mickey Mouse brave little tailors being handed out as well, Ross. Really excited for that. I can see one of our game developers, Tim, who's based here in Germany, getting ready and standing by, and it's going to be really exciting to see the reaction from these players. It was a great moment over in Lille when we had Frank Karsten having that